morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait impatiently for day 5 to start. A few of the basic housekeeping announcements. Could we all remember not to move our chairs from where they've been positioned? As I love explaining every day, we have designed the areas where the chairs sit, and you'll notice the number of speakers around. There is despite what you might think, an audio design that is covering those areas but not spilling the sound into the other stage. By moving the chairs, you can obviously create problems with A, hearing, but B, getting in the way of other people and aisles. We would ask that you do not sit or stand or block the aisles for ease of everyone getting to where they need to. If you require hearing assistance, there is a hearing aid loop, a TX hearing aid loop, and it is the whole block of seats in front of the mixing desk. So there's probably 150 odd seats there inside the loop. So if you do need hearing assistance, sit in that area and you'll find you'll be fine. Enjoy the day, be nice to everyone, and have a good one. Thank you. Also a reminder that seats at Writers' Week are for human beings, not for bags, and my friend's coming along in a couple of hours and I'm holding a seat for them. So if someone requires a seat and they come up to you and your bag is taking up a seat, please move your bag so that they can sit down. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for that welcome to country. I'm John Lyons, the Global Affairs Editor of the ABC and the author of Balcony Over Jerusalem, which is being re-released this week in light of October 7. I've updated the book to look at what October 7 means for the Israelis, the Palestinians and the general Middle East. This morning, I'm delighted to be joined by Bruce Wolpe. Bruce is a senior fellow at the United States Study Centre in Sydney. He's a regular contributor on US politics across media platforms in Australia. You might often see him on the ABC News channel in the afternoons on Afternoon Briefing with Greg Jennett. He's worked with the Democrats in the Congress in Washington during President Obama's first term. Also, he was on the staff of Julia Gillard when she was the Prime Minister. From 1998 to 2009, Bruce was a senior executive at Fairfax Media in Sydney, which is when I first met Bruce. And he's the author of several books, the latest being, of course, Trump's Australia, with that intriguing title. Bruce, welcome from the United States this morning.
John, it's wonderful to be with you. Thank you. Honored to be with you. Congratulations to all the Louise and everyone associated with the festival. John, it's Super Tuesday here in America, so I did the normal thing in Colorado. I had a long snowshoe, and then I went to vote. And they'll be counted tonight, and we'll see where Super Tuesday is leading the country and ultimately the world in its destiny.
Well, thank you, Bruce. I won't ask you who you voted for, but I presume from this book that it was not Donald Trump.
It's on Twitter. Don't worry about it. You'll see it.
Firstly, can you give us an idea, Super Tuesday in America, this looks like the day when Donald Trump will be anointed as the presidential candidate. Can you tell us how it's looking?
Well, the contest has been over for several weeks. I mean, the amazing thing is that Trump came back from January 6th, the insurrection that disgraced him and his presidency. He was impeached. Because the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, who announced his retirement last week, decided not to vote to convict. There was not a conviction. If Mitch McConnell had voted to convict Donald Trump of the insurrection and the and upsetting, trying to overturn the election on January 6th, he would be barred by the Constitution from running. He would be moot. But he's there. And one thing about Donald Trump is he never retreats. He never admits error or wrong, and he goes after all of his enemies. He denies, he denounces, he discredits, he defames. He kept hold of his base, and his base never deserted him. He never deserted them. And he stared down, crushed all of his opponents, including Rick DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who was such a promising alternative to Trump. Nikki Haley we can get to if you want. And so he has the nomination locked up. And the interesting thing, turning to the Democrats for a moment with Joe Biden, is no one challenged him. He wanted to run again. I commend an interview that was just published this week by Evan Osnos in The New Yorker, really lengthy pieces. Joe Biden entered the presidential campaign in 2020 in order to stop Donald Trump and save democracy in America. He defeated Donald Trump. He's the only person who has defeated Donald Trump. And he was not, and seeing that Trump was in the race, he was determined to defeat him again. What's so interesting is that even given his age and how that has been a drag on his campaign, not one senator, not one governor, not one member of the House leadership, not one member of the cabinet stood up and said, it's time for you to step aside and the next generation to come. It's an inversion with the Republicans. Republicans have a strong base and they're with Trump. The Democrats have a strong leadership and they're with Biden. The base has real doubts about where Biden's fate, how effective he can be, and whether, in fact, he will lose. And those are the defining factors in this campaign. Anyway, after tonight, yeah, but Biden's a nominee, Trump's a nominee.
Well, Bruce, before we get on to Donald Trump, I'd like to follow you up on Joe Biden. He'll be 86 by the time he finishes the next term. Should he win, nothing against older people. As each year goes on, I'm becoming more and more supportive of older people. More opportunities is what I think. But to be 85, 86 president, it's not like he's particularly young 81-year-old either, physically. Sometimes he's talking and he forgets which country he's talking about or where the war is, although people around him say that he has a good team around him. To what extent do you think, for the sake of America, he should have perhaps said, I should hand over to the next generation?
Well, hindsight will be 2020 in November, but he had no lack of confidence that in his abilities and his ability to win and continue what he was doing. And again, no one challenged him in that regard. But nevertheless, I mean, people across the country, everyone looks at him. He walks old, he talks old, he looks old. What's so interesting, though, is that there are no, John, you know better than almost anybody how the press and the media covers leaders. There are no stories from the White House that in private the man doesn't have it. His mind is not clear. He is unable to discharge the duties of office. And there have been, again, no desertions. And everyone who sees him up close and works with him says, Joe Biden's fine. And he knows what he wants to do and where he wants to take the country. So, but as far as public opinion is concerned, there is a lack of confidence among the American people that he can do this. A sidebar to it, of course, he's running with Kamala Harris. And Republicans are already saying, well, a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Harris, that he will never finish the second term. So how do you like that, America? So that's part of the mix, too.
Bruce, one question that I have, and I know a lot of people have a similar question, is a country of 340 million people, it's the strongest military the world's ever seen. It's the most dynamic economy. It produces some of the world's smartest people, best actors. I mean, it's an incredibly energetic country. 4 years on, why have we yet again got Biden versus Trump?
If Biden had done what you suggested and said, okay, I've had a great first term, and in fact, most Democrats believe that he's the most effective president since Lyndon Johnson, certainly on the domestic front, and going back even to Franklin Roosevelt and comparing what he was able to do on to strengthen healthcare, on the environment, support for civil rights, voting rights, and other matters. In other words, a high degree of confidence. If he had taken that advice and stepped aside, you would have had a whole generation of Democrats, Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, and then going back to the field in 2020, Pete Buttigieg would want to come in, I would think, several senators. It would be a rich field. But he decided not to. And again, because of the support of the party for him, he's not challenged, he's there. Donald Trump, he is a unique character. What he stands for is not unique. American politics goes through cycles. And there are cycles on nativism, on isolationism, on protectionism, and nationalism. And we last saw it in the Republican Party at strength in the 1930s. It took World War II, the attack on Pearl Harbor, to get America into the war to defeat fascism in Germany and in Japan. And in the early 90s, there was a isolationist nativist eruption by Pat Buchanan against George H.W. Bush, and he ultimately lost to Bill Clinton. So Trump knows how to punch those buttons. He's riding that wave. But he is really a unique figure given his background. 14 years on television saying he was the greatest chief executive in the world in The Apprentice. He was known to millions of people. He was underappreciated. His potency was underappreciated by the political class, but he was embedded in the political culture. And he stands for people who believe that modern life is not delivering for them. We lose in trade deals. There isn't enough manufacturing. There are too many immigrants. Crime is too high. We've lost moral values in education, lost moral values in how we treat each other, incivility, and that the losers are those who have traditionally been the majority in American life. And they feel threatened by it. And Trump says, I'm for you. I represent you. I'm not going to let you down. Send me to Washington. I will kick over the tables and rearrange things. And they respect, his base respects what they believe he accomplished in Washington. They want to see, he says, I'm going to finish the job. And they want him to finish the job.
Bruce, the world has a lot of problems at the moment, sadly. A lot of conflicts. The war in Ukraine has no sign of ending. Vladimir Putin threatening nuclear weapons. We've got the dreadful war in the Middle East, which is starting to spread. No sign of that ending. I interviewed the other day former head of Shin Bet, Avi Dichter, who predicted to me for Four Corners next Monday night that the war could go. He's in the Netanyahu government. It could go for another year or two, he said. Now, with all of these problems, would it be dangerous to have Donald Trump back in the White House?
I think it would be catastrophic to have Donald Trump back in the White House because it'd be a complete reordering of the world, notwithstanding that there are immense challenges facing this order of the world. As far as Joe Biden's prospects on the foreign policy front, I mean, he was, Senator Foreign Policy. He was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. Barack Obama chose him to be vice president because of his deep foreign policy experience. But here we are. He stood up for Ukraine, and immensely popular, going well. NATO strengthened the alliance, putting Putin on the defensive. But here we are 2 years later, and Putin has at least stabilized the situation and may yet have gains. The Middle East, going back to last September, it looked like there was a new reordering of the Middle East. A Saudi-Israel entente with the other Arab nations in the region, and it was going to change the face of the Middle East for the better. We would all get along together. So we could have by November the incumbent president facing setbacks in Ukraine and Middle East policy that is not delivering peace.
But Bruce, let me play devil's advocate to the question I've just asked. Let's reverse it a bit. Donald Trump would argue that under his term, America joined no new wars. Under Joe Biden, 3 Palestinian children are being killed every hour with American bombs. The war in Ukraine has started and got worse. Donald Trump would argue that for all of his rhetoric and all of that bluster, he was not engaging in new wars. The boss who you worked for, President Obama, there are a lot of killings in the Middle East with a lot of the drone attacks, etc., under Barack Obama. People were gassed in Syria. Obama said he'd do something about it. He didn't. Is it possible that for all of the bluster, Donald Trump would not be as dangerous as people think?
I believe Donald Trump would be more dangerous because of who his friends are and who he wants to do business with and what their interests are. But Trump uses everything that you outlined as a powerful sword to say, I do not want and will not pursue wars. America should not be involved in wars overseas. I want to bring the troops home. I don't trust the alliances that have been built up. And we need to attend to issues in America. So it's America first. And let's just go briefly around the world. In Europe, he absolutely wants to weaken, if not withdraw from NATO. With Russia, he wants to build his special relationship with Putin. He says, I can solve Ukraine in 24 hours. Well, I can tell you what will happen. They will get on the phone. He'll say, Vladimir, how are you? Fine, Donald, I'm really great. What are we going to do on Ukraine? And Trump will say, it's yours. And then he likes President Xi in China. What does he want to do with Taiwan? Well, President Xi will say, well, we intend to absorb Taiwan, and it will be as it has always been. We have a one China policy, and so I intend to have Taiwan. Trump says, fine, I want a really great trade deal. Well, maybe that's on the table. He, in the heart of Europe, going to Viktor Orban and his brand of authoritarianism. In North Korea, he had a love affair with Kim Jong-un. He certainly wants to renew that. It was one of the highlights of his presidency. The letters, part of the classified documents case are the letters he waved in front of people saying, oh, these are my love letters with Kim Jong-un. Well, the last time I checked, Kim Jong-un has more nuclear weapons today than when President Trump was engaged in diplomacy with him. In Iran, Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal with Iran. Iran has more nuclear capabilities today than it had when that happened, and is as strong as we can see in the Middle East as ever before. So, but Trump strikes the popular chord. Bring America home. Let's build the homeland. And I'm strong enough. I can take care of our interests. And his base believes him. The question is whether he will win the election, and a majority of the country believes him.
Bruce, just to pick you up on Ukraine there, are you saying that if Donald Trump wins, and my own feeling is at this point that he's likely to win the election for various reasons, do you think that if he wins, that's the end of Ukraine as we know it? Because if he says to Putin, you can have Ukraine, or the 20% you've taken by violence, that's the end of Ukraine as we know it, isn't it?
Yes, and it could also be the end of NATO as we know it, and it could also be Putin wanting to reacquire things that were part of the Soviet Empire earlier. So the Baltic states are at risk, Poland is at risk, and those nations know it. I mean, Ukraine has gotten, NATO has gotten stronger precisely because of those fears.
So the Republicans say that a vote for Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris. From what you're saying, is a vote for Trump a vote for Putin?
Yes. Da.
You've got to give us some positive news here, Bruce. You've got to... We're sitting here on this beautiful morning in Adelaide at this wonderful setting. Tell us something positive, please.
You know, the collective blood pressure in Australia really went down on January 21st, 2021. It was just a beautiful day and everyone was happy. There was a normal person in the White House and things were going fine. But by rights, Joe Biden, all things being equal, Joe Biden should win the election. And Donald Trump has never cracked 50% approval. He never got a majority in his vote of the two elections. He won because of the Electoral College. But we see, and something very interesting on the Republican side that I'm looking for tonight in the results on Super Tuesday. In the primaries to date, Trump hasn't gotten 100% of the Republican vote. He gets anywhere between 51 and 75% of the Republican vote. That means that, just aggregated, between 25 and 40% of Republicans are not voting for Trump. Now, where are they going to go? Some of them will say, I still hate Biden, I'm going to vote for Trump. Some will say, I don't like either of them, as you started this discussion, and so I'm going to stay home. And some would say, I'm so upset at the prospect of Trump being reelected that I will vote for Biden. So both candidates have an enthusiasm problem. That's the one for Trump. For Biden, the enthusiasm problem is key Democratic constituencies are not excited about him returning as an 81-year-old to be an 85-year-old president. And this hits three key constituencies at least. The youth voters, young people, they don't want to vote for the old man. I absolutely understand that. Black men in particular look back on the economy under Trump and they believe they did better then than they are doing now. So there are disaffections among blacks. Some of the Hispanic community, there are disaffections because the border is out of control and immigration is the #1 issue. And so they have less enthusiasm of many people flooding into the country. And what does that do to their aspirations and where their communities are going? And then we have, of course, the war in Gaza and in key swing states such as Michigan, Arizona, and Georgia. And we saw it in Michigan last week. There's going to be a huge protest vote for absolutely understandable reasons among Arab American voters. And they voted Democratic. Now, I don't think they're going to vote for Trump because he's so anti-Muslim, but will they stay home? So every vote that Biden loses becomes a vote that has to be made up in other ways. Is this election going to be close? Yes. But as we go from here to November, just looking at Trump, as we say in Yiddish, his mishigas all over the field as to how he comports himself. Legal issues still to be resolved, and a person who, in his presentation, notwithstanding your belief in his America First nationalism and so forth, is more erratic than he has ever been. That weighs on people, and so I still think Biden will win, but it is uncomfortable. It is a very uncomfortable election to behold.
Bruce, I want to talk about Gaza and America. Yesterday, Nathan Thrall here on the panel on which you were also sitting, he made the point, Nathan, as an American, that never before in American history is a president facing a backlash for being too pro-Israel. Because of course, the votes where there are large Jewish communities, as you know, in America, the states are safe states, whether it's Florida for the Republicans or California or New York for the Democrats. But it's in 3 or 4 key states where the Arab American vote, as you know, is larger than the margin by which the Democrats hold states like Michigan. How is it that being too pro-Israel is becoming a liability for a US president?
It's because people don't like what they're seeing on the TV screens, and people are really angry about it. And that is absolutely understandable.
Is that all Americans, or is that just Arab American voters?
Oh no! If I was a younger person, when I was a younger person, I was against the Vietnam War. It is just so natural for younger people to be against the war in Gaza. I mean, that just makes perfect sense to me. What you also do have, and you pointed out these communities, Arab Americans are coming into their own as a political force. It's happened with other ethnic groups throughout the decades. Jewish Americans were not a force in Congress until the 60s and 70s. And what you have is members who populations grow. They get elected to Congress. Some come into the Senate finally, and they express the views of their communities. The same thing is happening in Australia. The sentiment for Israel in the United States is still higher than the sentiment for Israel in Australia, but also with the Jewish vote, it's not just whether you're for Israel. It's also on civil rights. It's on abortion rights. It's on a whole bunch of social issues and where you stand. So I don't think, again, Biden can lose the election because of the expression of these views in key swing states. There are 6 of them. It's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, it's Wisconsin, it's Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. That's where the election is going to be won or lost. And in those smaller constituencies, there can be an outsized power expressed by frustrated voters. And so, yeah, that's how the Gaza war plays in.
On the Arab American vote, though, Bruce, if people in Michigan decide they're saying we won't turn up to vote, which you can do in America, they want Biden to be punished for what they see as the complicity of America in war crimes in Gaza. That's their view. Yet, by not turning up to vote in Michigan, they're going to ensure it goes to Donald Trump. How does that help the people of Gaza?
I can't say that it helps the people of Gaza. I mean, the interesting question we started to discuss a little bit yesterday was, what is Trump going to do? What would Trump do in Gaza if he becomes president? It's really unknown. He's really not taken a stand because I think it's such an explosive issue. I don't think he wants to touch it and let Biden wear all the weight of it.
Yeah, where does he land on that? Because, as you would know, I think Donald Trump privately despises Benjamin Netanyahu. He's made that quite clear to various people. He despises Netanyahu, yet he's a strong supporter for Israel. The Christian Zionist vote in states like South Carolina, of course, who are very pro-Israel, are pro-Trump. What do you think Trump would do in terms of Israel and the Palestinians?
Also, the Republican Party is more consistently pro-Israel than the Democratic Party, just given the fissures among the Democrats. And that's just very, very strong. And Trump has to be cognizant of that. At the same time, yes, he is not happy with Netanyahu because Netanyahu tries to outpoint him on the media platforms of the world and the world stage, and who's the smartest leader. I do think, though, if you think about who Trump really likes in the Middle East, he really likes Saudi Arabia. He really likes MBS. And I think he wants to be very close with him, in part to counter Iran, but also as to how much can be done to manage a destroyed Gaza and how much can be done to try and ultimately resuscitate something good on the diplomatic front with Israel and her neighbors.
I think you have the view, is it correct, that Donald Trump, but in Benjamin Netanyahu is in fact Israel's version of Donald Trump?
There are a lot of people who feel that way. I mean, Netanyahu, I'll put it this way. I think if you supporting Israel doesn't mean that you support Netanyahu, and supporting America doesn't mean you support Donald Trump. I'll put it that way.
I want to ask you, as a young man, you attended the inauguration of John F. Kennedy in 1961. That was a wonderful moment for the world, for energy, for youth. It was a moment that everybody remembers, that wonderful speech in front of the Capitol building. Can you tell us, how would you describe America then compared to America now?
Kennedy was the next generation that, everything we're talking about with Biden, where's the new generation? Kennedy was it. He was elected at 43 years old. I mean, that's just really young. After Eisenhower, who was seen as an older man in his late 60s. Remember, he was sidelined with heart disease for several, weeks and months during his second term. But Kennedy just represented the spirit of getting the country moving again. And it was also close enough to the end of World War II, in which Kennedy served, was a hero. His daughter, of course, is the ambassador to Australia, and who has made all the ties as to President Kennedy's mission as a serviceman in the Navy, with the battlefields and with Australia. the country knew what it wanted to do as far as who was the world was just clearer, right and wrong, freedom and authoritarianism. We defeated fascism. We need to control communism, and also to get America moving again. And so he was, vigor is a word that is associated with Kennedy. It was just very exciting. He was also, we think about Trump and media and his, when Trump is on the media, he just sucks all the oxygen out of the room and completely dominates it. Well, Kennedy dominated media as well. And first of all, there was much smaller media, 3 television networks, the major newspapers, Life magazine, Time, Newsweek. That's kind of it. And he was clever with it. He cultivated ties with reporters. He had press conferences that were intellectually interesting instead of just delivering, the messages crafted in the back room, the talking points that so dominate political dialogue today. He moved around. He knew what diplomacy was. And we saw the effect of it after he was assassinated. Every world leader came to Washington for that funeral because they were invested in him and he was invested in them. In other words, the times were extremely complex, very dangerous. We almost had nuclear war over the Cuban Missile Crisis, but things were clearer, and we had a stronger sense where together where the country could be united and move forward, and we've kind of lost that.
You say in the book Trump's Australia that Trumpism could never be replicated in Australia. What gives you that confidence?
Several things. Compulsory voting, first and foremost. That is the compulsory voting ensures
that's a popular
that elections are always going to a land center left or center right. An extremist does not win Australian elections. Secondly, the Westminster system. Trump is a blow-in. I mean, anyone can become president of the United States. Not everyone can become prime minister of Australia. The prime minister is chosen by the majority party in the House of Representatives. That means that Clive Palmer will never be prime minister. Pauline Hanson will never be prime minister. Twiggy Forrest will never be prime minister. So, and
you're committing to that. You're sure of that?
The norms, which is why when Prime Minister Morrison arrogated several portfolios to him, it was such a shock because that had never been done before. It was such a violation. And he was censured, the first prime minister ever censured by Parliament. And third, you have the Australian Electoral Commission. The person registering to vote in the wealthiest eastern suburbs of Sydney uses the same process as the person in the farthest reaches of the Northern Territory to register to vote. And every vote is counted in the same way. And every polling booth is operated in the same way. So there is no distortion of the will of the people as far as having their votes counted and applied. So those things are extremely important. And then there are some other things. We have some depoliticized institutions. There's a new Chief Justice on the High Court. Well, that person did not go before a Senate committee and asked how they felt about abortion. You have a new head of the Reserve Bank of Australia. Well, that person never went before a Senate committee asking, what are you going to do about interest rates? So you have institutions that have guardrails on them. So taken together, you have a democracy that is not fragile. It's extremely strong. Morrison wanted to introduce more voter identification. That bill went nowhere. And there has not been any dilution of these safeguards. And that truly distinguishes Australia from the United States. And so I want Australians to appreciate this, to be proud of the democracy that we have. I can vote in Australia too, that we have, and see the country can see things through. And that is extremely heartening in a world that is very dangerous.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, wasn't what Scott Morrison did when Scott Morrison went off and secretly signed himself in, swore himself in as this minister and that minister, I mean, wasn't that a form of Trumpism? And do you think if someone whispered to Donald Trump that if you win in November, look, why don't you become Secretary of Defence as well and you can become Secretary of Treasury, do you think Donald Trump would like Scott Morrison's idea?
I think they got along famously when they were in power together. They did, and there was an art to it, but then there are some other issues that come with it. We're so closely tied to the U.S. We hear about it so much. So this morning, happened to listen to the 7 a.m. news on radio, RN Breakfast. PK, if you're here, yeah, we listen to you wherever we are in the world. The lead story was it Super Tuesday in America. The lead story wasn't ASEAN is meeting in Melbourne. I don't understand. I didn't get that. I mean, yeah, Super Tuesday is important, but I think what's going on inside Australia is even more important. We have an echo chamber here. So everything that happens over there is in America is heard in Australia, and it filters into the political system. And so a lot of issues on transgender people, that's an absolute direct import from what DeSantis wanted to do in Florida and the theme in the campaign. When the Supreme Court struck down abortion rights in the United States, women in Australia, the Prime Minister had to make a statement, but women in Australia were saying, is this going to happen here? When there are gun massacres in the United States, people say, well, my goodness, are we going to repeal the gun control laws that we have? And so it does infiltrate the political culture in Australia. During The Voice, there were racist themes in The Voice, and a lot of them came from Trump-style tactics in the United States. And then I think there's a further carryover. I think the descent into vicious anti-Semitism, just attacks on Jews for being Jews, comes because what happened during The Voice, what happened during The Voice was a strike against the political culture and how people should debate things. And then the second time it's easier, and the third time will be easier still. And so this does infiltrate the culture and degrades debate, differences, and civility. And so we have to be aware of these things and on guard against them, because it's not that is not the country that I believe Australia wants.
Bruce, the social fabric in America, do you fear that there could be violence at some point? If Trump does not win in November, then he and his supporters will say it was stolen. If he does win and then doesn't want to leave office, I mean, why would he want to leave office happily at the end of a second term when he didn't want to at the end of a first term? Do you fear that at some point it's going to spill out onto the streets of the US?
There are more guns than people in the United States, and everyone, and on all sides, but everyone is armed. And so, yes, I do expect Trump will never. The only elections that Trump wins every election. He never loses an election, and because he always says, "I won," and his base believes him. Yes, if Trump is defeated, there will be violence in the streets. Now, how significant it will be and so forth, don't know. But there will be a lot of angry people. But you have to remember, the person sitting in the chair in the Senate to count the electoral votes, regardless of the outcome of the election, is Kamala Harris. It is not Mike Pence, who did his duty under duress from Trump. And so the dynamic is different. The president sitting in the White House executing on the transition is Joe Biden. It's not Donald Trump. So he's not there to pull the levers that he pulled in the lead up to January 6th and leaving office. So yes, we should be concerned, particularly if the election is very, very close, as to what the reaction will be by the losers.
How do you explain that hold, though, that Donald Trump has on people? It doesn't matter how many things he's charged with, what he says, his comments about women even before he was elected the first time. What is the hold that he has on so many Americans?
He is, for everything I say about him and write about him, he is a very canny, very cunning man. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows how to push buttons. He has, first of all, 70% of Republicans believe that he won the election, and 70% believe that Joe Biden is an illegitimate president. That is his base. And what he says to them, I'd like to just read for just a moment from his campaign speeches, and it explains why he's so successful. What he says essentially is that every law enforcement action against me, every indictment, every trial, this is political persecution. And what has happened is the Democratic president has instructed his Democratic attorney general to instruct their agents to go after me and to indict me and bring me down. And this is the weaponization of justice in order to rig the next election, drive me from the ballot, and it's all political. 70% of Republicans believe Joe Biden is illegitimate. They believe this. And so what Trump says, and this is from his rally in January, in the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. Either we have a deep state or we have a democracy. Either the deep state destroys America or we destroy the deep state. This is, and then he goes biblical on us. This is the final battle. And in New Hampshire, a couple weeks later, he said, every time they indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you. And never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in the way. This is extremely potent, powerful stuff, and it reaches them and they believe it. So all the persecutions, the indictments, they're illegitimate. And they want to take Trump out because they don't want his supporters to win what they are voting for. And this is why no Republican could knock him off, because if you go frontal on Trump and say you're illegitimate, you're you're going to be the defender in chief, not the commander in chief. They go after him. By going after him, they're attacking his base. His base will never vote for someone who attacks Trump. That's why he never had a problem being where he is tonight on Super Tuesday in order to command the Republican Party. So that is the secret. But it's so, as with Trump, nothing is hidden. He doesn't have anything in the backpacks that he's going to pull out. I always like to say, for a guy who lied 30,000 times during his presidency, according to the Washington Post, he's the most relentlessly honest politician we've seen in generations. He does what he says.
Bruce, is this the reality of democracy, that a candidate is entitled to come up with their own marketing pitch, to put that to the electorate, and if the majority of Americans go for it, then that's democracy? I mean, what can democracy do about it?
I think people are doing a lot about it, and I think I think the country is really angry about where it is right now. I mean, I think it's angry on the personal front. How's the economy working? Am I better off than I was 4 years ago? And a lot of people are saying no. I think people are really distressed by the incivility in public life. I mean, Trump can get away with all kinds of things, like the treatment of women, and there seems to be no consequence for what he does. He's able to continue with impunity. I think people are upset about that. I think people are unhappy about the deterioration of language and just how people don't work together. I think they're also afraid about their democracy. In other words, the institutions aren't working as they should. In 2000 and 2016, people who did not win a majority of the popular vote were elected president. I think if Trump wins in November, it'll be the same thing. Most people will vote against him, but he's still the president. Most Americans want gun control. The United States Senate has a rule that says, well, you need 60 votes out of 100, not 51 to pass something. There's no gun control. They want abortion rights. The Senate cannot pass votes, even when Democrats control the House and can pass it. The Senate cannot pass cannot pass a measure on abortion rights. The Supreme Court is not listening to the American people. They repeal abortion rights. They promote gun rights. So the institutions aren't working anymore. And I think people are very upset about that. Now, how you get it back together? Ultimately, these are leadership issues. And I think we'll hear from Biden an appeal to work together on Thursday night here, Friday in Australia in the State of the Union address. But this is going to take several, at least the next two presidential elections to work through, whether we have an ascending curve of progress or whether we go even further into the abyss that Trump presents.
I want to throw the floor open in a minute to any questions that people might like to ask, and anyone with a question, please come up to the middle there. And we ask that you keep the questions as short and tight as possible so that it allows as many people as possible to ask a question. While that's happening, I just wanted to ask one more. The special friendship, beautiful friendship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, I'd like to ask you about that relationship. Here you have Vladimir Putin, the war in Ukraine, which I've covered myself for the ABC, the slaughtering of civilians that I've seen in Ukraine, missiles being sent into apartment buildings. When I was there in Dnipro, there was a missile went into an apartment building, 43 people killed, sitting at home on a Saturday afternoon because a 1 kilogram missile went into their building. Clear war crimes. Putin seems to be running Russia like a mafia state. Yevgeny Prigozhin from the Wagner Group upsets him. His plane suddenly drops out of the sky. Alexei Navalny runs a campaign against the way it's operating. He dies tragically last week near the Arctic Circle. How can Donald Trump be so obvious about his friendship with Vladimir Putin, yet the American people, even his base, are not repulsed by that?
Well, I think more than half the country is repulsed by it. I think that Trump, he just admires authoritarian leaders. He just loves President Xi because Xi has, total control over 1.4 billion people, and Putin knows exactly how to play Trump. He clearly has moved into stalemate in Gaza in order to run out the clock on the Biden presidency and reap the rewards that would come if Trump was elected. I mean, Putin is another extraordinarily canny. Democracy is messy and unpleasant to deal with. Authoritarianism is so easy and so clear. And that absolutely appeals to how Trump intends to govern. And just one key point on that. He learned a lot of things about why he didn't accomplish everything he wanted to accomplish in the first term. He's learned those lessons. He's not going to he knows who stopped him. He's not going to let them come into power again. He knows how to pull the levers, use the power of the executive branch to get what he wants.
Okay. Now, our first question, please. Bruce, I hope you can hear there in Colorado. Yes, thank you.
I'm also in America.
Could you speak up a bit, please?
Speak up more?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
I'm also an American-Australian dual citizen, and I worry about the previous president getting reelected again. What responsibility does the media have to report honestly about some of these issues instead of just parroting what the previous president says? Analysis, pointing out the things you point out. What about the media, both in America and Australia?
Thank you.
A lot of people feel that Trump is much less accountable under media scrutiny than President Biden is. I think we're going to get a test of what you're saying in the coming months if, in fact, there are, there's a criminal trial coming up in New York, but whether there can be the trial in Washington on the January 6th, whether there can be a trial on the classified documents case. A lot of people have said that Republicans, that if Trump is convicted of a felony, that would really give them great pause in voting for him. So and that would be a clearer image of the person that is representing their party. So we will see if these legal processes, if the trials can occur and verdicts reached, whether there is accountability after that, and that'll be the truth as to whether what you're saying. That'll decide whether what you're saying is true or not.
Thanks, Bruce.
I hope it's not true.
Thanks, Bruce. Next question, please.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bruce. Thank you for your wide-ranging coverage of the state of American politics. One factor which has come to mind, which you haven't touched on, is the use of deep fakes in advertising, in particular through social media to younger voters. I mean, I saw a horrendous-looking deep fake, which was called out on YouTube, of Donald Trump surrounded by happy, smiling Black American women. Which was, as I say, called out as a deep fake. But I think this is going to be a big factor. I just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
I agree completely. I mean, going back, it was Obama who first dominated social media and really used it effectively in a sort of positive way. And then we had the 2016 elections with the Russians setting up bots and Facebook and really rigging Facebook to deliver for him. And we're in a world where more people, especially young people, are getting news from TikTok. In other words, not getting it, unfortunately, John, the audiences are not as big as they should be at the ABC. But so people are getting news from social media platforms. And AI, you're absolutely correct. There's always a lag in regulating and getting a handle on new technology. This is exploding now. I think we're going to see deep fakes all over the place. It's going to take leadership in the media to call out when it's there. And it's going to require people to be vigilant about what they're watching. We do have, though, in the Australian Electoral Commission, there is no First Amendment in Australia, more power to get stuff off the off digital platforms than exist in the United States. I hope they really ramp up their scrutiny of it. But this is a clear and present danger to the functioning of a democracy.
Thanks, Bruce. Next question, please.
Bruce, isn't the secret to defeating Trump galvanising the women's movement? His appointees to the Supreme Court have rolled back Roe versus Wade, and morally he makes Jeffrey Epstein looks like Mother Teresa of Calcutta. And yet I've heard almost nothing. I've been following it very close, and I've heard almost nothing from the women's movement. I mean, they've only got 4 months to get galvanised, and so far not a peep as far as I'm concerned.
Actually, I think things are much brighter on that front than you're seeing right now, because after the decision on Roe, the women's movement did explode, and in fact, in several respects, there was supposed to be a conservative wave in the last election, the midterm elections, the first elections after Roe in 2022. The Republicans barely captured the House. The Democrats kept control of the Senate, and it was because of women, especially, voting in those contests. In Republican states, Kansas, Ohio, Kentucky, there have been referenda on their state constitutions to protect abortion rights. And by the way, isn't it amazing what France just did in writing into their constitution freedom of choice for women? An outstanding act that I hope inspires people around the world. So in these Republican states, by margins of 60%, these protections for abortion rights were done, but 60% of the vote. So the movement is alive. It is out there. It is effective. It's also terrifying the Republicans. Look what in Alabama, the state legislature outlawed IVF. Well, that was one embryo too far, and people went nuts in reaction to it. And that has now been repealed under state law. The women's rights works extremely strongly in the United States, and it could be the not so secret weapon that really helps Joe Biden in November.
Thanks, Bruce. Next, please.
Could you clarify the rules? If Trump is convicted of any or all of the 91 counts that he's been charged with, can he still be president? Can you be convicted of felony and civil trials and be ruling from prison?
Yes, they're putting special telephones into a prison in Lexington, Kentucky right now. But yes, you can't. There is no constitutional bar to the president being in office. It's unprecedented how many times we use the word unprecedented to describe what is occurring in the United States, and how that would be handled. A convicted felon being sworn in. When you take the oath of office, I solemnly swear to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, not faithfully destroy the laws of the United States. We'll see.
Thanks, Bruce.
Hi, Bruce. Thank you very much for your talk. How can the Democrats woo back the Arab voters in the swing states, and are the Republicans also trying to do this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite get
Sorry,
the question.
I said, how can the Democrats woo back, attract the Arab voters in the swing states, and are the Republicans also trying to do this?
The Republicans would like it or not so interested in it to a degree. I mean, clearly, if there is a real ceasefire that holds, if the attacks in Gaza stop, if rebuilding begins, if there's some signs of life in something other than this horrific war, yes, then I think the intensity of concern about Biden and the conduct of the war to date will emerge. But I do think this is a wrenching situation that will stay with people for a long, long time. So there might be some, but this is the roughest terrain he's faced as president.
Next question, please.
Hi, Bruce. Thanks very much for a great talk. Just wondering, if Trump does get elected, do you think there's enough checks and balances in the American political and legal system to stop moving towards authoritarian state and becoming a dictator?
Yeah, I mean, what do we need to watch for? We need to watch for if there are rulings in the Supreme Court and Trump simply disobeys them. We need to watch for laws passed by Congress that Trump ignores. And I think what he will do, just as a tool, is to issue executive orders across the board on the policies that he cares most about, such as immigration in particular and crime. So immigration, he's already said, as I said, he is the most relentlessly honest politician in generations. He intends to have the biggest deportations in American history. He will start rounding up people and then just kicking them over the border. And on crime, he wants to take the military. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, told Trump he's not going to do this. He's going to order the military to send troops into the streets of cities to put down civil insurrection, or what he sees as civil insurrection. So he will do things. People will take him to court. The courts will, take time to do it. And in the meantime, he will implement his policies. In other words, we're not going to have 3 branches of government. We're going to have 1 branch of government. And it's going to be the Trump branch.
Next question, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Bruce, for your comments and valuable insight. I'm an American citizen, and I'm deeply concerned about this upcoming election. Could you comment on the 2025 project that's been in the works for a long time, probably manufactured with the Heritage Foundation? I think it's a 900-page manifesto, as you know, but it's some valuable points that are out there that the Republicans would like to put in place if they win the White House. Thank you.
There's a really interesting question. What's interested me is that Trump burned a lot of people. There were a lot of people who went to work for Trump in the first term because they said, I can't stand him for all the reasons. He's gross and disgusting, but I'm a patriot, and so I'm going to take this position of responsibility under President Trump in order to make sure that things are going to be okay and we won't go off the rails. Those people are now on the outs, and they say, and they're never Trumpers, and they're not coming back. But there are a whole bunch of other people who never left the reservation, and there are groups such as the Heritage Foundation and others who have thought very carefully. If he comes back, this is our chance. This is the opportune moment for victory in the culture wars, and victory in the law enforcement wars, and victory for and victory for our side on the domestic battlefields. And so, yeah, they've put together whole agendas of what to do with the executive agencies, who to staff them, what to propose to Congress, what executive orders. And they've been working very quietly, very diligently. Fortunately, we have good reporting, and these stories are out so people can appreciate it. So in the end, another reason why I think that Biden will be aided by this, the extremism of the Trump movement is going to be a focal point of Joe Biden's campaign. He says, and that's not America. And the question is whether America agrees that that's not us.
Next, please.
Hi, thanks for being here. Just a small question.
Almost.
I don't mean it to be laughable, but is there any truth in political advertising legislation in the United States?
No. The First Amendment enables people to say virtually almost anything. The policing of ads, very limited. The other thing under the First Amendment is that it's not just speech which is free, but it's also money that is free. In other words, all controls on campaign spending were erased by the Supreme Court because the giving of money is seen as an act of speech, and that should not be constrained. In Australia, as I said before, we have more vigorous oversight of the political content of ads, and more ability to control the flow of money into campaigns. I'm not so much against the flow of money and how much money, but I sure as hell want instant disclosure. I mean, if I use my Visa card, I can go online, within minutes and see that it's on my bank statement. Well, why can't we have instant disclosure of all political contributions so people can see? And since everyone votes, they have an ability to reach a judgment as to whether they support this person or not. We really need that.
Next question, please.
My question relates to Trump and AUKUS. At one of the early sessions of the Writers' Week, AUKUS was referred to as Australia's worst ever defence decision. Is there any likelihood that Trump would do us a favour by pulling out of AUKUS, by stopping the sale of American nuclear-powered submarines to Australia?
I think I consulted with a lot of experts in foreign policy, people who served in both governments on both across political parties in positions of power in Washington and Canberra, and asked them about AUKUS. And I put what they say in my book. Trump, among his attributes or his character traits, he's transactional. He looks at everything as a business deal. So he'll look at AUKUS and say, is this deal good for the United States? Is it good for us to export this technology? And then he'll look at the contracts. Well, how much is Australia paying? Should they pay a little bit more? He'll look at the jobs. Where are the jobs being created? Are they being created in America or in Australia? What does China think about it? And so that all becomes a factor. And it's not based on principle. It's based on America first and American self-interest. That may result in disruption to AUKUS. Now, in anticipation of this, I think a lot of people who believe in AUKUS and want to see it through are putting in place some safeguards, if you will, as to the limits of what a president can do on it. But what the issue that you raise is going to be a prime focal point of discussion if Trump, as soon as Trump is president, if he is.
We've got time for one last question, please.
I'd just like to put a slightly alternative view to you. If I could read very quickly a commentary from the media yesterday. The Democrats gaze out from their Ivy League casements and Hollywood balconies on a hinterland of racists, bigots and fools, fed a diet of misinformation by right-wing media. From those secure perches, they don't see people who feel betrayed at home and abroad by successive leaders, American communities battling devastating health and financial crises, workers whose income have failed to keep pace with those costs. Never having grasped how validating it is for Americans to hear some who get this, Democrats think they can put him down with ease. My question is there perhaps any sense of a growing view among Democrats that they may have some role in creating and maintaining Trump? And do they need to shift their perspective and change to resonate more closely with the American people?
Democrats saw that, felt that after Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. They feel she shouldn't have lost, but she lost because of arrogance in that campaign that was not reaching people who felt that the system, the order at the time, was not delivering for them. A lot of people still feel this system under these times under Joe Biden are not delivering for them. But I do think again, most of the country did not go nuts in 2016. Most people voted for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden has, if he stands for anything, he stands for working people, good union jobs, health care, a clean environment, the middle class, and building it. So the question is, A, is he effective? And B, are people listening? And that's his challenge for November. But the issue you raise, absolutely legitimate, is a very strong political force.
Well, Bruce, I think we're all sitting here in Adelaide a bit horrified about the future now.
I'm so glad I could do that for everybody in Adelaide. I'm really, my apologies, heartfelt apologies.
Before we go off and have a coffee, can you tell us something good about America or Americans, please? We need something.
First, I'm going to have a triple vodka, okay? So that'll be all right as far as dealing with this. The country has not lost the dream that it's had from the beginning of being distinctive in the best way. A country for all Americans and to bring peace, security, stability to the world. That's still the mission. But it's one hell of a challenge to deliver on it. These are really difficult times, really divisive times. And it hurts. And there's no end in sight. So we have hope and we have doubt. But I hope hope prevails.
Well, thank you, Bruce. You've been wonderful today, as has the audience here. So please thank Bruce Walpy for your great contributions this morning. And thank you, everybody, for the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
See
you
you,
so
Bruce.
much. It's a pleasure, John, to address my base. It's really great.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Writers' Week, Day 5 is cruising along. Welcome to everyone. Just like to
Good morning. My name's Nicole Aberdeen, not Richard Buckham, as you probably realised. He's unable to be here, so I've got the honour of doing this session today. Welcome. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that this land that we meet on today is the traditional land for the Kaurna people, and that I respect their spiritual relationship with their country. I also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. This morning, it's my very great pleasure to be in conversation with British writer and journalist Polly Toynbee and Australian writer and journalist Martin Flanagan about their recent memoirs. Polly's is called An Uneasy Inheritance, My Family and Other Radicals, and Martin's The Empty Honour Board, a school memoir. Before I introduce Polly and Martin, could you please switch all your mobile phones to silent? Polly. Polly Toynbee is a journalist and author. Formerly the BBC's social affairs editor, she's currently a Guardian columnist and broadcaster. She's written for The Observer, The Independent and Radio Times, and has been an editor at Washington Monthly. She's won numerous awards, including a National Press Award and the Orwell Prize for Journalism. She describes her book, An Uneasy Inheritance, with disarming frankness, as a book about self-conscious awareness of privilege, embarrassment at undeserved good fortune, and uncertainty about how to live with uneasy consciences. Martin Flanagan. Martin is a journalist and writer who writes about sport, Australian culture, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. He has also written many books, fiction and non-fiction, including a poetry collection, collections of his newspaper writing, and an autobiographical novel, Going Away. He's written a play and 2 film treatments. From 1985 to 2017, he wrote for the Melbourne Age on sport and other subjects, including a popular weekly football column, One of the Crowd. Martin was born in 1955. He graduated in law from the University of Tasmania in 1975. Please make Polly and Martin welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with the obvious question because I think it's nice for listeners to hear this from you in your own words. Polly, what is An Uneasy Inheritance about, and why that title?
It's a book, it's a memoir. It's about my family going back several generations and about middle classness. Lots of people write very good, excellent memoirs about making it from nowhere, getting themselves up the ladder. This is a book about being born up the ladder for generation after generation with a silver spoon, if you like, and a sense of privilege. But particularly acute in my family because we were all left-wingers all the way back, Liberals, Labour, campaigners for every kind of good cause, back to my Australian origins of my great-great-grandfather was born in Australia. And they were all campaigners, you know, against capital punishment, in favour of women's suffrage, passionately anti-imperial. And all of them lived a life of comfort because they were all professionals. Most of them were professors, living comfortable lives with uncomfortable consciences. How do you square having left-wing views and living a life of privilege? So I tried to explore that, my own feelings about that, and theirs too, and the often comical ways in which they tried to get around it.
There's so many passages that I've underlined in this book, but fabulous descriptions of what you're talking about. This is one of my favourites. A history of a liberal heritage, of lives lived on the left, mostly struggling to be good, but inevitably never being good enough. Could you talk a little bit about that, about the struggle to be good, but the feeling that you're never good enough?
Well, you're always well aware. If you're born with a sense of privilege, and nobody is more acutely aware of it than people who are on the left side of politics, you are never going to be good enough unless you give everything away and live a life like Mahatma Gandhi. So unless you're willing to give everything away, and a lot of my family did give quite a lot away, you know that you were always like that story in the Bible where, you know, the rich man is not going to go to heaven any more than a camel is going to get through the eye of a needle. And you're very aware of this, that nothing is ever good enough. Because even if you give everything away, you've still been born with the privilege of education. Because it was mostly the privilege of education in my family that was passed on from generation to generation. And that's something you can't take away from people.
And Polly, I can't resist, you've mentioned and you write about an Australian forebear, Gilbert Murray. Tell us a bit about him.
Gilbert Murray was born, he was the son of a very successful, of Irish origin, man Sir Terence Murray, who was an administrator, was a magistrate, and became the Speaker of the New South Wales Parliament. And but like lots of other people, he made a lot of money briefly, lost it all, ended up an alcoholic with nothing at all, and died rather young. So Gilbert, my great-grandfather's mother, brought him to England, where they arrived with no money at all, and he had to get scholarships everywhere, and he got scholarships all the way through until he became the Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford University. But very much with a strong sense of Australian origins. But again, they were out on a limb because his father was a great sponsor collector of First National languages and a passionate supporter of them, passionately in favour of their rights at a time when it was really an eccentric thing to be if you were an official. And always brought up with this sense of injustice and of defending the people around you who were, you know, being done down, always on the side of the underdog. So that's the Australian-Irish side.
Martin, your book, it's called The Empty Honour Board. Could you tell us what it's about and what's the meaning of that title?
The book is, for me, the book is about... I went to a Catholic boarding school when I was 10. I was there for 6 years, and it was a school where sexual abuse and bullying were endemic, and I encountered both of them, and the place had a great effect on me, and the book is basically about what happened there and about how I came to terms with it. For better and for worse, because I think my experiences there gave me my strength as a journalist, because as a journalist I couldn't bear anyone to interfere with my work, and in journalism, as I've experienced it, there's always someone who wants to interfere with your work, and so that's what I think the book's about. It got its title from the fact that in my year on the school honour board, there are actually no names. And in my final year, there was a scandal where a priest basically raped a kid, and I was the deputy school captain, and the kid came to me, and 30 years later, I gave evidence in court on behalf of that kid. But that's where that was one reason I think why there's no names on our honour board. But the effect of the place on me was that it wasn't the sexual abuse that got to me as much as the bullying. And when I was, 10, 11, 12, I don't know why, but when bullying happened around me, when I saw other kids get bullied, particularly, it was always the misfit kid or the fat kid or the backward kid, and I felt it was my responsibility to defend that child, and I could never do it. And from that I got a sense of failure and of shame. And so there was no honour in that school for me, or really for anyone else, because there was no innocence in the place. So that's why the title of the book is The Empty Honour Board.
So I want to ask both of you a little bit about what prompted you to write this memoir. Polly, I've got some idea. You were making a radio series in 2011 called The Class Ceiling, and your producer asked you to say something about your own experience of social class, and you clammed up. You say that you've written this book to answer your own question. How do I feel about social class? And I'm wondering, has writing it helped you to unravel the answer? And if it has, what is the answer?
Yeah, I've never written about myself before. All of my reporting, my journalism, my books have all been about, the world outside, never about myself. So it was taking a deep breath. But I think the producer asking me that question, saying, look, you're asking everybody, I was going around with a tape recorder asking people, what do you feel about social class? How has it affected your life? And I find it's the most revealing question you can ask anybody. Everybody always comes up with a really good story. Tell me some time when you either felt too posh or not posh enough. And everybody has a story of embarrassments in one way or another, or of grievance in one way or another. So asking it of myself was really awkward, because I thought, well, I don't really have a class story. I wish I had a lovely story to tell about, working class origins somewhere, about something somewhere. My family has always been the same, as long as I can find. I looked very hard to find a root, a branch, a twig of anything working class. Nothing. Not one. And the reason people do that is because if you are middle class, it gives you credibility. Oh, well, I made it on my own merit. I have no idea what my own merit is, because I came from nowhere, exactly the world that I was born in. And I think exploring it has made me less embarrassed. It's made me face up to the embarrassments of all of that, of people looking at you going, well, you were born with a silver spoon, weren't you? And by facing up to it really honestly and discussing it and thinking about it honestly, I'd say it is absurd to go about feeling guilty. You should do what you can wherever you are, and it's no good just clamming up and hoping nobody notices what your voice sounds like. The great betrayal is your voice.
I wondered if, in part, this book was a bit of a preemptive strike. You've indicated, not surprisingly, that you're worried that your right-wing opponents in the press and generally will use this as fuel for the fire to continue their allegations against you of being a champagne socialist. But it seemed to me this was rather a clever thing to do, to preempt that and to own it, as it were, and to thus sort of take the wind out of their sails and take the sting out of that accusation. Is that part of what you were trying to do as well?
No, I didn't expect that at all. I thought I was going to be slaughtered. As in Australia, the newspaper world is deeply divided politically, the Murdoch press and the rest. And so I thought, here is their opportunity to really have a go. Right, Polly Toynbee writes about middle class. That's a joke. But amazingly, I think by being brutally honest, and I got my kids to look at it too, saying, you haven't been honest about this and you haven't been honest about that, to keep being completely honest where there's nothing they can find that you've actually been hypocritical about. And so in the end, I ended up, to my amazement, getting good reviews in the Times and the Sunday Times and even in the Mail on Sunday, which is, astonishing. So in the end, I haven't had the scorching I was expecting.
Martin, your memoir, as you say, is about a time that you spent in a Catholic school at a very formative years. You were aged 11 to 16. It was from 1966 to 1971. And you've told us what happened, but just to be absolutely clear, 3 of the 12 priests then at the school have since gone to prison for sexual abuse committed while you were there. What made you decide to write about that now, over 50 years later?
In 2016, 2017, there were a series of stories written about my school on ABC Online in Tasmania, and then the Pearl scandal happened on top of it. And so there was a lot of discussion, but it was totally binary in nature. It was all black and white. And I had come out that this was my life. I came out of this place and it just, no one was speaking for me. And one day I said to my older brother, who'd also gone to the school, don't you think it's strange that all these people who weren't at our school are certain they know what happened, and you and I were at the school and we're not certain? And he said, yeah, that's strange. And so I kept on waiting for someone else to write something of a documentary nature, something that went to the actual experience. And no one did, so in the end I thought, oh, well, I will. But I didn't want to do it because I knew I'd have to expose myself more than I'd ever exposed myself in anything I'd written. But I started it, and then my older brother, who's a doctor, he's had cancer twice, and he's thought a lot about what he wants to do with such time as he's got left. And none of the kids who'd been to this school had had anything to do with one another. There was no old boys association. And he brought a group of 12 of them back one day, and I went along, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, hang on, I like you, I like you, I like you. Why have I cut you out of my life? And then one of them persuaded me to go to a day the school held what was called a ritual of lament for the victims of sexual abuse. And I hadn't expected, I don't like ritual. I find meaning gets lost in ritual for me, and I don't like religious language. It doesn't move me. So I was very reluctant to go. And then these three fellas got up, and the first one was a boy who left in my last year to become a priest. And this was from one of the most conservative towns in Australia at the time. And he gets up and he's talking to the local Catholic parish. And I was there when he left, and it was such a big deal. And in a sense, those people were part of it because they had sort of silently cheered him on, and they had cultivated the idea that the priests were these semi-divine beings. And this fella stood up and told them that he'd been trapped into a sexual abuse into a sexual relationship with a priest before he went, and that he'd gone to see this priest to ask about being a priest, and that's where it had started. And it was that. It's one thing to say those things at a literary festival like this. It's another to go back to the people where that story comes from and say it to them. And then the next fellow got up, and he was an officer in the Air Force, very, upright military sort of fellow, and he'd been trapped into a sexual relationship with a priest when he was 14. And his wife is standing with him, and he told the local parish that, and he said, I got to adulthood and I was attracted to women, but if the truth be told, I was more attracted to men. And I had never heard truth-telling of that order. And so I started it for the reason I said, but then one of those fellows who made the speech, the fellow who was going to be a priest, he was actually dying, and I decided I wanted to write the book for him so that he could know that his story had got out before he died. So that was why I finished it.
Martin, you showed the manuscript. You showed the manuscript to a trusted friend before you published it, and he read it, but he gave you a warning about it. What was the warning?
Well, nearly everyone told me not to do it. My own family told me not to do it, or some members of my own family told me not to do it. My best friend read it, and he rang me and said, don't publish it, you're too hard on yourself. But it wasn't my intention to judge myself as an 11 and 12-year-old. It was more that I was trying to describe. It's like we're all like clay that's moulded into a pot, and I was trying to show the manner in which I'd been moulded. And then I have a Jewish friend who I've done a lot of Aboriginal stories with, and he's a doctor, and he said to me, if you're going to publish this, it should come with a warning, because it will, I think he said something like, it will inspire some but it could send others into a downward spiral that they can't get out of, because what got me out of it was writing, but that was my ladder out. But not everyone's got that ladder. Not everyone has a ladder. So the book does come with a warning.
So did that weigh heavily on you, Martin, that warning, him having said that, you know, the book should come with a trigger warning, as it were? Did it weigh heavily on you, that responsibility of the impact that your book might have on those who read it?
I had nothing but fear. I mean, it was going back to the worst period of my life. It was having to listen to all those voices again, and in the act of writing you have to relive all that. But by having it published as a book, you invite those voices back into your life. Yeah, I mean, my biggest fear was that one of those kids from that school, because that school had put a fundamental doubt into me, that one of them would re-emerge and say, this is bullshit, you're a bullshitter, you always were, we know who you are because we know who you were back then. And that's why I wrote in the book, when one of my books came out and it got a really bad review, I told this Aboriginal fella, and he lives up on the Murray River, and he said, come up here, brother, we'll smoke you, we'll protect you from that shit. And he did. And that was when I began to learn that any compliment or criticism, the weight of any compliment or criticism is in direct proportion to the respect you've got for the person making it. And that's what I didn't know when I was 10, 11 and 12. And that's why when I heard all these voices at 10, 11 and 12, I believed them. And then I suppressed them, and it all came out when my wife was pregnant with our first child, when I went mad.
So that brings me neatly to the next thing I wanted to talk about. When I was thinking about this session, I was thinking about what is it that really makes a memoir great. And a couple of things, there were sort of 2 or 3 things that I thought of. One of them was candour, one of them was authenticity, one of them was humour, and one of them, the title of this session, I think, is The God is in the Details. And both of you, your stories you've got, both of your memoirs have all those things. We're going to come to the detail and some of the anecdotes later, but I'd like to stop at the moment on candour. You are both unafraid to reveal things about yourselves that you're not proud about. And Martin, you segued into that. For you, the biggest thing that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed about, that you explore in your book, is that you didn't do enough to stand up for kids who were bullied at your school, sometimes quite horrifically. And you said that my inaction in the face of violence seemed a colossal moral failure. And you describe in your book what you've just started to talk about, that in your 20s, when your wife was pregnant with your first child, you had a crisis of sorts. Could you tell us about that, about what happened?
Well, when I left the school, I just didn't want to know about it. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. I went to university, and they were the golden years, and, you know, in the 70s, and university was enormous fun, and suddenly life was wonderful. And then I met my wife, and she got pregnant, and I started to get deeply irrational fears, night panics, which I'd never had, and it was terrifying, and I didn't know what was going on. And I mentioned it to my brother Richard, and he said to me, he'd read in a Buddhist text once, that if you get overwhelmed by vague fear, ask its name, invite it in. Who are you? So I did that, asked its name, and it said boarding school, and I thought, oh, Christ, not, please, no. I don't want to go back there again. And I love my father and I respect him, but he'd been on the Burma Railway, and he was between Nagasaki and Hiroshima when the bombs went off, and he hardly spoke. I'd never, ever had a conversation about anything like this with him. But I wrote and told him sort of what was going on, the fears I was having. And he wrote back and he said that when they came home from the prison camps, they were told they could have irrational feelings of that sort. And that was a wonderful moment, because I didn't think there was anyone on the planet going through what I was going through. And I thought, oh, so maybe I'm not the only one. And then he said he'd once heard an Anglican clergyman say, life is like feeling your way through a dark room. And that was the vital clue for me, because at that point I stopped intellectualising it and I just went with my senses. And I started each day keeping a diary, and I recorded any image or any story which gave me comfort and which gave me solace and which gave me hope. And I was sort of reborn in a whole different philosophy of life and also of writing, and that's really where my writing comes out of. And one day I was in a paddock and a shadow came towards me, and I realised, like, this was the moment. And I thought it was going to, I thought this was the end, and I basically told it, I actually said, I shouted, I have a right to be. And after that, it was never as bad again, and it has never been as bad again. And that really is, that's really the pinnacle dramatic moment of my life.
Martin, thank you for sharing that story on stage. You share it in the book, but thank you for sharing it on stage. This is a deeply personal book. What you've just talked about is the most personal part. You talk about it as a primal story, one that unlocks doors into an inner world otherwise kept private. And I'm wondering, how difficult was it for you to write about that, and why was it so important to you to do so?
Because if you're going to write about, if I was going to write about the school, and if I was going to write about the effect it had on me, you either do it or you don't do it. And I suppose at points in it I thought, well, I'll just write it, maybe I'll never show anyone. But I just kept going with it. And then once I met the other kids who'd been at the school, and particularly once I'd been to the day where these fellas had given these extraordinary speeches, then I wasn't just doing it for myself. But there were two key moments. One was when I did the conversation program with Sarah Konofsky, the ABC Conversations program. She's like a midwife. She assisted the birth of deeply personal stories. And
Sarah has been here at this festival. I don't know if she's still here, if she's here today, but she's been at the festival. Yeah,
she was doing an interview with her about this book was like re-entering the womb. And you open your wound and you let Australia look in. And I've done quite a lot of things in public, but that was the hardest thing I've ever done by a very long way. And then the second thing was my brother organised another meeting of fellas from the school, and I went to that with a lot of fear, because I thought if ever someone's going to step up to me and name me as a fraud, it's going to happen today. And I turned up and this bloke I'd never met bounds up to me, and there's been a very serious pedophile story in Tasmania, and he's went to our school, and he's the guy behind me in the photo of the school band in 1966. His name's James Griffin. This bloke bounds up to me and he says, read your book, it's good. Gyron got Griffin. Gyron was one of the priests, and all of a sudden that's what happens. It's like this giant jigsaw puzzle in your life, and you get that piece, you get that piece, and you start to understand what's happened. But in the course of that day, about 20 of these blokes came up. There were no literary judgments. It was all the same. Read your book. It was good. It was good. And it was like playing a game of footy and coming off and you've played well, and the boys come up and say, you played well today. And so we're in this room, and these fellas have never met for 50 years, and my brothers brought them together, and I dare to believe that I gave them the language to talk about it. And my favourite sound is what the Irish call the crack, the hum of a happy room, to be in a room where there's bright chatter and laughter. And we're sitting in this room, and the crack's there. There's this bright chatter and laughter. And my brother said to me, this is the last scene in the movie.
Polly. Let's talk about your candor. You have lived, has to be said, a good life. You've dedicated your life to writing about poverty and inequality and class in the UK. You've walked the walk. In your book, there are amazing descriptions of the work that you did for 2 books that you wrote about class and inequality, which, when you read Polly's memoir, you immediately want to read these books as well. But you still feel guilty that you could have done more. And you say, and I mean, there are so many quotes in this book that I loved and underlined, but this one. To live on the left side is to live with inevitable hypocrisy, painful self-awareness, with good intentions forever destined to fall short of ideals. Could you talk about how that feels?
Yeah, and that is the nature of the beast. But on the other hand, it's what keeps you going, and it's what keeps people on the left going. And even if they have got privileged lives, professional jobs, whatever, it gives them a sense of mission, that I have an obligation towards the underdog, wherever and whoever. And I think that's very important. People recognise it in themselves. And the guilt bit is not much use, but that sense of mission for other people is very useful and very important. And I hope people reading the book, you know, who have also experienced middle-class guilt, will feel released from it in a way, and say, right, this is the moment I actually go out and do whatever I can. Thank you. And I suppose in my life it has been writing, and particularly perhaps, as you say, those 2 books. I wrote 2 books which are 30 years apart, which I went undercover and took manual jobs. One when I just started in journalism and realised that, you know, a girl from a professional life, from living in London, from being to Oxford and then straight into journalism, I knew nothing about the country I was writing about. And so I took time off and I went and took jobs around the country. I worked in a car parts factory in Birmingham. I worked in a cake packing factory in London. I worked in a hospital as a ward orderly, a whole series of jobs, just to describe not poverty, but ordinary manual work. I wasn't looking for the very worst, you know, the homeless, and to look at it and understand it, really at that point for my own edification, knowing a bit more about the country that I was writing about and describing as a reporter. And I went back and did it 30 years later, when I was much more knowledgeable. I'd been the BBC's social affairs editor. I'd read a huge amount of social research. I'd spent a lot of time writing about social research and writing about social things. I knew a lot more, and I knew more what I was looking at. And this time, I went, lived in a council estate, living on exactly the minimum wage, and took jobs on the minimum wage from the local job centre.
Over what period was it, Polly? How long?
How long was I doing it? Well, it was around about 6 months or so.
Thought so.
And took whatever jobs I could get in the job centre, in a nursery, in a care home, in a call centre, in a cake packing factory. Same, rather different jobs because there weren't so many factories as there used to be, much more service work. And, by luck, back in the same hospital where I had worked 30 years ago. It had been rebuilt, but the same hospital, in the same grade of job. This time I was a porter, last time I'd been a ward orderly. And I could take my pay packet, once in pounds, shillings and pence, and the next time in new money, to the Institute for Fiscal Studies and say, right, tell me, what am I being paid now compared with 30 years ago? The intervening years had been Thatcher and the great explosion of inequality that had happened in the country during that time in the 1980s, from which we never recovered. They looked at those pay packets and said, you're paid approximately a third less. And here in real terms, and although I've written about this in rather abstract terms and often interviewed people, made it real what had happened to the explosion in inequality in earnings and in wealth, and how devastating it's been and how we haven't recovered from it. And in fact, it's getting worse year by year. The inequality is growing. It's not getting better. We've made huge advances in social progress in terms of social whether it's gay rights or a sensitivity towards rights of all kinds. But the one big one is social class and inequality, which has gone backwards. So when I talk about, in this book, about birth is destiny, I'm really shocked to find that birth is destiny more certainly now than the year I was born. You are less likely to escape wherever you're born into, which is deeply shocking.
So, Polly, when you, I don't want to say you chastise yourself, but you talk about this. You talk about the life that your sister led, and that on one view she walked the talk perhaps more than you did. And I mean, I guess you do chastise yourself for feeling that you haven't lived a good enough life. How difficult is it to write with that level of candour, to dig deep and to expose your own failings or what you see as your own failings? And how important is it to do so in a memoir like this?
I think it's very important to. And it's not just your own failings, because it's quite boring if you just beat your chest and agonise. I think exploring my sister's life, my sister was 4 years older than mine, and she died a while ago. I haven't really written in detail about anybody who's still alive, which makes things a lot easier, because I have a very large family who I love deeply, and I've not written about them, not my children, not written about my other siblings. But my sister was very important to me. She was a very powerful character and a very perverse character who did everything she could to try to rid herself of exactly the guilt I'm talking about, often with quite comic results. She married the wrong people, did the wrong things, tried and tried and tried again, lived a hard life in lots of ways. And in some ways, reminds me the extent to which I've lived a much more comfortable life than she did. I beat myself up less than she did. But I'm not quite sure that her way was the answer, certainly. But I think exploring honestly is very good for one, yourself, because you come to terms with things yourself that you felt vaguely uneasy about. And in the way that you've described so beautifully, to have to explore the things that sort of secretly hurt, nothing like the sort of hurt that you've suffered or the people that you met. But I think each of us has that within us. But mine is on the whole not very personal. I mean, in the sense that you can choose themes in an autobiography. You have to choose themes. You can't just throw everything in, because everything is fascinating. Every member of your family is fascinating. Every story, anybody you stop has full of brilliant stories. You really have to choose a theme that takes you through. So the theme that I chose was social class. So it is much more about that than it is about personal things. So it's got quite a lot about alcoholism in it, because my family were either temperance, teetotal through the generations. And I don't know which was responsible for which. But on the whole, not deeply emotional. I mean, I've left the emotional things in my family, apart from loving my mother, tangling with my father, but, left my marriages out of it, things of that sort, because they didn't fit the pattern.
So the quote for this session that Louise, I assume it was, took is a quote from an article written about what it takes to make a really good memoir. And one of the things that's mentioned is that God is in the details. Now, both of your books are crammed with entertaining anecdotes. I only wish we had time to tell more of them here. I'm going to ask each of you, I'll just take you to a couple I'd like you to share. Polly, one of my favourite stories in your book is early days. You're a teenager still, I think, and you find yourself pregnant to your boyfriend, who is about to go to Oxford. And his mother wants you to get married, and she thinks it'd be a good idea for you to go and visit his sister, who's living in a flat in Oxford. She's married. She has a baby. So you do that. Can you tell us about that visit?
Yeah, I was a year younger than he was. I was also going to be going to Oxford. And went with him. He was delightful, and is still a friend. It's no kind of enemy story. I took me to see his sister, living in a flat in Oxford with this baby, who was about 6 months old, lying on a bath mat, no clothes, fat, pink, shock of blonde hair. Not very nice looking, I thought. Looks much the same still. Has not changed 1 inch.
And the baby's name?
was then Alexander, but then he coyly changed his name to Boris.
And so I should say, meeting that baby was enough for you to decide that you did not want to take that path.
I mean, I pretty much decided anyway, but if there had been a clinching moment, it would be Boris.
Just again, you've said in your family there's a rich mix of odd characters and illogical passions. There's so much to be said, and we don't have the time, I'm afraid, but about your mismatched paternal grandparents, Arnold and Rosalind. What I want to ask you about specifically, because it pertains so closely to you and your own life, is what was Rosalind like as a mother to their son Philip, your father? And in particular, I want you to tell me about what happens when baby or little Philip swallows a pin.
I think every good book needs a monster. Most of the people in the book are well-intentioned, decent, good people trying their best, but often misguided in all kinds of ways. But there is one monster, and that's my grandmother, who was called Rosalind, who was married to Arnold Toynbee, who was a well-known historian, who wrote 12 volumes at the study of history, and the year I was born was on the front page of Time magazine. He was a very popular historian in those times. And he made a terrible mistake. He had no clueless about people. Terrible mistake in who he married. My grandmother Rosalind, who was a beast and a hypocrite, and she turned against her children, except the youngest. When the youngest was born, she adored him, turned against my father and his older brother. And it kind of turned my father into a very badly behaved boy, and he was...
chicken and egg, though, isn't it?
Chicken and egg, who knows? I think she created him by, rejecting him. And all his life, he suffered from that maternal rejection, I think. And he was a wonderful man in many ways, but full of all kinds of faults and neuroses. But she was awful to him in every way. I mean, she sent him off to a prep school up the road where he didn't come home for weekends and often not for holidays when he was 6 years old. Just wanted to get rid of him. And he went from one prep school to another. He kept being thrown out. But no, it's true. And when he swallowed a pin and they had to deal with it, she said, which is sort of typical of Philip, that he would always cause trouble. Even when he got scabies, she said, typical of Philip, that he would have a working class disease.
Oh.
She's
the exception, isn't she?
She is the exception. She is a snob. And she also converted to Catholicism, given the rest of the family were passionate atheists. My grandfather had been president of the Humanists. I've been president of the Humanists. So she was rebelling against all of that, became a Catholic, went off to live with a Trappist monk, which she described as a life of total meditation and spirituality. And everybody put up with that. And after she died, she got an annulment from the Pope, from my grandfather. Only she could get an annulment. Henry VIII couldn't, but she could. And then after she died, she left behind these diaries about her wild sex life with this Trappist monk that so shocked the family. And she had been so disapproving of my cousin who had a baby out of wedlock. She had been so utterly morally disapproving. And then she left these diaries behind, by which time she was dead and you couldn't kill her, but you'd want to.
Martin, I'm going to shoot to you for an anecdote now. Tell us about the day you led the marching band astray.
Well, one of the ways I survived was I stopped listening, and I still not a very good listener. And I'm a very good listener one-on-one, but if I'm being lectured, I'm not. And so I was in the school band and we're all lined up and we got called to attention, and your music, and you bring your instrument up and your music up here. And it was a military band, and the drum sergeant major said, "All right, turn." And I turned left, and the band turned right. And quick march. So I marched, and the kids behind me followed. And so we headed down the drive. It was the one flew over the cuckoo's nest moment. And we kept playing, and we marched to freedom behind me, playing wire rower.
I wanted to ask you both, something that must occur to anybody that writes a memoir is the impact it might have on other people. So, Polly, you make the point. Your parents, your step-parents and your sister are all dead, but you do have surviving half-sibling on both sides, your mother's and your father's side. And I wondered, did you speak to them? Did you show them the manuscript? Did you talk to them about what you were going to do, what you were going to write about?
A little, but not a lot. Because I realised every single one of us would have quite different stories to tell, because each sibling is in a slightly different position according to their age and what was going on at that time in their lives. And I just felt that it wouldn't help a lot. I also thought they might not like it. I don't know. It was a risk. But I was in no way talking about them.
No.
And that was, I mean, if I was going to in any way speak about them, then I would certainly have done. So that they were only going to disagree about my view of our parents. They weren't going to disagree about things that were deeply personal to them. So I thought they can lump it, and mostly did.
And Martin, with you, what you were writing about was so sensitive, and what prompted you to write, in particular, as you say, was attending that ritual of lament, where you heard, in particular, those three men tell their stories. Did you speak to those men before you wrote the memoir? Did you tell them what you were going to do, and did you show them your manuscript?
I certainly did. I offered each of them the opportunity to read the manuscript. I sent them the sections they were in to make sure they believed I'd reported them accurately. Two of them I heard back from, one I didn't, and then 6 months later, just as the book was going to press, I heard from the other one, and he was dying and he wanted to read it before he died. So yeah, I showed it to anyone I thought might be adversely affected by it.
I wonder, with both of you, whether writing this memoir, hesitant to use the words therapeutic or cathartic, but did writing the memoir help you to sort out your own feelings and to clarify, put things in perspective for you? Polly?
Yeah, I think it certainly did. It's why it took me long. I wrote it over about 10 years because I wasn't quite sure where this was going. I knew I wanted to write down some of the fascinating things about my family and going right back. But also, why would anybody care? I also felt I wanted to write about the sociology of those generations, what had happened to society in that time. And I wasn't sure I could knit those two together. So it took me a very long time to find a way where you could do that. You could tell what had happened to society and also that story. And I think it was cathartic for me in that things about my father, who was a very difficult father. He was drunk, he was wild, he was wonderful in some ways and terrible in others. He was passionate campaigner for causes. He ends up setting up a catastrophic agricultural commune because he thinks this is the way of expunging his guilt. He'll share everything, but it came a kind of crash pad for any passing hippies and was a disaster. But he really tried. He really tried. And I think I got a lot of that out of my system, working out what was good and not good. And certainly, in no sense, a misery memoir. If I'd written it when I was very young, I probably would have written one long whinge. As when you're older and you have children and grandchildren, you no longer feel your parents are to blame for everything. And it is in no sense, it is, if anything, it's a celebration of their lives much more than it's a whinge. You think it's not a whinge?
No, it's absolutely not
No.
a whinge, no. It's a bit of a call to action as well, I think.
It's a call to action.
They're inspiring people. Martin, did you feel that writing the book helped you personally?
Because I had to go through so many fears writing it, and I had so many fears about what might happen, and none of those fears have eventuated. So I'm reminded of what Seneca said: we suffer more in the imagination than in reality. I definitely think that it's given me a lightness. It doesn't take away the horror of Gaza. It doesn't... so that it doesn't, your life doesn't change. But yeah, I'm glad I wrote it.
That seems like a good time to ask you if you have any questions for these two fabulous writers. If you do, if you could step up to the microphone. There's someone standing there in black in that central aisle. So I've got more if you don't, but this is a great opportunity for you to ask any questions that you might have that arise out of what we've talked about. Yes?
A question for Martin. Did your years at the school influence your later writing of championing the underdog?
The first one which it influenced my writing was the one place I found sanity, and the one place that had any magic for me was the sports field. That was the one place where I saw beauty or grace, and it was the one place where people revealed themselves. And I've written a lot of sport in my life, and it comes back to that. But yes, I think in specific response to your question, yeah, I think it absolutely did confirm my belief that what I couldn't do at the time to correct those injustices with my fists, basically, because I could have only changed those events by fighting, I could do with words. And that's why I'm so grateful to have had a career in journalism that I had. At the time I had it, at the newspaper I had it with, that gave me that freedom. So, yeah, I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Next question.
Yes, thank you. A question for Martin. Thank you for your presentation this morning. In the last 10 years or so, Australia's seen a Royal Commission into sexual abuse of children and institutional responses to that. I'm wondering, did any of the victims you have spoken of give evidence before that Royal Commission? If so, what was their experience? Did it help them to overcome this trauma? And did you participate in any way with that Royal Commission? And do you think the Catholic Church has learned anything from its gross hypocrisy and protection of these victims?
I don't think you can answer all of that last question, but perhaps the early ones, Martin.
I didn't give evidence. This book is my evidence. There are certainly a number of characters in the book who did give evidence. The hero of the book is a kid called Rinso. I saw him get badly bashed when I was 11. When I tracked him down 50 years later to talk about it, he said he thought he won the fight, which was pretty amazing. But he gave evidence at the Royal Commission. As for the Catholic Church, I think they are, from what I know, shell-shocked. I think it's an institution which is desperately trying to work out who it is and where it goes from here. That's as I know it.
Thank you, Martin. Does someone have a question for Polly? Step forward if you've got a question for Polly. Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry, Polly, it's not.
Sorry, I will take one for Polly, please.
I wonder if you would like to comment on, in terms of the class system in England, your women's position. Because my experience is that it was quite different in the middle class in England than it is in Australia, for example.
Sorry, that was quite...
Yes, I'm not quite sure. If you could just repeat the question, please.
Well,
that it was
you being
the situation of being a woman in the middle class is a particular one.
Yes, you don't mention in terms of the class system where you were placed as a woman in that system.
Well, it's what's called kind of intersectionality, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, everything is different for women and for men. It's true. And, when I was growing up, women had many fewer rights. When I first got married and I bought a washing machine on hire purchase, I had to get my husband to sign for it, despite the fact I had my own job. And, it's amazing what a long way we've come in that sense. Life for women has got much better. But class-wise, it's got much worse. I think life for working class women in some ways is freer. They can escape their abusive partners or partners they don't want to live with in a way that they couldn't have done 50 years ago. so that women everywhere are freer than they were. But I think what's most shocking is that while things like, race and gender and gay rights and all of those things have improved, I think what's most shocking is that in terms of class, the real meaning of class, not the trivia, the economic and opportunities of class have gone backwards. So you could say you win some, you lose some. But the biggest one we've lost so far.
The gentleman in the hat.
Martin, referring to when you said your brother organised the old boys and they were supportive of you. I'm a Marist of class of 72, and when we had crows up on charges and stuff like that, and I went to the old boys and said, look, we should be supporting these people, they were down on me like a ton of bricks, right? They were friends of the crows sort of thing. So I imagine people come up to you all the time and say, well, this was my experience with the old boys. How is it falling? You had old boys that were supportive of the unknown victim, whereas mine was different. Are you finding that there's a split there?
I haven't found that, but that might be because I wrote a book. And to speak to me about it, you've really got to have read the book. And I haven't found anyone. No one's come up and been aggressive or negative to me about it.
I'm sorry, but I think we're going to have to wrap up there. You will get the opportunity, though. Please take the opportunity to go and buy these two fabulous books. Martin and Polly will both be sitting over there in the usual place, signing books when you go to buy them. Please join with me in thanking Polly Toynboy and Martin Flanagan. Thank you too.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. More housekeeping. It's very gratifying
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. My name's Jane, and I'm really delighted to be here with Pip Williams to talk about her beautiful book, The Bookbinder of Jericho. We're just going to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting here today on Ghana Yurta, the land of the big red kangaroo. This place has been a gathering place for storytelling and sharing for millennia, and it's a real privilege and honour to continue that today. And I just want to pay my respects to elders past and present. So Pip Williams, I'm sure needs no introduction for this audience, but we'll do one anyway. Pip Williams is the author of One Italian Summer, a critically acclaimed memoir of her family's travels in search of the good life. Her first novel, The Dictionary of Lost Words, based on her original research in the Oxford English Dictionary Archives, was published in 2020 and became an international bestseller. The Bookbinder of Jericho is her second novel and a companion novel to The Dictionary of Lost Words. Please join me in welcoming Pip.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you. So I think one of the really lovely things about Writers' Week is getting to hear the writers' words from their own mouth. And so Pip's going to open us up with a bit of a reading.
So I thought I'd read from near the beginning of the novel, and it's just a passage that introduces a few of the characters and some of the themes, I suppose, of the book. It was a relief to look upon Calliope. She was dark blue with gold lettering, like the binding of an Oxford World's classic. She was practically touching staying put, and the closeness had always felt like a comfort. I held open the hatch for Maud and stepped in after her. Calliope smelled a little sweet after having been shut up all day, a little earthy. The hatch swung closed behind me and I breathed it in. It's the smell of books, Ma used to tell people when they asked. It's the paper decomposing. They'd screw up their noses and Ma would laugh and say, I've come to love it. Ma had brought 2 books with her when she first moved on to Calliope, translations of the Odyssey and the Tragedies of Euripides, Volume 2. They'd belonged to her own mother and were worn from reading. Her collecting had only started after we were born. She picked up books at curiosity shops and fetes, and sometimes she bought them new, Everyman's library editions for $1 each. Most, though, were from the press. They were bound, but they had defects. Whenever I asked if she'd been given permission to bring one home, she'd never quite answer. It's a waste, she'd say, not good enough to sell. Then she'd hand it to me, but good enough to read, don't you think? I always said yes, though when I was small, I could barely understand a word of them. Ma stored her books on a row of narrow shelving that ran between the windows bow to stern. When those shelves were full, Oberon Rowntree built her another row. Soon after that, he built another. When we were 10 years old, he told her a 4th row of shelves could not be accommodated. So Ma bought a small bookcase from the bric-a-brac woman at the covered market. It had been dragged from the river at low tide and looked worthless. But Ma cleaned it, then sanded it, then oiled it. She placed it beside her armchair just inside the hatch. Then she filled it with her favourite novels and all her Greek myths. Why do we have so many books? I like to ask. To expand your world, she would say. When she died, my world shrank. That was when my own collecting began. Unbound manuscripts, parts of books, single sections, pages with no clue as to the title or author. In 3 years, our shelves had lost their order. Calliope became messy with fragmented ideas and parts of stories. There were beginnings with no endings and endings with no beginnings, and I stored them wherever they would fit, and in plenty of places they didn't. They were tucked between bound volumes and piled under the table. A few sewn manuscripts with no boards rested in the plate rack above the galley bench. Finally, there were pages I didn't care for. We cut them square and stored them in an old biscuit tin that we kept on the table. While I cooked, Maud folded them into all manner of shapes. Folding for her was like breathing, and she'd been doing it since she was little. For as long as I could remember, her creations had been strung around Calliope like bunting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the companion novel to the Dictionary of Lost Words, and you've found the idea for this book while researching your first book, well, the dictionary. Could you talk a bit about that research process, and when did this book and the idea for this book arise through your research?
Absolutely. So the Dictionary of Lost Words was a book that that required a lot of research. For anyone who's read it, you'll probably guess that. And so I had to spend quite a lot of time in Oxford, and in particularly in the archives of Oxford University Press. And before I published the Dictionary of Lost Words, I had written the manuscript, but there were little gaps that I needed to do some research for. I went back to Oxford and spent some time at the press filling in those gaps. And one of the gaps that I wanted to fill in was there was a section in that first novel about a book being bound, and I won't talk too much about it in case it's a spoiler, but a book is being bound, and it's being bound in secret, and everyone in the press is helping with this binding. And I wanted to know a little bit about the women who worked in the bindery, the women who would have been helping to bind this book. And so I asked the archivist if he had any information at all about the women who used to work in the bindery around during the war. And he brought me three things. He brought me a photograph of women actually from the early 1920s working in the bindery, where they would fold all of the pages that came off the printing presses into sections, and that was a still photograph. And it showed row upon row upon row of women in aprons with papers piled high on one side and sections on another. And it was a really wonderful photograph and gave me actually quite a lot of detail that I needed to write about women in the bindery. But it was still a single photograph. The other thing he showed me was a film about a book being made at Oxford University Press, again in the early 1920s, so almost contemporary to when I was writing. And that film, on the whole, was about the men who worked at the press, but there were two sections where women were shown, and one was the folding, and the other was a woman gathering those sections that had been folded into her arm. And so she's walking, dancing almost, along a gathering bench, which is piled with many, many piles of sections, just gathering them into her arm very fast, very beautifully, actually, very accurately. And as I was watching the film, I just thought to myself, I wonder what the book is that she's gathering into her arm. I remember stopping the film to try and peer at it, and I couldn't figure out what the book was. But the next thought that came into my mind was, I wonder if she ever stops to read what she's gathering. And as soon as I had that thought, my mind just tumbled along other thoughts and landed essentially on a fictional character called Peggy, who looked a lot like this woman in the film, who I suspect, if you watch this film, and you can actually get it online, I suspect she knew she was going to be filmed that day, because she's not wearing her apron and she's wearing a nice pair of high heels and she looks very elegant. But I suddenly had this idea of a woman who would stop to read the pages. And so the next image, I suppose, in my mind, I've got this woman stopping mid-dance to read a page in her arms. And the next thing that would have happened was her supervisor would have come over and reprimanded her. Yeah. And I imagined what that supervisor might have said, and it was, your job is to bind the books, not read them. And I wrote that line down in my notebook because I hadn't finished writing the Dictionary of Lost Words, and I didn't have time to start writing another book. But that's where the idea for Peggy and this book started, and I just had to put it aside. But it's that line that stayed in my head.
Yeah. And when you're sort of talking, when you're in the process of writing these books, where does the research stop and the writing begin, or are they always intertwined?
I actually do quite a lot of reading before I start writing. Actually, that's not true. Normally I get an idea and I write a scene. That's the very first thing that happens. And from that idea, I actually very quickly have I suppose, a story arc, what we might call a story arc. So not all the details, not all the plot points, but I tend to know where the story might go. And but then as soon as I've written that first scene, I start doing my reading. And the reading is quite wide. I want to know about the context. I want to know, in both of these books, I was interested actually in something quite specific. The first, I was interested in the Oxford English Dictionary. There is plenty to read about the Oxford English Dictionary. And doing that reading is quite informative in terms of what has not been considered in the history of that project. For this book, I was interested in Oxford University Press. So the history of the press, the history of bookbinding, who did the bookbinding, what is bookbinding? I had never bound a book. Like every single person here, I adore books. And probably like most people here, I bet if I did a survey, if I asked people to put their hand up if they prefer ebooks over paper books, I bet there's not okay, there's 3 hands have gone up. Good for you. But the majority of us we still love the paper book. We still love to hold the book in our hands. We love to, excellent, yes, we get a clap. We love to crack it open, or we love to see the marginalia that's in the book from people who've read it before us. It's an artefact. The solid book is an artefact, and I, as much as I love them, I had never once thought how that book was made. And so for this book, my interest really was in the making of a book and who makes the book and what are the lives like of the people who make the book. Oxford University Press was a fascinating place to do the research because the story and the research do happen at the same time. I do a bit of research and it gives me an idea for my character or for the place or for how the story might progress. And so for me, once I've done that reading initially, the research and writing happen simultaneously. Yeah.
And you touched on it there, but when you were looking at a lot of those histories and women weren't written into those histories and women didn't write those histories, what do you think is the role of fiction in telling historical stories?
I love this question. What has happened with the books that I've written, and actually historical fiction that you will have heard about at this festival and other festivals and read yourself, we are often, especially if we're writing about women, we are often writing about a history that hasn't been written down and also a history that hasn't been archived. So we often talk about the fact that certain people have been left out of history or their perspective has been left out of history, and women is the focus here, but we can also include First Nations people, immigrants, refugees. There are so many groups of people, young people, there are so many groups of people who have been left out of history because they weren't the history writers. They also weren't the archivists. And so one of the problems when you're writing about a group that's been left out of the history books, the first thing you do is go to the archives and you think, okay, I'll just dig out all of the things that haven't been used by the writers of history. Now, when I went to the archives, I didn't finish telling you about the 3 things that Martin Moore, he's the archivist at Oxford University Press and has been incredibly helpful to me. When I asked him to bring me things about the men's work at the press, he could bring me boxes and boxes and boxes of materials, including a wonderful newsletter that came out in 1919 after World War I to help kind of reintegrate all of the workers who'd come back from the war. And it's full of stories and anecdotes about people who work at the press, not about the war at all, but actually about the people's jobs at the press and different individuals and so on. And there's not a single story in that newsletter, which ran for many years, not a single story about one of the women, one of the 100 or so women who worked at the press. Plenty of stories about the men, boxes and boxes of archival material about what the men did. Wow. But as I said, in terms of the women, there was one photograph, there was a few seconds in a 20-minute film. And the other thing that I found, and which I have reproduced in the book, is a page from a farewell card, essentially, a farewell card for Horace Hart, who was the controller of the press, the head printer. And in that card, everyone who worked at the press had signed it. And there was a section for the bindery, and that page includes the men from the bindery, the men's side of the bindery, and also the nearly 50 women who worked on the girls' side of the bindery. And so there I have the signatures and the names of every woman who worked in the bindery during the time that I'm writing about. And that was very precious, very precious. But that's it. Those 3 tiny bits of archival material made up everything that they had kept of the women who worked in the bindery. And so when we're writing about women in history, it's not just that what's been published has gaps, it's what's been kept has gaps. So when I was writing this book, I had to think, how do I write about these women whose lives haven't been valuable enough to have kept in any way, not just written down, but the bits and pieces haven't been kept. One thing I thought about doing was looking at art, women's art at the time. And I did that. I read Vera Britton's memoir, A Testament of Youth, which I'm sure some of you know about. In fact, I have to acknowledge her memoir has been extremely useful in in both of these novels, and I acknowledge that. Because she wrote this very detailed, beautiful memoir of her life just before World War I, her life in Oxford at Somerville College, and then her life as a VAD at Etaples in France. And so anyone who's read the book would recognise some of those places as appearing in the book. So I read her memoir, I read poetry that had been written at the time, I looked at visual art that had been written and novels, and that was all very useful. It gives me a sense of women's lives at that time. But when I analysed who the women were who were producing this art, I realised that they were all women with a room of their own and 700 a year, as Virginia Woolf would say. These were middle and upper class women who had the time and the money to produce art. And what I couldn't find was art from working class women. And the reason I can't find it, I think, is because they have no time. I mean, they were working long hours and then coming home and cooking and cleaning and caring for children. They didn't have time to leave anything behind. I think, one of my characters in Dictionary of Lost Words says everything she does is eaten or burnt. And by the end of the day, there is nothing left to say she's been here. And unfortunately for many working class women throughout history, that has been the case.
And you touched on it there. The book talks about in some ways it's a very small story. It's about a woman and her working life and a working class woman, but it's also under the lens of the First World War, the Spanish flu. So how do you what's the process when you're writing of telling like a personal story, but also acknowledging this wider, broader story of the world?
Yeah. First of all, I have to privilege the personal story. So it's all about the character. In many ways, I don't ignore what's happening in the greater world, but I engage with it in the way my character might engage with it. And so in this book, even though it in many ways it's bound by the years of the war, it starts in 1914 and it ostensibly ends at the end of the war, though it goes a little further. So the war is ever present, but because I'm writing it from the perspective of a woman who stays home and just continues working like most women did, and she's also a young woman who doesn't have any skin in the game, so to speak. So she's not a woman who's waiting for someone to come home. Her father, brother, lover has not gone to the war. And so it's not a story that, and there are many of them, it's not a story of a woman who's waiting for a loved one to return, which again, in some ways, privileges, in some ways, it includes the man's experience of that war. This is adjacent, in a way, to the usual stories of World War One. And I also was interested in not just women who stayed home and worked, but also women who fled war. And so there are other characters in here who are refugees, and one of them is a woman, and one of them actually isn't a refugee, but he's an injured Belgian soldier. And I was interested in these other characters, and I'm chatting on and on now because I'm trying to remember what Jane's original question was. And I'm hoping as I talk, it's just going to come to me, but it's not.
It was about the sort of how do you balance telling the personal story and the history?
It was such a good question too. So I privileged the personal story, and when my characters engage in the greater world, it's my job to find out what was happening in that wider world. And of course, the war was ever present, but there were other things happening as well. You know, there was the women's suffrage movement had been put on hold, and so I had to understand actually what had happened to the women's suffrage movement at this time. My first novel, the women's suffrage movement, is in full bloom, and so a lot of that novel talks about or includes that period in history. When World War I started, there was a pulling back from many of the suffrage groups, and so I have to reflect that as well in the story, which I tried to do. And so I engage with the historical research in that sense, in the same way that my characters do. One of the things about this book is that it's in 5 sections, and each section is headed by a book that Peggy is actually binding at the press. And all of these books are books that were bound at Oxford University Press at that time. And except for one, I managed to get my hands on actual editions that were bound and held and worked on by the women who put their signatures on that farewell card I was telling you about. So I was lucky enough to handle them. The one I didn't get to handle was The Anatomy of Melancholy, unfortunately. And that was important to me because I wanted to know what they feel like, what they look like. And I also wanted to dip into them in the same way Peggy might have as she was folding. So these are not books that I necessarily had any previous experience of. They're not books I had read and devoured and analysed. These are books that I came across in my work, doing the research for this novel, in the same way Peggy might have come across them in her work. And I tried to engage with them in the same way she might have engaged with them, so that I could get a little bit of a sense of what her reaction might have been to some of the things that she read, and then include that reaction in her story.
You were just talking then about these books that were bound and being able to handle them, but you also learnt some bookbinding while you were writing this book. Do you want to tell us a bit about that process?
I did. I don't know if Peter Zajac is here today, but Peter is, he works at the State Library of South Australia, just a few doors down. And the State Library of South Australia, I mean, libraries have been so important to me, libraries and archives. Because I don't live in Oxford full-time, I do live in South Australia. I've spent a lot of time at my local state library for both of these novels, and it has been... I wouldn't have been able to write these books, actually, without the State Library. And for this book in particular, I was very lucky because Peter Zajac he was apprenticed as a bookbinder when he was 15 or 16, back in the early 70s. And he is the last remaining bookbinder at the State Library. And I think when he started, he said there were 53 people in the bookbinding section, and it was divided exactly like the Oxford University Press bindery. There was a men's side and a girl's side. I hope everyone's noticing the language there. And so he was invaluable for so many reasons. First of all, he worked under a similar regime as Oxford University Press, so he could talk about that. Secondly, he learnt bookbinding in the traditional way, the same way that my characters would have bound books, is the way he was taught to bind books. He could read sections that I wrote about the binding process and just make sure that I was describing it in an authentic way, so that was invaluable. But most of all, he helped me to bind my own book. And so he would, during the writing of the book, he would teach me how to do certain processes, so I had a tangible understanding of what it might feel like to bind a book. But when the pages of my own book had been printed, we got 7 copies of it, and I spent, many sessions at the State Library with Peter helping me to bind 7 copies of my own book.
Wow.
Yeah, going through all of those processes. Thank you. Oh, don't clap me. Thank you, Peter. Hope you can hear me. And if you want, you can actually, we did video it, so even though it took maybe, I can't tell you how slow, I would have been fired, no doubt about it. And actually, Peter, he went away and had lunch and left me sewing one of my books together, so sewing, doing the sewing. And and then he came back and I went home and I came back another day and the book was there and he said, you have to undo it. I went, what? So he was a hard taskmaster, but that book might have fallen apart and now it won't. So, yeah. And you can see a video of me binding the book online, and the videographer and Peter make me look good. There's a lot of jiggery-pokery going on behind the scenes. Yeah.
And were you like the bookbinder at Oxford? You like put your heels on and your nice outfit?
No, I had my jeans. And, yeah.
Great. Yeah. Both of these books are really about a love of words and a love of language and a love of the way that love can open up the world and possibilities in the world. So I wonder if you could talk a bit about where your love of languages comes from, or love of language and love of words comes from.
Yeah. I think it's probably safe to say I have a love-hate relationship with language and words. Not language, but with words. So some of you might know I'm dyslexic, so words were problematic for me throughout my life, probably, and anyone who has to live with me, they still are in shopping lists and all sorts of things can sometimes be a bit incomprehensible. But as someone who is dyslexic, words posed a problem, not so much in the creative composition of sentences, poems, birthday cards, early attempts at short stories. That wasn't actually the issue, because dyslexia isn't about kind of how you create a language-based sort of product. It's about the how you represent the tools of language. And so because my spelling was poor and my writing was poor, that is what people would focus on sometimes when I was little. But I was very lucky in that my parents tended not to. My parents were parents of the 70s. I don't know how many people here grew up as children of the 70s, when I think the parent paradigm was really just to praise absolutely everything that you did. So any stick figure was a work of art. Any really badly spelt and written poem was a work of literature. And my parents were very encouraging of what I was attempting to do. And I think that's the difference between someone who's dyslexic or has any kind of learning difference, who I suppose progresses to use language in a creative way and those who don't. So I've come across many people at festivals, in sign-in queues and so on, who similarly had dyslexia as children, but the focus on their dyslexia was all about everything they were doing wrong. You know, every piece of writing they handed up would be criticised for the way the words were spelt or the way they looked, rather than the ideas they were trying to express or the creativity that was in their piece. And it stopped them from writing because it became an aversive experience. I didn't have that so much, and I'm very grateful that I didn't. But my relationship was still a slightly love-hate, and with dictionaries in particular, because I was always being given dictionaries for birthdays to try and overcome my spelling problem, which is really the weirdest thing to do, because if you can't spell, you can't look a word up in a dictionary.
I had exactly the same experience, like trying to figure out what can I get the first 3 letters? Like, maybe then I can find it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's really interesting what you were saying about like praise and the access that you were given to creativity and the celebration of that. And I think that's really interesting in relation to the Bookbinder of Jericho, because Peggy, we've touched on, is a working class woman. She leaves school at 12 in the novel, I believe, and works in the bookbindery with other working class women, but it's in really close proximity to Oxford University, and there's a real divide between the town and the gown. And she dreams of going to Somerville, the women's college, but it doesn't seem like it's an accessible dream for her. Can you write about that sort of arc for that character?
Yes, so all of those details are true to history. So, you know, most Jericho, where Oxford University Press is a neighbourhood of Oxford, and at the time it was a very working class, very poor neighbourhood of Oxford. Now it's not. Now it's you know, if you've been to Oxford and you've wandered around Jericho, it's a much zhuzhier place, but back then it was a poor place, and about 60% or more of the people who lived there were somehow related to Oxford University Press. They worked there or they supported the press, the business of the press. But also Oxford University Press belonged to the university. So everyone who worked there was a servant of the university. And it's a beautiful building. It looks like a university building, and it's nestled amongst all these workers' cottages. So it's a really interesting place, but it would have been quite typical for the girls of Jericho who went to St Barnabas Primary School to leave at 12, and the boys as well, and to become apprenticed at the press to sort of follow in the footsteps of their parents and grandparents, because it was also that kind of a place. It was a company town, essentially. And generations of the same family worked at the press. Many girls and boys who showed academic potential would go on to high school of some kind, or to education of some kind. And Peggy is offered this, actually, but she decides she wants to stay with her identical twin sister Maud, and so she leaves school to stay with her sister and to support her mother, who is a single mother, essentially, to support her mother with an income. And so these details are fairly typical of the history, but her desire for an education and her inability to access it is also typical, unfortunately, at that time. And you were saying earlier, asking about historical fiction and how it, you know, the importance of it. One of the other things I think is important about historical fiction, or what I like to read in historical fiction, I like to think about my present and how the history might inform what's happening now. And as I was doing the research for this book, I can't help thinking about access to education then and now. And even though we feel like we have much better access to education, actually there are so many groups of people whose access to education mirrors Peggy's. It is still something that's very, very difficult for many groups of people. And so it was a very interesting thing to research and write about. Back then, being a woman was one barrier to tertiary education. being working class made it almost impossible. Having left school at 12, again, makes it almost impossible. And so Peggy's desire, Peggy's, dream of going to Somerville Ladies' College was impossible even to her until the war started. And World War I sort of shook everything up a little bit and made all sorts of things more possible for women in particular.
And you just touched on it there, what the reason that Peggy decides to leave school is to stay with her identical twin sister, Maud, who today we might say she has autism, but they didn't have that language back then. I'm interested in how you sort of created that character and how you from this perspective, from 2024, look back at someone who might have had autism during that time.
I have experience of autism in my family, and also I did my research and I spoke to people who have expertise in autism, but not autism. Autism is as varied as any. But people with autism, and there would be many people here who are autistic or who have someone in their family who's autistic. It's just one of the many ways of living and being and experiencing the world. I haven't, I feel like I want to see the people in books that I see around me all the time. And so Maud really, she just naturally occurred. She naturally appeared as Peggy's sister very early on, actually. I knew Peggy would be a twin. And I spoke to people. I was very interested. I'm always interested in language and how we communicate. And so I wanted Maud to communicate in a way that was different to the way other people communicate. And she communicates in a way that echoes language. And we call it these days echolalia. And unfortunately, there's very little research about echolalia. It is a particular language, a way that people learn and use language. It particularly happens in children these days, and through therapy, their language changes over time. But I was imagining what might have happened to a child who uses echolalia who got no therapy, and instead the people around her learn her language, essentially. The people around her learn to translate and understand and communicate with her on her terms. So I was interested in that. Very little research in echolalia in adults, but I spoke to some people who are doing that research just to ensure that I was sort of getting it right. And what was important to me, though, is not to have a character who's just a foil for my main character, Peggy, but a character who's actually fully fleshed and rounded and has a story of her own. And I wanted to make sure that having Maud in there, she wasn't in there really as a trope or a stereotype of any kind. And I hope that people who are autistic or live with someone who's autistic, I hope that she works for them. And I have had some lovely feedback from young women in particular about Maud. She was one of my favourite characters. Very hard to write because she doesn't use language in the same way as everybody else. But I wanted her also in there as a truth teller. So the way she uses language, it's very economical. She repeats what she hears, but she never tells a falsehood. And so, she was very important to the story.
And the other question that I had around sort of parallels between now and the book was the Spanish flu happens during the book, and you were writing this during COVID. So what was that experience like of thinking about pandemics and the way they affect our lives?
It was so interesting, actually. And I suppose anyone who's written a book during the pandemic and included something about either the Spanish flu or the current pandemic, one of the difficulties is pulling back because our experience of the pandemic was so acute. We lived it in a way that prior to COVID, people writing about the Spanish flu didn't really have an experience of that, and so we were genuinely imagining it. We didn't have to imagine the Spanish flu in the way other writers have had to imagine it post that era, because we were living it. And interestingly, the public health measures that were put in place during the Spanish flu and COVID were exactly the same. The things that worked were exactly the same. They didn't have vaccination, obviously, but masks and social distancing and so on are the measures that were put in place. And I had a sense, though, what I couldn't have written before is some of the reactions that you have to people who are coughing or being in a workplace where someone has come in and they're not quite well, or they've had COVID and have they come back too early? Like all these social and emotional reactions to being in a community where there is a pandemic circulating. That is something that I could just record in my diary and then perhaps use in the writing of the experience of the Spanish flu. But what I had to be really careful of was not focusing too much on it, simply because it was an experience that I was living. That this wasn't about the Spanish flu. This book isn't about that. And so just like the war, the Spanish flu just has to be something that my characters are engaging with, coming in contact with, dealing with in their everyday. And I had to remember that this becomes their everyday. It doesn't become the focus of their life.
Yeah. I'm going to ask one more question and then we're going to open up to you. So if the microphone will be in this middle aisle here. I think we might have a few people who want to ask questions today. So I'm going to ask you to be really concise with your questions so we can get through a few people. So I'll ask my last one and then over to you. I think we've spoken about this and around this a lot today, but what is it that you love about writing and the process of being an author?
Well, one thing I didn't say earlier when you said what was my relationship with language, unfortunately, I'm really no good at anything else. So my parents might have wanted to steer me towards dance or, visual arts or music, but all attempts were futile. And so the only way I could express myself was through words and language, and that's always been the case. I've always written poems and in diaries and so on. As a child, it was never for anyone but me, which if you're dyslexic is excellent because no one's judging you're not sharing it. But it's like doing scales. The more you write, the better you become. And writing for me is... when I wrote my memoir, One Italian Summer, I have to admit, I've always wanted to be a writer. I've always wanted to publish a book. One Italian Summer, in many ways, was an apprenticeship to creative writing. I'd always written for all of my jobs, but that was all non-fiction or academic type writing. Very, very different exercise to creative writing. So the memoir was a bit of an apprenticeship, and I have to admit, I hated it most of the time. I procrastinated a lot. I was depressed almost every day that I had given over to writing. I either didn't write or I didn't write enough, and so my mental health suffered actually because I wasn't able to do this thing that I thought I really wanted to do. And I just approached it slightly differently when I started writing the Dictionary of Lost Words because I really wanted to love it. It's something I'd always done, always aspired to. I really wanted to enjoy the process of writing in the way I'd enjoyed it as a child. And so I changed the parameters essentially, and I decided I only ever had to write one word a day, and if I wrote one word, that was my word count kind of goal. I'd succeeded, and it's amazing. I am the biggest overachiever because sometimes I write 10 words or 20, sometimes a whole paragraph, sometimes 300 words. I probably rarely write more than 600 words a day, but every single time I put any word down, I have worked and I've written and I enjoy it 98% of the time. That's the gift of it to me, and I don't want to spoil it by making it, turning it into having expectations that are just too high for me to reach. I always want to enjoy it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pip. How would you write about a historical woman, a real person, from whom you only have silence or very little?
That's actually a great question. So I have done that a couple of times. In both of these books, there are real historical women. Edith Thompson is probably the best example in the Dictionary of Lost Words. She was someone who volunteered for the Oxford English Dictionary. She volunteered on every single volume of the dictionary, and when it was finally published in full, she was not invited to the celebratory dinner, even though men who'd worked on it for 6 months were. And she'd worked on it for 50 years of her life. And her name was Edith Thompson. You can find about half a page of information about her in the history books, and that's only because she wrote a biography of her grandfather, who was a parliamentarian. And there's another woman, Izzo Ray, in The Bookbinder of Jericho, who is a visual artist, a painter, who lived in Etaples in France and actually was a VAD in the same place that Tilda is a VAD in that book. And she has a cameo in The Bookbinder of Jericho. And for the same reason, she was a woman who was an established, critically acclaimed artist at the time, and she wasn't asked to be a war artist, even though she was right in the middle of it. And so she instead volunteered as a nurse and drew and painted in the very few hours that she had available to her. And her paintings of France and this army base are beautiful. And they are in the archives of the War Memorial in Canberra, but not on the wall. So it's hard to write about them in full because you are making some stuff up. But actually there are, like so many of us, there are whispers of them in the archives and in the history books. And you make the rest up, I suppose, from having a broad understanding of the kind of life they might have led, from other works that you read. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, I've been waiting to ask this question since I saw you last time about Dictionary of Lost Words. Not very intellectual question, but...
Oh, thank God.
But do you have a favourite word?
I do.
Or maybe a word that you actually don't like, because I can't spell, so I don't like any words that I can't spell.
I do. I have a couple of favourite words, and well, I have lots of favourite words, but the two that stand out is pastinacious, and anyone who's seen me talk might have heard these two words before. These are both words that I found in the dictionaries at the State Library. At the time of being included in the Oxford English Dictionary, they were already obsolete. So the whole idea of the OED was to chronicle the English language past and present, so every single word. And so these words were already obsolete, not in use at all, but I really think we should bring them back. Pastinacious, the definition of that is someone who has the character of a parsnip, which I think is gorgeous. But my absolute favourite, and I just don't understand why it isn't still in use, is satisdiction. And I usually like to end a talk with that word because it means having said enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
Pip, I've been a collector of private presses, UK private presses, for almost 50 years, which are works of art, if I may say, deriving from the arts and crafts movement of William Morris, the Kelmscott Press and the Ashendene Press that followed. I wonder, in terms of today, whether in your research you ever spoke to or worked or saw some of the current private press publishers who work solo in their binding in the most extraordinary way. Very rarely would there be more than 2 people who would be working in the private press in the UK in a very unique way. And I'm just wondering whether you're able to talk to any of these people.
I have spoken to a couple of people who are sort of private binders. In Australia in particular, there are still a lot of bookbinders around, and most of them work privately or on bespoke bookbinding, and often on book repair. Because the way we bind books now has completely changed. My book in particular is an example of the binding process. The first time a hand touches a book is usually the bookseller opening the box of books. It doesn't touch, no one touches it between, throughout the entire process. So it's a very different process now, but the bookbinders I have spoken to who don't work at libraries and so on have been people who've been in the industry often since their teenage years, and they're now in their 80s and sometimes 90s, but they are still commissioned to repair old books. And some of these people have come along to talks I've done and brought some of the books that they've worked on, and it's an extraordinary craft. And the one good thing is, though, it's also becoming a popular pastime for people to learn, like so many other things. Many people are learning to bookbind now, which I think is wonderful, because it would be such a shame to lose the talent. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Pip.
Hi.
I've so much enjoyed seeing the story that you tell from 2 different perspectives with both of your books. And I wonder if you finished telling us all of the stories about that world, or do you have more in train for us?
Well, just secretly, don't tell anyone. I am working on another book, and I'm working on 2 other books, and one of them is contemporary and has nothing to do with Oxford or any of the characters that you might have read. But the other story, which I have to admit has kind of taken me by the hand and is pulling me along, is another story. It's not actually, I wouldn't call it a companion the way these 2 are companions. These 2 really do talk to each other in many ways: context, style, location, all of that sort of thing. But there is a character in the next book that everybody would recognise, but it will be a different style and a slightly different book. But yes, it will be familiar.
Thank you.
That's enigmatic, isn't it?
We've still got time for a few more questions if anyone else would like to step up to the microphone. But on that, I wonder sort of if you could mention, what was it about the characters that exist in both of these books? What was it about them that you wanted to spend more time with as a writer?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting thing when you write a book. When I finished Dictionary of Lost Words, I genuinely wasn't over it. I wasn't over Oxford. I enjoyed many of the people who were in that book, but who I couldn't give space to because it wasn't their story. I didn't, in Bookbinder of Jericho, I didn't necessarily take one of the characters from Dictionary and expand their story. I had a completely new character because I did want to explore that world from a working class perspective. But of course there is a few characters walk on the pages of Bookbinder who walked on the pages of Dictionary, Gareth in particular and Tilda Taylor. And Tilda was interesting because in Dictionary of Lost Words, she's an actress, she's a suffragette, she's in some ways two-dimensional. She's a stereotype of a suffragette. And I wanted to explore what war might do to a woman like that. And so she is in the Bookbinder as the letter writer. She's a woman who volunteers as a VAD and goes to war. And I was very interested in how war would change her and her perspective on things. When you spend years, I've now spent, more than, how long have I've spent 6 years with these characters, and especially the characters who are secondary in one of the novels, they still have a lot of backstory and a lot of living to do in my head. And sometimes I still want to explore that but the book I'm writing isn't the right place to do that. And it is like an alternative universe. I'm I'm an introverted person, and I do like to spend a lot of time alone. And I become quite fond of these people and exploring their lives.
Great. Thank you.
Pip, you've partially answered my question. It was regarding Tilda. And I wonder if you could comment a bit on the role that she played in the interaction with Peggy and her family and her community, because although it's quite a small role, it's definitely there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In both books, there's a letter writer. It's Edith Thompson in the first book and Tilda Taylor in the second. And I needed a way because these books are both written in first person. When you write in first person, everything that the reader knows comes from the experience of the narrator of the book. But sometimes there's things that you want the reader to know that the narrator doesn't necessarily, or you want the reader to know something that the narrator can only get secondhand. And so Tilda writes letters from ETAP, from the army base in France, and that tells Peggy, goodness, that tells Peggy, but it also tells the reader about the war. And so that was my way of bringing the war into the novel. But also Tilda was very close to Peggy and Maud's mother. And so she's a link to the past for those two young women. She's a link to the war for those two young women. She's a link to the women's suffrage movement for those two young women. So she represents quite a lot. And yeah, but as you say, she has very little time on the page, really, but hopefully enough time that the reader understands the importance of those other things to the story. Yeah.
Thank you.
What's happened to the 7 books that you bound? They must be very precious, and are they in a precious spot or given to precious people?
Yes, some of them have been given to precious people, and I'm hoping all of them actually stay together. And then, yeah, there's still a few on my bookshelf. I'll give one each to my sons, but only, when I know they'll look after them. So.
Right. We've got time for one more question. Thank you.
Pip, thank you very much for your books that have brought my book club much joy.
Thank you.
My question, I heard an interview with Conversations, I'm wondering if it might be your Peter, who said that the winners of the Booker Prize get a hand-bound leather gold filigreed book. Are you aware?
Oh, no, I'm not aware of that.
It's either the book or another, but it was a fascinating interview, and I'm wondering if this is your Peter.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. I actually don't know. His name's Peter Zajac. As long as they don't get me to bind them, that sounds like a lovely idea.
Right, thank you so much. Everyone, please join me in thanking Pip.
Thank you very much.
So Pip's book is available at the book tent. There is a quick sales counter, so you can get it right at the entrance, and Pip will be signing books over at the signing table. Thank you.
Midday, I'm not sure if I should say good morning or good afternoon, but welcome. My name's Nicole Aberdeen. Welcome to today's session. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that this land that we meet on today is the traditional land for the Kaurna people, and that I respect their spiritual relationship with their country. I also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. Today, I'm fortunate to be in conversation with Kate Grenville, one of Australia's most celebrated and beloved writers, about her latest book, Restless Dolly Maunder. In it, Kate breathes life into the untold story of her maternal grandmother, born into a farming family in country New South Wales in the late 19th century, the sixth of 7 children, with limited education and limited choices. Kate Grenville, AO. Over the course of her 40-year writing career, Kate has published 17 books. These include 10 novels, which include The Idea of Perfection, which won the Orange Prize for Women's Fiction, just now called the Women's Prize for Fiction, the much-loved Australian classic Secret River, which won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and was shortlisted for the Man Booker Prize, and was, of course, adapted for the stage and made into a TV series. She's also published the story of her mother's life, One Life, in 2015. We'll be talking a little bit about that today. Some books about the writing process, and a non-fiction book called The Case Against Fragrance. Kate's books have been published around the world and translated into many languages. She has a doctorate of creative arts from the University of Technology, Sydney, and honorary doctorates from Sydney University, Macquarie, and the University of New South Wales. In 2017, Kate was awarded the Australian Council Award for Lifetime Achievement in Literature in recognition of her extraordinary contribution to Australian literature. Kate received the Order of Australia in 2018. In 2020, A Room Made of Leaves won the Christina Stead Prize for Fiction and was shortlisted for several other major awards. Today, we will be discussing Restless Dolly Maunder, published by Text in July 2023. There have been a number of good reviews, but I think The Guardian review says it best. This book is a work of history, biography, story, and memoir, all fused into a novel that suggests the great potential of literary art as redeemer, healer, and pathway to understanding. The most fantastic news that I'm now able to share with you, because it's been announced overnight, is that Kate's book, Restless Dolly Maunder, that we're talking about today, has just overnight been longlisted in the UK for the Women's Prize for Fiction. Which, just to remind you, she won in 2001. Welcome, Kate.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Yes, having won it once, I don't actually expect to get any further with the Women's Prize, but how fabulous to be on that list.
The only Australian, I think I'm right in saying, Kate. I think you're the only Australian.
Yes.
Anna Funder's on the list for the inaugural non-fiction prize.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
I think you're the only Australian on this list. So, Kate, your first impressions of your maternal grandmother, Dolly, were based on the stories that your mother, Nance, Dolly's only daughter, told you. How did Nance, your mother, describe her mother, Dolly, and the relationship between them?
Well, Mum had a very, let's say, mixed relationship with her mother. Her mother was, as well as being restless, a very powerful personality. And my mother did use the word bully. I was probably prepped to meet a certain kind of woman, but I certainly met her. The grandma that I remember from her coming to live in the flat next door was of a very cranky, a thin, wrinkled, cranky, unsmiling, scolding sort of person. And I only have a few memories of her, but I will share my most vivid one, because in many ways it's where this book started. I've remembered it all these years. It's getting on for 70 years, not quite, but nearly. Anyway, I'm 5 or 6 years old. I'm playing in the garden, digging dirt, which was my favourite game. I think I should have been an archaeologist. And Grandma came out of her flat and stood over me, and I remember looking up at this, what seemed like a very tall, lean, stern person peering down at me. So I'm looking up and she says, "Do you love me, Kathy?" Well, I my mother had done a good job. She'd brought me up to be very truthful. She might have regretted that she hadn't also added sometimes a white lie is better than the truth. So I looked up at this frightening face and said, no. And the look on her face, I can't put an adjective to it, but it has stayed with me for 70 years. I think there was probably a bit of shock, probably a bit of hurt, looking back. Obviously there would have been. But also maybe something else, maybe a sort of recognition. Yeah, I'm probably not lovable. So I'm sorry, I'm probably not really answering your question,
You are.
but I'm
No,
going to
you
go
are.
off on this riff. When I myself became a grandma 4 years ago, the image of my own grandmother came back to me very vividly, particularly that moment. Why would an old woman lean down to her little child, a granddaughter she barely knew, and say, do you love me? So I began to think, would I do that with my grandchildren? Not in a million years. I know they love me the way children and I love them. You know, it's just not on the agenda. So that's what made me think, that's who she was, but the interesting question is, why was she like that? And that's really, I start every book with a question, and that was the book that I started, that was the question that I started this book with. Why was Grandma the way that both Mum and I experienced her?
Kate, I'm wondering as we speak, I hadn't thought about this before, but we're going to come to talk in a little bit more detail about the problematic relationship between Dolly and Nance, your mother. But I'm wondering now if maybe Dolly had never asked her own daughter that, and maybe she regretted that she hadn't, so she thought she'd ask her granddaughter.
That's a really interesting way of looking at it. I had not thought of that. I think also perhaps, yeah, maybe it was a kind of practice run. She'd ask this little child, who no one would take any notice of, and then, depending on how it worked, she might ask her daughter, for whom it did matter. What a very insightful thing to notice.
When you started researching Nance's life, that's your mother's life, for the book that you wrote about her, One Life, the story of her life, you say that you met someone you never expected to meet. Could you tell us a little bit about the Dolly that you discovered?
Yes. Look, once you ask yourself, why was Dolly the way she was, you start to think about the world that she was born into. She was born in 1880 on a not particularly prosperous farm just outside of a little tiny place called Currabubula. Now, Currabubula is tiny, but I'm always surprised when I talk to people how many people have actually been there. Is anybody in this audience by any... Yes, there you see, people have been to Currabubula. It's kind of near Tamworth, so it's up in northern New South Wales. So her father was probably illiterate, her mother not much better. She was saved by public education. The year after she was born, public education became compulsory, and therefore my mother had just those few years of education that people then got. Sorry, I've forgotten what your question was.
Who was the Dolly that you discovered?
Oh, yeah.
So with your own impressions of her and what your mother had told you, who was the Dolly that you discovered when you started working your way through the family archival materials?
What I discovered was a woman who had been born into that world of very limited opportunity. She had had one chance, which was to train as a teacher, but for reasons which we may go into in a minute, she had been deprived of that. So what I discovered was a woman of incredible drive and intelligence, determination, and also an incredible business sense, which I have to say I didn't inherit. She made sure that the family sort of took every opportunity that it could, and that she herself somehow forged a life of some degree of independence and sort of, financial independence for herself. All the things that a woman born in that situation in 1880 would not normally have had. So she was, in fact, a remarkable woman, a pioneer of a kind.
Kate, tell us about the materials that you had. I know that your mother left behind quite detailed memoirs. There was also some photographs. Could you just talk a little bit about the research process, how you extracted from those materials the character that we read about in this book?
Yeah, so I had quite a lot from my mother. My mother left a lot of memoirs, which was why I was able to write her story. But those memoirs necessarily involved her very intrusive kind of mother who had such a big influence on her. So I had those, and I recognised that they were written from my mother's point of view. You can't expect a daughter to fully understand a mother. My own daughter may not actually fully understand me. So I was going to read that sideways with a big pinch of salt. But I did, from that, learn all the actual events of my grandmother's life. And that was a big help because it meant that I had the story. It was very often, particularly with women, you don't actually know what they did. So that was a huge resource. I'm very, very grateful to my mother.
You've said, talking about the sort of writing that you do, which is a blend, I don't want to call it historical fiction, it's not the right description, but what you do where you take some historical facts and then you mix them in with some imagination, I suppose, for want of a better word. You've said, what I love is to take a kind of skeletal body of facts and burrow into that in a way that then explodes out into much wider questions about human nature. And I'm wondering what in this book were the wider questions about human nature that you were able to explore?
I think that desire, particularly for women, let's not say human nature, but the nature of women has been in the past to be blocked or even to block ourselves from fulfilling all the things we want to be. It's pretty difficult to be all those things. So I think I looked at my grandmother's story. She got married, she had to get married, and they went to live on a farm. They farmed the farm for about 7 years and they never got a crop, my mother said. It rained or it didn't rain or the hail came in the 7th year. And my grandmother apparently stood at the stove, banging it with a saucepan, saying, "Bert, we're leaving. We're not going to stay here anymore, watching the sky for whatever the weather's going to bring." So she said, we're going to get a little grocery shop. So they started with a grocery shop, but they then bought and sold pubs all around country New South Wales for the next 10 years. And it was my grandmother's business acumen and drive and ambition. My grandfather was a good fellow, but he would have been very content to just land in one place and stay there. He was a fabulous mine host. I can imagine him behind the bar. But my grandmother, as soon as the place was up and running and sort of had got better, she would want to sell it, move on, do the next thing. I mean, it's capitalism, isn't it? She was nature's capitalist. So that's something very foreign to me in a way, except that as a writer, I know that drive. It's a different ambition, but the feeling is the same. I will not be stopped from doing this, no matter what life does to me.
So let's go back and look just a little bit at Dolly's childhood. She was born, as you say, in rural New South Wales in 1881. Could you tell us a little bit about her childhood, particularly about her father and about her having to leave school at 14?
Yeah, Mum told me a lot about her mother's childhood. It was tough. Thomas Maunder was Dolly's father's name, and he ran mostly sheep. And in those days, it's incredible what a difference technology makes to a life. In those days, fencing wire was a very rare and expensive object. So if you had sheep, you had to have shepherds. And as anybody knows who's been to, say, the Middle East, quite young children are quite good shepherds. You know, you can farm them out. So that's what all the Maunder children had to do growing up. In the absence of fences, they worked for their father as shepherds. But as I said, the 3 youngest children were just in time to get compulsory education at the local little school, the one-horse, one-teacher school. And when Dolly left on her 14th birthday, as they all had to, she came home and she said to her father, "I would like to train as a teacher. I want to become a pupil teacher," which is how you did it in those days. And according to the family story my mother told, he slapped his hand on the table and said, "Over my dead body, any daughter of mine goes out to work." And Mum explained to me that it was because it would bring shame on him. It would make it look as though he couldn't afford to support his family. So it was all about him. But that was the only possible outlet for my grandmother's drive. She really wanted to be a teacher. It's a tragedy that she wasn't.
So once that door was shut to her, what then happened? What was her life like after she left school at 14?
Well, she would have worked in the kitchen with her mother and out in the paddocks for the next 14 years or so until she was 29, and the pressure was really on to get married. Nobody wanted to be a spinster in those days. So at 29, a man called Bert, who'd come to work for her father, had been circling for a long time, courting very assiduously. And finally, kind of in desperation, Dolly said, yes, okay. So they got married, and you mentioned photographs. I only have a few photographs of my grandmother, but one of them is her wedding photo. Probably not actually taken on the day, probably taken in a studio during their honeymoon is how I picture it. Bert is standing there, and he's already got a somewhat resigned look on his face. Dolly is standing there, clutching the bouquet as if to strangle it. And I cannot describe the look of utter bitterness on her face. Her mouth is turned down. Her eyes are squeezed into little small things because she's clearly been crying. It's the most horrendous, poignant, in fact, heartbreaking wedding photo
Saddest wedding photo I've ever seen. And that's not in this book. That's in the earlier book. That book is reproduced, that photo is reproduced in Your Mother's Story in One Life, 2015. And Kate, we were talking a little bit before about how that book, One Life, and this can be read in a way as companion volumes. Would you like to talk a bit about that?
Indeed. Look, I wrote Mum's book because Mum had always wanted her life to be written about. Now, my mother had a life story that was a little bit unusual. She trained as a pharmacist because her mother bullied her into it at a time when very few women had a proper paid job, and there were very few women pharmacists. So that part of her life was unusual, and she actually owned her own businesses as a pharmacist, which again was highly unusual for a woman in the 40s and 50s. So I knew that about her, and Mum had always said, I know that my story is the story of hundreds of thousands of other women. That's why I'm writing these memoirs, because the story of so many people should not be forgotten. Women who had to struggle up from nothing, really, at a time when women had a rotten time of it, basically. So she wrote these memoirs, and I was just smart enough, just before she died, to realise how important it was to tell those stories about women who are otherwise forgotten. Dolly, even more so. Working class women of the 19th century, they have vanished from the record. The gentry, yes, we have their letters and their diaries. Women like Dolly, they're like an extinct species. So Mum knew that. It wasn't that she thought she was anything very special. On the contrary, she knew that she represented a whole generation. She was born in 1912, just to give you the thing. So when she died, it took me a while to be able to bear to read her things again, but when I did, I thought, I have to tell her story. She would be pleased that I did. And I'm filling in, as I think I've done my whole writing career, wanting to fill in, anyway, gaps in the story of the past, stories that ought to be told and haven't been.
Let's just tell people a little bit about Bert. So Dolly had known Bert from a very early age. So just perhaps if you could give us a little bit about Bert, who she ends up marrying at the age of 29. After she's had some other romances that go wrong for various reasons, could you just give us a bit of background about Bert, what he was like, what his background was?
Okay, Bert's story is interesting. Bert's mother was a woman called Mary Russell. Now, on the record, she's described as a widow, but she had 8 children. This is after she was a widow. She had 8 children altogether. So what I'm picturing is a woman who either was in fact a widow and was left with 2 little girls. She did have 2 little girls at the beginning. So either her husband died, or as many men did in those days, she was deserted. One way or another, she was left in this little country town with 2 little children. Now, how does a woman actually survive to put bread on the table? Now, I don't know, but in terms of a story that I would love to be able to fill in a bit more about, Mary Russell's is overwhelmingly one. Talk about stories not told. And yet her story, again, would be repeated hundreds of thousands of times. Women who had no recourse except what Mary probably did. So what that means is that Bert was the third or fourth of those children, and across his birth certificate, I've actually sent away for it, is scrawled from one corner to the other, illegitimate. There could be no mistake that my grandfather was illegitimate, father not named. Now, I think people respond differently to that, growing up in that kind of world, but my feeling is that it made Bert respect what a hard time women had, particularly single women at that time. So you couldn't say that Bert was in any way a feminist, but he was not going to stand in Dolly's way. He respected her intelligence, and although I'm sure he went against her sometimes, in the end, he always did what she thought they should do. Now, that's very unusual. In a funny way, she picked really well. He wasn't the man she chose, but actually they worked it out well because, as I say, I think Bert was a man of kind of deep understanding about what women had to put up with.
He was hardworking too, which was so important. It was like, in a sense, she was the brains behind the whole operation or the set, but he was prepared to work hard, and he had, you write about him saying he was a man that had a lot of natural charm. So when he worked in the grocery shop, or more particularly, came to work in the pubs, people liked him. He had a gift with people.
He did have a gift with people, and it got him into all sorts of trouble. Charming men usually do leave a trail of various kinds of disaster behind them, and my grandfather most certainly did. But he was a hard worker. He was a shearer in his early days, and he still had, I remember when I was a child, he showed me, when he came to live with us, separately from my grandmother, he unwrapped an ancient, oiled, rather dirty singlet of the kind that shearers wear, a blue singlet, and in there was this enormous pair of what they called the blades, the old-fashioned shearers. I see a few of you nodding in the audience. They're like enormous garden shears. I mean, even to just close them it takes an enormous amount of muscular power. So he had that kind of physical strength. He didn't mind hard work. And look, I'm a bit of a fan of Bert, actually. I wish I'd got to know him better.
Kate, as you said, over a 10-year period, they moved from farming to owning the grocery store in Wahroonga in Sydney, and then they move around and they own, I think, 6 or 7 other different pubs. All of this is driven by Dolly. Just as they're starting to do well at one, she thinks, all right, well, let's, we want to keep moving, we want to keep improving ourselves. She suggests that they move on to another. And in this way, they become financially successful. I'm wondering, was her business acumen and her entrepreneurial spirit unusual for a woman in those days?
Oh, look, why would it have been? I mean, look around this audience. If we did a poll of this audience, probably most of you women would have had some kind of ambition. You may not be running businesses, but there'd be something that you would be wanting to do. Well, why not back in those days as well? Every time I watch women playing in an orchestra or women CEOs, on television, let alone women members of parliament, I think, what did they do 100 years ago? They still had that intelligence and that drive and that wanting to do something, but it was closed off at every step. What did they do? I mean, a lot of them went a bit mad, I think.
There's one thing that's different, though, and you make the point a few times in the book, that all of the main documents relating to property, leases, licences, title deeds, they all had to be in the man's name, didn't they?
Look, even when I was 24, I wanted to buy a house, and I had a boyfriend at the time, but we weren't going to be married or anything. But I went to the bank to ask for a loan, and he said, "Oh, well, no, we don't give loans to single women." So I said to Ian, "Could we pretend to be engaged?" And Ian went along with it. Nice guy. So I went back to the bank manager with Ian, and I said, "Well, we're engaged to be married," and so he doled out the money. probably to us, I would think, not just to me. But for the next 20 years, every time I saw that bank manager, he'd rush out of his office, rubbing his hands. When's the happy day? When's the happy day?
But whose name was on the title deeds, Kate? Was it both your names?
It was both our names. I had to buy him out when we finally parted the ways. And by then it was okay. I could do it by then.
I want to talk now about Dolly's relationship with her children, in particular her two older children, her son Frank, who was her older son, and most particularly Nance, your mother. Let's start with the early days. Right from the word go, Dolly's relationship with both of those children is difficult, but particularly as Nance gets older, the relationship between mother and daughter is really very fraught. Could you talk a little bit about that and why you think that might have been?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of reasons. First of all, I think the relationship between a mother and a daughter is very different, I think, from my own experience and from what I've seen, than mother and son. A daughter always has to separate herself from her mother, and that's quite a difficult, in sort of psychoanalytic terms, that's quite a big journey to take. It has to be done. For a boy, it's much easier. There's clearly, you're already different and you grow into your manhood. So a girl has to forge her own way of being a woman that is not the same as her mother's way of being a woman. So I think that would be kind of one underlying thing. But I think also more pungently with Dolly, I think that she could see that her daughter was going to go into not quite as bad a world as she had, but a world where a woman's ambition was not respected, a woman's opinion was not respected. So when my mother was at high school, at Tamworth High School, she was pretty, but most of all she had a kind of animation and I suspect a wit about her that the boys liked. She had plenty of boyfriends, and I think that Dolly was worried that her daughter would simply drift into a world where she would just get married, have children and do all that stuff, whereas Dolly, having longed to do something, something else herself, wanted that for her daughter, who was clearly intelligent. And that's why she bullied Mum into doing pharmacy, because pharmacy was, in those days, one of the few businesses that a woman could run herself, even with a family. And above all, it was not being an employee. The marriage bar didn't apply. If a woman was a pharmacist, she was paid the same amount as a man pharmacist beside her. Very unusual.
And she didn't have to stop work when she married either,
that's
did she?
Right, exactly. So I think those things made it difficult because, what daughter wants to be bullied into a career that's, yes, going to be terrific and give her financial independence, but probably not what she wants. My mother actually wanted to do literature and languages, and here she was being bullied into, pharmacy is highly scientific. I have looked at it a bit and I couldn't do it.
And she was one of the first, or she was one of the only women studying chemistry. So I think you write in the book that you don't actually study, or your mother didn't actually study pharmacy. She does biology and chemistry and then an apprenticeship as a pharmacist. But in those subjects that she is doing at university, she's one of the very few women. Nance, isn't she?
That's right. I found a photograph of her at Sydney University, and there's great banks of men in suits. And down in the front of the middle, I think there are 4 rather kind of chewed up looking women. They're obviously having a hard time. But they were there. Good on them.
And one of you've just touched on it, but Nance loved literature, and in fact, ironically, she wanted to do teaching. And what did Dolly say to her when Nance said, I don't want to do pharmacy, Mum, I want to do teaching?
Yeah, unbelievably, Dolly said, over my dead body. Now, what's that about? Isn't life mysterious? I mean, if I had not read that in the family memoirs, who would dare make that up?
Yeah. So let's just look at Dolly's situation. It seems, and you make it very clear that at every stage her choices are so limited. So at age 14, she's the smartest girl in the class, but her father won't let her do teaching. She's in her late 20s. If she doesn't marry, well, what would happen? If she didn't marry and she lived her life as an unmarried woman, what would that have been like?
She would have had to look after her parents until they died and then be, the pitiable spinster. It really was a rotten time to be a spinster. But and really didn't have any choice. There was no supporting mother's benefit. There was no widow's pension. There was an old age pension by then. Either you threw yourself on the charity of the churches, or you went back home to your parents, if you were able to do that, or you did what Bert's mother did. I think they were probably the only choices. It's just horrendous to think of it.
So let's come, as you say, to the triumphant part of the story. Of course, what Dolly does, with all of the limits on her choices, she's obviously a very pragmatic woman as well as a very smart one. And within the constraints that confine her, she carves out a pretty good existence. Tell us about how she enjoyed that role of them, perhaps not so much the grocery shop, but when they got on to owning the pubs, and in particular the Caledonia.
Ah, yes. The Caledonian...
Caledonian, sorry.
That's right. The Caledonian was the best, it was the top hotel in Tamworth. Mum used to say it cost 4 shillings to have lunch at the Caledonian when you'd have a good feed at the Greeks for 9p. So it was that kind of a place. It was the poshest hotel in town. And Mum always used to say, you know, Dolly and Bert had grown up kind of very poor. They had struggled. And the reason why they wanted the Caledonian Hotel is that it was close to where they had grown up as those struggling people. She said it was like the salmon returning. They wanted to show people how well they'd done. So I think Mrs. Russell of the Caledonian was a very happy woman.
Now, one thing I forgot to ask you when we were talking about Dolly and Bert and them getting married, and we talked about that unfortunate wedding photo, it's not, as you say, all gloom and doom. I'd like you to read a passage about, that comes just when they're both just married and they've moved onto the property owned by her father.
Yes, it's a good... It's a great moment in her life because it has all been pretty gloom and doom up till then. Blocked in every way, utterly sick of making bread and shepherding sheep and washing. I've got a page or two about what making a cup of tea involved in a house in, say, 1890. The fact that you had to, clear out the ashes from the day before. Oh, look, I won't go into it now, but there is a couple of pages. Whereas we just flick on the thing and stick the tea bag in and get the milk out of the fridge. We don't have to go and get the cow out of the paddock and find the food to put in the thing for it to eat and milk it and scour the pail and all that. So she was thoroughly sick of all that, and her life seemed gloomy, and she'd had this awful wedding experience and she was married to Bert. But where they went was to a farm outside of Gunnedah, which is further west, but, way out. And they were going to share farm it. It was actually owned by Dolly's father. They were going to share farm it for a few years. And I can't imagine that Dolly was looking forward to that. But here she is on her first morning at Rothsay outside Gunnedah. Gunnedah was 50 miles from Currabubula, out on the black soil plains to the northwest. And Rothsay, Dolly's father's place, was another 5 miles west of the town. The first morning there, she stood on the veranda looking down to the paddocks where the wheat was bending and shifting under a warm breeze. She couldn't believe how a day's journey had brought her to what might as well have been a different continent. Out here, there were no enfolding hills as at home. This was a landscape of height and air and space. There was that vast bowl of sky above her and a sense of being able, just about, to see the curve of the earth as it turned through space. That gave you a weightless feeling. There was nothing to hold you down. You could float away. The house sat in the middle of the flatness, so from every window the eye could travel without obstacle all the way to the soft place where the horizon became the sky. Until now, as she looked over the gleaming endless land with its moving skin of wheat, she'd never realised just how closed, how narrow, how hemmed in things were at Curra, that village squeezed into the kink in the range. When you were in Curra, there were just 2 ways to go, down the kink to the south or up the kink to the north, and every single thing was familiar and old and stale. Whereas out here, whichever way you looked, the endless space was like an invitation. The track to Gunnedah, a wide, flat, open town on that wide, flat, open plain, ran past the front door. It would be a new beginning here. She wouldn't be Dolly Maunder, known to everyone since before she was born, everything about her already judged. She'd be Mrs. Bert Russell from out at Rothsay, a brand new person in the world who could make her own choices about who she was. Bert got up early every morning. She'd pretend to be asleep as he padded out to the kitchen in his socks. She'd hear him lighting the fire, filling the kettle. He was a man of habit. She knew the next sound would be the rattle of the bread box and the little knocking from where he was cutting the bread on the warped board. The tea caddy open and shut, the cup tinkling on its saucer. She'd known him just about all her life, so there hadn't been too many surprises after they married. She knew the way he pursed his lips towards his glass of beer, the way he smoothed his thick moustache after every swallow of it, the way he put his muscled hand down beside the plate when he'd finished his dinner. She knew what he liked in the middle of the day, a cold chop and a hunk of strong cheese. What he liked after tea, bread and jam. What he liked in bed, well, it wasn't too bad. He knew to sweet talk her first. "You're a pretty little thing, Dolly Russell," he whispered, and she didn't say, "How can you tell, Bert, it's dark?" The surprise was that the thing wasn't bad at all, not like some women made out. Dolly always had a project that fueled her all day. Some small things. She'd plant pansies in that old wagon wheel lying in the grass. She'd seen it done at Art Eames at Bendemeer, and she'd never forgotten. Big things too, going over to the new kinds of wheat they were bringing out that didn't get the rust. No matter what you were doing, there was always a better way to do it. Whereas Bert was inclined to accept whatever came along. "Oh, well, we could," he'd say, when she told him about the wagon wheel or the new kind of wheat. It wasn't that he was lazy, though when she got cranky she accused him of that. The real reason was he didn't like change. He plodded along, working hard, his horizon small, his ambitions modest, sticking to the familiar, not taking any risks. But she'd get an idea in her head and it wouldn't leave her. She'd keep at him and keep at him. "By God, Dolly," he said one day, resigned but admiring as well, "you never give up, do you?" And she didn't.
That could be her epitaph, Kate, couldn't
Yeah,
it?
that's right.
You never give up. Kate, I want to go back to what we were talking about why Dolly wanted Nance to do pharmacy and why she insisted on that so much, even over Nance's resistance. And you've said, of course, you touched on it today, but one of the things you said is, what my grandmother gave my mother was the thing that she, Dolly, never had: financial independence and a set of choices in life. So, of course, that stood Nance in good stead, because when she married Ken, your father, he, for various reasons, had an erratic earning capacity, I suppose you could say. But Nance would have been able to leave him if she had wanted to, because she had financial independence. So I'm wondering this. At the end of your mother's life, she died about 20 years ago, very, very sadly, I think, she said to you, "Why did my mother never love me?" And I'm wondering, in light of the thought that you've given this and the analysis that you've done and what we've talked about, what answer you would give her today?
Yes, I would love to have that moment back. And now that I've understood a bit more about Dolly, be able to answer the question better. Why did my mother never love me? What a terrible question to ask your daughter on your deathbed. My heart breaks when I think of that. So if I had that miraculous 5 minutes with my mother again, I would say, listen, Dolly did actually love you. She loved you in a way more deeply than people who go all lovey-dovey and warm and fuzzy, because she was going to give you the gift that she had never had, the gift that she knew would make all the difference to your life. She loved you enough, actually, to make herself a nag, to make herself unpopular with you, in order to give you what she knew from her own experience would transform your life for the better.
Independence.
Independence,
and choice.
particularly financial independence, and therefore the choice and the freedom that gives you. And of course, as a result of that, my mother often said, I come from a long line of unhappy mothers having unhappy children, and that constant cycle going on. That's a very common thing in life, I think. She said, I am determined to break that cycle. And she did in spades. She was a fabulous mother. But one of the reasons she could do that was that her mother had given her that set of choices.
And those tools. So I've just got a couple more questions, but then I'll be opening up to questions from the floor. If you'd like to start thinking about any questions that you would like to ask Kate, I think the microphone's going to be in the centre of this aisle here. So if you would like to start thinking about questions you might want to ask while I just ask my last few. Kate, you've said about this book, in writing her story, Dolly's, I understand now how recent and how fragile my freedoms are and how much those silent women did for us. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, those fragile freedoms. Look, I suppose it's when you have children you realise how fragile your freedoms are as a woman, because you immediately walk into a place where no matter what you're doing, you are divided. You're a divided person. Maybe fathers feel that too. But if you're with your children, you're longing to be, writing the book. If you're writing the book, you're longing to be with your children. That just seems to me like kind of baked hard into the situation. Is there any answer to that? I don't know that there is.
There's another lovely quote that I saw from you that I thought was really pertinent and really interesting. You've been doing this for the last few books, revealing the untold stories of women whose voices have been lost to history. Your own mother and Elizabeth MacArthur, of course, the wife of John MacArthur, in A Room Made of Leaves. And you've said this, and these are women whose voices have been lost to history and who you resurrect, really, through your writing. I write out of my experience as a woman, which, of course, is where my voicelessness comes from. The experience of being not heard or misheard is the experience of women of my generation. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, gee, a lot of you in this audience would relate to that, I imagine. How many of us have not been at a meeting where we came up with a good idea and put it forward, and total silence, it falls into the silence, and 3 minutes later someone in a suit up the other end of the table says, oh, look, I've got a bit of an idea here. Out it comes. So I think for younger women, I think it is changing. I certainly hope so. My daughter seems not to be that problem in her field. So I think things have come a long way, and that's fantastic. Each generation ought to be, like Dolly, I feel each generation ought to be able to kind of push open the doors a little bit more for the ones who come after. The thing is, we're pushing the doors open not just for our daughters, but also for our sons, because the flip side of all this that I've been talking about is that men also, this is what my book Dark Places was about actually, men also have been robbed of the chance to be all the things that they are as well, all the nurturing, soft, emotional things that men traditionally have not been allowed to be. So, in pushing open those doors, everybody's going to benefit.
Kate, you've said one reason that you write is to use the micro, and you said this generally, not specifically about this book, but one reason that you like to write is to use the microcosm of fiction as a way of working through bigger puzzles about human behaviour. And I wondered if you could talk a bit about the puzzles about human behaviour. We may have touched on this earlier, but yes, what puzzles did you unravel, I suppose, as you were writing this book?
Yeah. Look, you did ask me earlier, and I know I skipped past the question because, frankly, I can't answer it.
No, okay.
By which I mean the puzzles they're worse than puzzles because some of them actually don't have a solution.
No.
Like the problem of being a mother and wanting to be in two places at once, and there are many other puzzles like that. So I don't have any... I think all I can do is ask the questions about those puzzles and say, look, here's the puzzles. Over to you as the reader. Make of it what you will. I have articulated the question for you, and I hope that helps.
That seems like a great time now to turn to questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you, Kate, for opening the door not just to women, but to men. So I don't mean to go there. But yeah, thank you for opening the doors. Just thinking about historical fiction, thinking about voices of the past. You're talking about voices of people that you know, and there's very little information. How do we go about giving voice to historical figures, to those that we know nothing of, the Anne Boleyns of the world, or the the Cleopatras, you know, the ones that we have a little bit of knowledge of, but not very much. So,
Look, it's a very good question, and it is the central question when you start telling fictional stories about real people. It's the heart of the question. Look, I mean, obviously, all you can do is find out as much as you can about that person, and then find out as much as you possibly can about the world that they came from. And beyond that, I think you just have to be bold enough to make it up. You may get it right, you may get it wrong. More likely you'll get some bits right and some bits wrong. But somebody else can come along and write another version of the same story, and they will have a different. So eventually, if enough people triangulate in, enough questions will be raised. We can't hope to kind of reconstruct the past, but perhaps we can give an understanding of how it's affected us, what those people did to shape the world that we live in.
Thank you. Next question.
This may be none of my business, and knowing that you're honest, you'll tell me just that. I didn't get to ask in your first session with the editors about, and this is so unfair, you mentioned Dark Places, that you just mentioned there. I think you said it was your favorite or your best book. I'm not sure which. Can you please tell us why? And then the other question was, one of the questioners asked, on the other session, were there any titles of your books that you really wish you hadn't taken other people's advice on? And you said yes, and that's all you said.
Yeah.
Would you like to share what didn't get on the cover of the book, and also the other thing?
Yeah, look, the Dark Places thing, I think what I would have said was that it's the book I'm probably proudest of writing, because in many ways it was the hardest book I've ever written. It's basically about a father who sexually abuses his daughter, and it's written from his point of view. And it was a difficult, dark place to step into to write that book. But I thought if we're trying to understand the damage that men have done to women and that men have done to themselves, we need to sort of tell that story from the inside. And it was, I abandoned that book many times, but I kept coming back to it. And now I read it and I think, yes, that was really worth doing, because it tells a story. Again, I don't think that there are any other books in the first person about a sexual abuser. I think I couldn't go there now, but I was young and brave and brash in those days. As for the titles, look, none leap to mind. In any case, it's all water under the bridge now. They're the titles that the books have. But thanks for asking.
Yes.
Hello. My English class studied your novel, The Secret River, last year. And obviously it was a really eye-opening book for someone who didn't know much about colonial sort of settlement and what that was like. But you depicted the Indigenous characters with so much sort of depth and humanity, like as characters. Could you talk about the choice that you made to refer to them by these monikers, like Whisker Harry and that type of thing, rather than calling them their real names?
Okay. The question is about the Indigenous characters in The Secret River. I made a very deliberate choice. Look, I could begin by saying, in early drafts of The Secret River, I had Aboriginal characters speaking dialogue and having them fully kind of, like the white characters. And I read that and I thought, this is phony, and it's actually worse than phony. I'm not sure that the word appropriation was kind of constantly bandied around back in 2000, but that was my instinct. So I decided not to go there. This is a story from the white point of view. It is the white person's story, because that's the story I feel I can tell. So the Indigenous characters are seen through the eyes of the white settlers, and that seemed to me the honest way to do it. And I thought there are Indigenous writers who can kind of fill in that gap, and of course since then there have been many, many, many fabulous Indigenous writers who are doing that. It wasn't up to me to do that. Thanks for the question, really good one.
Thank you.
My observation that I have had, looking at women who struggle to forge themselves forward and find their own way, is adaptability. And I was wondering if you might be able to comment on your mother and your grandmother about that quality.
Yeah, what a good question. Look, I've often wondered why Mum was not more damaged by her childhood, which was being the daughter of this very difficult woman, but also because they moved so often. Mum once said to me that she went to 14 different schools. She might have been slightly exaggerating, but just when I studied the geography of their travels, she was forever being the new kid at school. That's quite damaging. She was also often boarded out, either with family or strangers, which again can be quite damaging. She was very aware that her mother was kind of pushing her away. And I have always thought, why is it that some people are destroyed by that kind of experience? But my mother seems to have gained resilience from it and adaptability. And I think it's because she had an aunt that she just spent a little bit of time with, just a year or two, and that aunt was a deeply loving, accepting person. And I think it's the way Bruno Bettelheim says, a child needs just enough love and good enough love. It doesn't have to be perfect. So adaptability is very mysterious. I think if we could analyse it and bottle it, the world would be a better place, wouldn't it? Because lack of it leads us into terrible kind of dead ends.
Any more? Could you step up to the microphone, please? In the meantime, I'll fill in with it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologise. There's a line.
Are these?
Are you lining up to ask questions over here as well? No. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much. And your talk today gave me a lot of insight into my mother and her mother as well, and I have vowed to ask more questions. I'm interested in this multi-generational story and any perception. I'm one of those working women who, juggles and feels the guilt, but also the immense choice that I've been gifted by the maternal women, the women in my life. Do you have any sense of what we might be doing in the current generation that might be actually harmful in the way we are raising and the stories we're telling our daughters?
What a good question. Well, probably, because I think each generation does what they think is best, but it's in the nature of children to say, oh, my parents did this, my parents did that, what they did to me. So I think you can't hope to get it right, but and I think that's part of the price you pay for the great joy of being a parent, actually. But I think we have the duty to, tell the stories, but maybe not to say, this is the truth. Just to say, this was my experience, and you're going to forge your own. Maybe that's the best thing we can give them. I think any sense that there is a right and a wrong and a definitive answer, I think that would be a very damaging idea to give our children. I think my children would say, don't worry, Mum, you've never given us a straight answer to anything, so you needn't worry about that.
Does anyone else have any questions? I just have one last one, Kate. I know that sometimes people have asked you, and I know that there's a very good answer, but sometimes you've been asked why you chose to tell Dolly's story in this particular form. I'm not going to call it fiction.
Okay.
It's a hybrid, I think.
Yeah.
There is a real choice that you made not to just write a biography. Could you talk about that choice?
Yes, in the beginning it was just a straight biography. And in fact there's a version of it on Audible, much shorter and rather different, which is in fact just a straight biography. That's what I thought I was writing. But when I showed this to my publisher, he saw it very differently. And with every book, Michael has said something very insightful. And he said, look, if you've actually written a novel, even though you kind of don't quite perhaps realise you've written it, because although you knew all the events of your grandmother's life, you had to imagine your way into what she thought and felt. To empathise with her, you had to write fiction. And he's absolutely right about that. He said, look, just put the stuff that you've got as an introduction at the end so that the reader reads what they think is a novel, and then, lo and behold, they come upon a photograph, which is the photograph of Dolly Maunder, a close-up of which is on the cover, and there's a little bit in Kate Grenville's voice. In fact, I tell the story of my grandmother coming upon me in the garden and asking, do you love me? So it is a hybrid. And then at the very end, there's a little bit that is about all the different places where my grandparents lived, giving them their Indigenous names and acknowledging that the family stories I drew on for this book are silent about the truth of our past. They record no awareness of the enduring sorrow that all that taking of land meant for First Nations people. As Dolly's granddaughter, I want to acknowledge that silence and that sorrow. I've told one story here, but standing beside it is another. So that dimension of the novel is very important to me. It's a novel framed in something else.
That seems like a very good place to wind up. Please take the opportunity to go and meet Kate, go and buy this wonderful book, go and meet Kate, get her to sign it for you, and please join with me in thanking Kate Grenville AO for our conversation today.
Thank you, Nicole. Thanks so much.
Kate.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
I love these people with their backs to us. And right, okay.
Yeah, why are they doing that?
To sit in the shade. You see the empty seats over there?
Yeah.
You'll die if you sit out there.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us at this session. My name's Rachel Perkins. I'm from the Aranda and Kalkadoon peoples. But I've also... Oh, thank you very much. But I also have heritage from Prussian farmers who immigrated to South Australia. And I have a big family here in South Australia as well, on my mother's side. And of course, we've all got a bit of Irish in there somewhere as well. So Irish miners. So yeah, quite an Australian mixed bag, mongrel breed. It's important in these sorts of discussions, particularly on this subject, to acknowledge the people whose country we're on, the Ghana people. And South Australia is interesting because it was the one colony where there were meant to be treaties negotiated, instructions from Lord Glenelg. And those treaties were never followed in South Australia. And so it's the least we can do as people sitting here in this place to acknowledge the Ghana people. So on behalf of us all here, we acknowledge them. And can I introduce none other than David Marr? A veteran, is that the appropriate word? A veteran of the festival. Is that okay to say that?
It's true.
Seasoned.
It's true.
And can I just start with a bit of a survey? Who's read his amazing new book? Wow, that's good, because it hasn't been out long. When did it come out?
October.
October.
Beautifully timed, 10 days before the Voice vote. That was good, wasn't it?
It was good. Can I read actually, now that you bring it up? I didn't want to start at the end, but let's start at the end because you've said it. I just want to read this beautiful part in the book where he says, the Uluru Statement from the Heart calls not only for a voice in the Constitution, but truth-telling about our history. And he says, books can't change the past, but facing the truth together can change the future. Killing for Country went to press as the political struggle over the voice was unresolved. At this uncertain moment, I offer a bloody family saga from the frontier in the hope of us one day reaching the ultimate goal set at Uluru, the coming together after struggle, Makarata. It was a very poignant end to the book, David, I thought. I mean, I could keep reading. We could just sit up here and read the whole thing. Let's start with this, though. You said that the book was 2 years overdue. How long had you given yourself to write it?
Well, it depends what you mean by it, because the first book I planned to write was going to be focused really solely on my great-great-grandfather and his brother, who were both officers in the Native Police and both notable killers, one in Queensland and in the Northern Territory on the part of one of them. But as I worked on the book, I became, in my way, more and more interested in the political and economic structures behind both the creation and then, in the face of continual criticism, the survival of a government paramilitary killing force which operated in Queensland from the first day, a little bit before the first day, until the First World War. In fact, there was one station of the Native Police that only finally closed down in 1929. And by Native Police, I mean white officers, Indigenous troopers, killing and clearing from the land Indigenous peoples.
Let's do a quick survey. So who was taught about the Native Police going to school in Australia? One person, two people, three, four. Excellent.
Younger people.
Younger people?
Yeah.
Mainly? Yeah. So it's a quite an unknown slice of our history. I think you beautifully put. I'm going to quote you a bit today, but you beautifully said. In not knowing about your family's involvement and the story of it in detail, you said, "My blindness was so Australian."
I've been writing about the undertow of race in Australian politics almost from the day that I became a journalist in 1974. The first big article I ever wrote was for the Bulletin, where I was then working, and they sent me up to northern Queensland in the aftermath of Whitlam's 1974 campaign, where there had been a very strong backlash against Labor in traditional Labor territory, and I was reporting the racist rage of white voters in Cairns, Mossman and its hinterland at the programs that had been set up by the Whitlam government to assist Indigenous people. They were absolutely furious about it, and as a result voted against Labor. That's my first sort of big article. I was proud of it, still quite proud of it. And I wrote about race all the time. And I never thought to look in my own family tree. I never thought to look.
So it's your great... I mean, you go back, actually, 2 generations before the members of the Native Police Force. You go to Richard Jones, their grandfather.
Not quite. It's a little bit. It's a little
Sorry.
bit. It's a bit complicated in the way that colonial families can be. But firstly, I do have to say, they're not Mars. The Mars are blameless descendants of a venturesome Highland blacksmith who came to Australia and did okay, and had a lot of children, grandchildren, great, etc. No, this is my mother's family. And what happened was a very wealthy Sydney merchant called Richard Jones, by this time in his mid-30s, back in London to begin buying Saxon sheep to bring to Australia, which was a great development in the Australian wool industry, decided it was time to get a wife, and for reasons which we can't really tell, found a wife in a very poor street down by the Thames. She was from a very muddled family, and Richard Jones, who was a Christian monster, then actually looked after all of her young brothers and brought them all out to Australia. And their surname was Uhr, U-H-R. And they came out one after another when they turned about 12 or 13. He sent a couple of them to King's. He was one of the founders of the King's School. He found perches for them all. And for my great-great-grandfather, he was a lieutenant in the stupendous theft of Aboriginal land for about 30 years.
In Queensland, yeah.
New South Wales first, and then
Yes.
up into Queensland.
And I wondered about, because obviously the book's quite significant, you could have started it with your great-grandfather, but you went back to Richard Jones and meticulously detailed the establishment of the colony of New South Wales, the establishment of the Legislative Council, you know, the wool industry. I mean, you methodically laid out this epic story that really is the first half of the book.
I hope it's not the first half of the book. I mean, the discovery of my family was, in a way, a godsend, because it allowed a spine to be put into the book, which went from the Legislative Council in the 1820s all the way through to the West Australian goldfields in the 1890s. And they were there all the way. Richard Jones was the biggest landowner, essentially the biggest landowner in the Legislative Council of New South Wales. I worked very, very closely on this project for nearly 5 years with my partner, Sebastian Tesoriero, who's sitting here. And he's a lawyer, he's astonishingly methodical, and he's a brilliant searcher, as well as being, I have to say, a rather blunt editor. He is able to detect colonial attitudes in me, which I think are grossly unfair. But what Sebastian was able to do all through the book was search the acreages, And if you want an explanation for the New South Wales Legislative Council, never in the 1820s, 30s or 40s passing a single law for the benefit of the Indigenous people.
Yes.
All you have to know is that from 1829, when Jones joined the council, to 1842, when he left, the land holding of the councillors had risen from 140,000 acres to 1 million. They were dispossessors. The colony was run by dispossessors. Now, all through this, of course, is the beginnings of slaughter and the voices raised against it. And then we get to the killings by the Ewer brothers further down the track.
I mean, that was having. I'm a filmmaker by trade, and I've looked at some of this material, but in a different approach. And what I loved about this book is that it kept that meticulousness of who the people were and what their vested interests were constantly within the reader's mind. And there's just a little passage to illustrate what you've just said here. He's talking about the councillors, and he says the squatter councillors were restless. Sir John Jameson, and then it's got 140,000 acres in brackets after his name.
We like to do after each name, you know.
Yeah, and I love that. And then you say Hannibal MacArthur, 113,000 acres, called for a local inquiry into the Aboriginal question. Gipps agreed. Richard Jones, 183,000 acres, took up a theme he would pursue for the rest of his life: the impractical, expensive, ultra-humane and ignorant thinking of London. So you always knew the way that power was determined in the against the odds, obviously, for Aboriginal people, because of this huge vested interest that the early legislators had.
In land.
Inland.
And also something, I mean, we were all taught a little bit about Australian history when we were at school, talking for my generation. But what wasn't really made clear is the fundamental that the big decisions were all taken in London.
Yes.
And in London, those decisions were heavily affected by the interests of wool brokers, weavers, the Lancashire fabric industry, and as Australia grew richer from wool, and in the 1830s it was stupendously rich, the influence of those people in London grew even stronger, so that quite decent men governing New South Wales could not get decent outcomes because of the debates going on in London, which they were no part of. And remember time. A governor could write to London asking for a decision and would not get the reply back for a year. And in that year, life just went on. It just went on. And by going on, it meant going further into what were called, appallingly but deliciously, the wasteland of the blacks.
It's monumental in its scope in the way that it constructs the creation of the modern Australian state, really. Was that your intention when you set out?
Look, this book wouldn't have been possible to write in a way, or it would not, I think, have been possible to engage the sympathies of modern readers unless it was also a history, as it is, of the voices raised continuously saying, this is murder, this must stop, this is theft, this is no way to deal with human beings, against those people like Richard Jones, who, by the way, was the president of the Bank of New South Wales, amongst other things, for about 16 years, the second president of the Bank of New South Wales, oddly unhonoured. I've been down to headquarters, and there's no portrait of him. When he went bankrupt, he was also had the largest overdraft at the bank, but that's another story. But all of this is going on in a way that allows this story to be built. And without those voices and those eyes, I think it would have been a morass through which I couldn't move. Yes. But it was always my intention of concentrating on the good voices, the bad voices, the economy, the booms, the busts, and the decisions taken in London, which eventually were by some of the best politicians, the same politicians The Whig politicians, they came back to power in 1830 after being in the wilderness for a long time. They did the Great Reform Act. They got rid of the rotten boroughs.
Yes.
They brought the Catholic people back into the political life of the country. They abolished slavery. But at the same time, they would never face down the squatters of New South Wales, ever. And they had a belief that it was God's intention that the wilderness be made productive.
And you see that, don't you, that the governors, you know, another governor comes and they come out with the same orders, and then the squattocracy undermines their good intentions, if they had any, and, the law caves in.
But then as you go along, and it kind of wasn't really my intention, but as you go along, you just see modern Australia. There was a huge controversy of which Richard Jones, by the way, this figure, Richard Jones, one of the richest men in the colony, the leader of a number of charities, one of the founders of the King's School, president of the Bank of New South Wales, etc., etc. There's never been a biography of him. There's been a few notes here and there. Manning Clark mentions him, I think, twice. This is the first time this, I think, iconic colonial life has actually been studied. But you look at it and you think, I can recognise modern politics here. And one of the biggest arguments of the time of Governor Burke and thereafter was the right of people in the bush to decide which laws applied to them, and they were not going to be told by Sydney, and they were not going to be told by Brisbane. The right to decide, and that's still strong. You know, you tell me I can't clear my land, well, bugger you, I'm clearing my land. That is still very strong in the politics of this country. And of course, Queensland was founded in the Queensland way with a fresh gerrymander. When it broke away from New South Wales, every adult male had the vote in Queensland because they did in New South Wales. But Queensland was founded on the notion of taking the vote away from about a third of those men because they weren't wealthy enough, in tremendously gerrymandered seats in a parliament dominated by rural interests. So the Parliament of then and the Parliament of now, the Queensland of then and now, they're perfectly familiar, perfectly familiar. And then when you look at the Voice results, the worst results in the Voice were those areas in Queensland where the worst was done to the Aboriginal people. They're still, you can trace them. They're there. That's where the slaughters happened. That's where the vote was strongest against the Voice. My theory is that the only way we can deal with shame on that scale is to continue to hate. You can't have second thoughts because those second thoughts are so dangerous, so difficult, so challenging, so you just keep on hating.
You say, despising those we have wronged is another way we humans have of dealing with our shame.
I think that's right.
In the debate around the referendum, which we won't dwell on today, but I felt like, because I've read a lot of, obviously, the newspaper articles as you had, and back then, you know, the terminology was different. It was savages, and there was also, you know, everyone was convinced that we were cannibals, and, you know, that was the sort of language. And this time around, it's been, you know, the, sexual perverts and women bashers, and, you know, but
drug addicts and drunks.
Yeah, which equates to the same sort of, denigrate, and they don't deserve this thing because then they're not almost human in a way.
That's there, but what I found even more startling, firstly, I have to confess, look, I've made one or two mistakes in my life, and one of them was to believe that all the language of showing off your virtue signalling and all of that kind of thing, I thought it was invented in Republican think tanks in the United States of America in the 1980s, 1990s. It's all there in the newspapers of the 1830s. Those people who were standing up for the Indigenous of this country were mocked as people wanting to show off their humanitarian values, city people who didn't know the reality of life in the bush. People so rich the reality of life didn't touch them, and they could therefore voice these kinds of softly opinions. It's all there.
Yes.
And I could listen in the voice debate to the rhetoric of William Charles Wentworth's Australian in the 1830s. All the language slightly shifted, but exactly the same intent, which is to mock and humiliate those who are good enough to raise a voice against murder and theft.
And the book is dedicated, a simple dedication to those who told the truth. Did those people who objected, did they keep you going through the process? What did keep you going? Because I read somewhere else that you said that you kept a promise to yourself. What was the promise you made to yourself? Because I'm not sure.
The promise I made to myself was no excuses. That was the promise I made to myself, and I kept that promise.
So no excuse in terms of what, I'm tired, it's too long.
No excuses about my family.
Oh, right.
No
okay.
excuses, because as I worked on this, and I discovered, I mean, we all have, whether we know it or not, an infinite number of relatives. And I had never really met any of the relatives of the Ewer family who were my mother's grandmother's people. I've now met lots of them, and they vary. There are splendid men like John Ewer, who is an academic at ANU, who's a great authority on politics and fiction in the 19th century, terrific work. And there were others who had spent a lot of time constructing bullshit accounts of their ancestors, and at times publishing them in places like, quite prestigious online forums for talking about the native police and frontier wars. But it's just bullshit. And my view was...
No swearing, David, no swearing.
My view was that I was not going to be a prey to any of that.
Yeah.
That was the no excuses.
That was the promise. Okay, well, you stood by it. Sorry, I've got to get a gag in.
I hope I've stood by it.
It's such a tricky subject, so forgive me for trying to get a few jokes in.
Look, we have to have a few jokes.
We do.
I mean, they're valuable. They keep us going. They're ways of... They're actually little engines of insight.
Well, on that subject, your wit. I mean, I've read a lot of these books that... the history of frontier violence in Australia. I think I've read most of them.
Oh, you poor thing, having to read that.
Well, they're not. Well, this is the thing. There's not that many, right? Ken Burns, the documentary filmmaker, I met him once when he came to Australia, and people would be familiar with his work, The Civil War, and those brilliant documentary series that he makes. Anyway, I was trying to get some advice from him, and he said, well, Rachel, there's 10,000 books written about the Civil War in Australia, in the US. And I was like, 10,000? On a bookshelf in Australia, one shelf, one small shelf.
But some very distinguished work.
A metre and a half long.
But some very distinguished work.
Very distinguished work.
Which
but
we're absolutely indebted to.
Absolutely, and I've interviewed most of those historians, and I owe them a great debt because their work has assisted me in telling these stories. But it is thin on the ground. But I think the thing that marks this book, there's many things about the uniqueness of this book and its readability, but your wit comes through constantly.
Does it?
Yes, and very good. He's got this great way of, because obviously he's quoting a lot of primary sources a lot of the time to, bring these people to life. But then you give these, have the primary source quote, and then there's a line, like a killer line that he comes back in with. So when you get this book, which I suggest you do, because it's going to be remembered as one of the major, more significant works that will contribute to our Australian history. It is really impressive, and I've read all of the books there are to read about it, and it's a standout.
Thank you.
When you get it, don't worry that it's, going to be it is a tough subject. It is hard reading. It's confronting. The injustice is very confronting. But actually, the way that you humanise the characters as well. So you don't just say, oh, here's a guy just doing this. You know about his dilemmas and his pride and his vulnerabilities and who his father was and the jostling behind the scenes that got them to that point. So there's all this intrigue, and he talks about the squabbles between people and the sort of crazy letter writing. And so it's just rich with detail that make it completely entertaining, as well as deeply unsettling and motivating, I think. That's just my review.
That's very, very kind of you.
Well, it's very true. It really distinguishes it, I think.
But I'm fascinated by character. I'm fascinated by contradiction.
Yes.
There was an old editor working at the National Times when I went to the National Times in the late 1970s, and he said, if you don't grasp the contradiction in people and stories, you're not telling the truth. And contradiction is all through this book.
Yeah.
The mix of appalling and good. And, you know, there is a contradiction I explore, which I have to say, with some pain, has not been taken up sufficiently. And, I mean, maybe Rachel was about to, but I do argue that the theft of Aboriginal women being such a prime cause of violence on the frontier should have led authorities to encourage sodomy amongst the shepherds. Now,
you do mention that in the book.
I do mention it, and I quote some material from the time, and oddly enough, it's not one of the arguments in the book that's been taken up by critics or interviewers. I've brought it up. Yeah.
I did circle that section and had a good laugh on it, but I didn't.
There isn't. She's looking at the index.
I'm looking at the index for sodomy.
No, it can't be there. Please tell me it's not there.
Let's check if they've done their work properly. South Australia, South Sea Islanders, Somerset,
You've already gone too far.
No, there's no sodomy. Snodgrass is in there, though. Colonel Snodgrass.
Oh, Colonel Snodgrass. What a fancy pants.
Anyway, let's talk about...
Go. Brutal man. I mean, there's another contradiction.
Yes.
I mean, Snodgrass was the Deputy Governor of New South Wales. When Burke finally left, having been betrayed by his masters in London, and he sailed down Sydney Harbour, standing on the deck of the ship with his hat off, acknowledging the hundreds and hundreds of people lining the harbour and hundreds of people in little boats, which, by the way, Richard Jones' newspaper, because he got control of a newspaper in this, described as a felon mob. The minute Burke was out the heads, Snodgrass took over, and he would do what Burke refused to do, which was to send military detachments to put down the blacks. Burke would not do that because of his experience in South Africa, then deliciously called the Cape. And don't you believe it was so...
Cape of Good Hope?
No, just the Cape.
The Cape.
Burke wouldn't do it. Snodgrass did it, and that gives us Wellington Creek a few weeks later, January the 26th, the slaughter at Waterloo Creek, the slaughter at Waterloo Creek. Yep.
And really, I suppose that's a fundamental approach to making writing compelling, isn't it? To tell stories through character.
Yes, and to show the extent to which stories are propelled by character. I've always believed character is a very important element both of history, but particularly in my career, of politics. I've always been fascinated by the character of the people who are our leaders. And so, yes, I am fascinated by character, but character is not the whole answer, of course, because there's also economics and busts and booms and the way in which the economy played out. Busts, by the way, were a very good time for the Indigenous people because when the squatters were really short of cash, they couldn't afford to hire European shepherds. So instead of clearing the blacks from their land, they employed them.
Going back to your point about contradiction, which I agree with, having the complexity of contradiction makes much more interesting writing, storytelling, and it's just the way the world is.
Yes.
Tell us about Frederick Walker, and his great contradiction. Tell us a bit about who he was and this great contradictory thing he had about being in and out, you know.
Frederick Walker was the first commandant of the Native Police. He came highly recommended to the government by William Charles Wentworth, on whose property he had worked down in the Murrumbidgee. Walker was the most fascinating combination of brutality and good sense. He understood, for instance, that the principal The stealing of women and children, because the kidnapping of children was also an appalling provocation to violence. But the principal provocation to violence were those squatters who wanted to clear the blacks entirely off their land. Walker understood that this was the dynamite under the frontier. He also understood, in a way that European authorities just couldn't get their heads around, that the bush was not free to the Aboriginal people either. They couldn't just leave their land and go on to another nation's land, because the protocols. And he said to the governor, why don't we have a rule that if the squatters are clearing their land of blacks, we will refuse them the assistance of the native police, either to clear their land or to deal with the violence that provokes. And it was a very sensible, shrewd idea. And the governor said, no, we can't do that. We can't do that.
So here's an excerpt of, I think it's his, one of his arguments that he published in the Sydney Morning Herald.
They all argued their cases. God bless them in the press.
Yes.
Yes, God bless them.
So he says, on that point, he says, so long as settlers carry on the system of preventing the blacks from obtaining their lawful means of livelihood and persist in not showing to them that old grudges and vindictiveness are thrown on one side by the whites, which the blacks will believe, they are allowed at the stations, and not till then, so long will a system of depredations be carried on, which the native police may check but cannot permanently put an end to. So he was saying this is an impossible, and you explained, Walker's argument laid out in the Sydney Morning Herald and the Moreton Bay Courier infuriated those squatters determined, in the jargon of the time, to keep the blacks at a distance. That was almost all of them. Few were willing to let the blacks in, which became known and reviled as the Walker policy.
And this man had genuine affection for the troopers that he recruited down on the Murrumbidgee, where he had once worked, and those men appeared to have affection for him. He had, I was telling Rachel this before, he had an Aboriginal nickname which has always been said to mean big legs, but a wonderful linguist at the ANU sent me this beautifully argued letter to say, really, we think if you take a closer look, it meant big nose. And so the new editions of the book have him as Big Nose. He did look after his men. He disciplined them, but he looked after them. He wrote of them quite tenderly, but at the same time, he led them into slaughters.
And
contradiction.
Tell us about this great scene that you sort of create when he's, at the end of his time and he's on the island. Can you just tell us this? You draw it beautifully.
The problem with being an officer of the native police is that it takes a certain toll. Slaughtering people month after month takes a toll on the human spirit. And the usual pattern after 5 or 6 years as an officer of the native police was to be a drunk, to be a complete drunk. And that is how Walker ended up. He was also, he was essentially stealing funds, he wasn't accounting for funds, etc., etc., etc. But he had a golden tongue, and for a long time he could persuade the authorities, and wrote beautifully in the Sydney Morning Herald that almost deified him. But eventually he was just so much of a drunk that he was facing the sack. And he tried to get the troopers to leave with him. And he wrote to them, and one of the letters to the troopers survives.
Yes.
And it's almost a love letter to them.
It's beautiful, yes.
Saying, come with me. When I go, come with me. And they didn't. And it broke him. Later he...
Well, two eventually did, didn't they? And then they
A few came back to him later.
And when he described that series, gets out the sword.
Oh, so all but two. This is in Brisbane near Christmas in 1855, and 2 of the men decide that they'll stay with him, and then they change their mind, and then they go back to get their gear.
Because he's roaring drunk, isn't he?
And he's roaring drunk, and he makes the mistake of pulling his sword and threatening threatening a government official with his sword, and that was it. He was completely out. Later on, he was employed. He was one of the people who mapped the route for the telegraph line to the Cape and various other things. And he had a private army which he rented out to squatters to kill blacks as well. But this was a richly puzzling figure. And he's there at the very origins of the native police. And I became, in a very disciplined way, Rachel, fascinated with him.
Yes. But I think it makes it all come alive. I think, you can deal with history and just, Frederick Walker, native police officer, date to date, but it comes alive in character. And that's why such a gifted storyteller as you, I'm just so pleased that you took on this enormous task of writing this. But I'll come to that later, because it takes a talent to be able to portray the complexity of the situation, the epic nature of it. And, in David, we have someone up to the task.
But the detail is so wonderful.
It is.
And for historians of this, for historians of this subject, of the violence on the frontier, some of that detail is irrelevant to their work. And
yes.
Sebastian and I went back to the primary sources from which they drew, and you just sit there in wonder that they left that detail out. And sometimes it's just a tiny detail, and we discovered this only the other day, and it will go into the new edition of the book, that a police officer sent out to investigate a slaughter on the West Australian goldfields in the middle 1880s was dispatched by camel. And that's just what you need. You just by camel. And then that whole world comes alive by camel.
Well, you had a very generous editor, clearly, because it's quite a large thing, and he lets you be 2 years over.
He's had experience of me before. And, of course, he is a very, very, very fine editor.
With a very, very fine publishing arm, Black Ink.
Which is one of the very best publishers in Australia. Look,
yes.
He took it on the chin. I'd promised a quick book, so I started work on it. The minute George Pell went into prison, I thought, right, that's that one finished. Now we'll get on with the...
Just this other tiny little story.
We'll get on with my family's role as slaughterers on the frontier. And then, as I was saying before, I became more and more and more fascinated by the rich background of these events. And so the book grew backwards in a very strange way, because there are the slaughters, moved backwards. And Chris Fike, who's my editor and the editor of other people here at the festival, and they all know and love and respect him, and also understand when I would say send the 5th or 6th version of the first paragraph of the book, he would reply...
It's a very good paragraph.
Yeah.
No,
he would reply, David, you have disimproved this. But he took it on the chin. But then there was no problems at all. We were going to have the book out at least 6 months before the referendum, voice referendum. But Sebastian and I just kept finding more material.
Yes, it's a rabbit hole, isn't it? It's many rabbit holes.
You have to go down a lot of rabbit holes to find a rabbit. Mm-hmm. But when you find the rabbit, you are very reluctant to give it up. And let me tell you, there would have been about 25,000 more words. I mean, words which, if you knew them, you would weep not to be able to read them in the book now. But it was perhaps a little bit irrelevant to go into the entire history of the press in early Sydney. But as a journalist, the press is as brutal now as it was in 1823. Yes. That's another part of it. Control of the press was as brutal then. And of course, the hilarious discovery that the best journalists in the colony were all convicts.
Yes.
And but so I had to get a bit disciplined around that. And so part of the length of time the book took was finding the courage to chop 40,000, 50,000 words out of it.
Oh, that's tough.
And it's exhilarating in the end. There's a kind of exhilaration. Oh, yeah, that was a month's work. But it took time, and I had Chris's backing all the time. And then you know, I don't like to give away commercial secrets, and I don't know why The Voice didn't think of this, but there's one book market for Father's Day and there's one book market for Christmas, and The Voice vote fell just after Father's Day, and therefore the book, I think, had to be held for a couple of weeks more to hit the Father's Day to the Christmas market. I mean, I'm talking bullshit, of course, because
Yes,
I'm just trying to find
to
excuses
follow
for
that line.
how slow. I'm not at all ashamed of how long it took to write, but it did take a long time.
It does take a long time.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to do
It takes a long time
good
to
work.
make television too.
Well, yes,
How long were the Australian Wars? How long did the Australian Wars, the 3-part series shown last year, take?
Thank you for the little plug.
Well, everybody
showing on
here's seen
SBS right now. Well, it was meant to take 2 years, but it took 5.
So why are you quizzing me, madam?
Because to make the point that you can't let go of a story, and it needs to be written properly and fully and thoroughly, and if it takes an extra 2 years, that's what it takes, but it has to be done.
Yeah.
So I'm not quizzing you, I'm supporting you.
Thank
to
you.
make the point that it takes time to write great work, and that's what you've done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So don't feel bad about that at all. So we're going to go to questions in a minute. So I'm going to... This is your... Oh, thank you, Lish. Alira. So I think you stand next to the microphone over there. You're all veterans at this festival. And we're going to take quite a few, if we can cram them in. So please feel welcome to do that. Not long statements, though. I know everyone says, yeah, no, I'm not going to make a statement, but I just want to make this statement about this. So we won't be doing that.
If you promise to be brief, I promise to be brief. Let's have that as a pact between us.
Yes, and we might even go to the first one and I'll come back and we'll have a little chat just before we finish
let's go
up.
back and forth.
Yeah. Sir.
David, I'm about as old as you, but not as wise. I'm ashamed how most Australians voted in the referendum. I think the only solution is to have a republic, and to that end, I nominate Noel Pearson and you to be our first 2 co-presidents.
Okay,
My question is, will you accept it?
That was a statement.
Yeah.
So we've first had our first fail at not having a statement.
But I'm going to have to reply to it. Sir.
Okay, only because it's you.
How can you have any hope for a republic when this simple and polite gesture to the Indigenous people of Australia was defeated vehemently by the Conservative parties of Australia? How, sir, can you believe in change in this country when opposing change is the calling card of the opposition? Don't come back to the microphone.
Yes. Banned.
Banned.
Mark him, banned. Yes, sir.
David, one of the great revelations of the book for me was the fact that Indigenous people were recruited in one part of the country to be taken to another to slaughter other Indigenous people. That was a shocking revelation, and I imagine, and this is maybe for Rachel as much as for you, how difficult is it for today's Indigenous people to accept that history?
Well, let's start by saying it's bloody difficult for white Australians to accept that history. In the 5 years that I was working on this book, and not only making no secret of what I was doing, but boring my friends to distractions. I talked about this book solidly for 5 years. I work out what I'm thinking by talking. What I was doing was no secret. In the whole of that time, I never heard from or of another descendant of a white officer of the Native Police. Never. So the difficulty of facing this is something shared by black and white Australia.
And so the explanation, the second part of your question, yes, you're right. People were deliberately recruited hundreds of kilometres from their own people because they were therefore going into foreign territory. And, we weren't all roaming around everywhere being friends with each other. There's a lot of animosity between different nations and fear, and you couldn't cross into another person's territory without permission. So these territorial boundaries very well observed. So for those officers, they were leaving those Aboriginal officers leaving their country and going into foreign territory. So it was very deliberate on behalf of the officers to design the force in that way. Do you want to comment on that?
Absolutely, and of course, if you're a man from the Murrumbidgee and you're taken up to work or slaughter on the Darling Downs, you can't go home. You can't go home. Now, later, there was a lot of desertion because squatters really liked to employ former native police troopers because they were disciplined and did good work. And that was a very interesting little political struggle I talk about in the book. But you couldn't go home.
And they were stuck in foreign territory,
They were stuck.
weren't they?
And there were pleas at various times, can't you give us horses so we can go home? The answer to that was no. And for those men, the people of the Darling Downs were as foreign as the officers who led them on the killing expeditions on the Darling Downs.
So they'd have to fight their way back.
Yeah.
But yes, there's not... because the records are so scarce of who the Aboriginal officers were, because they're often just known by the first name.
And we don't have, and God knows everybody has searched, we don't have any personal account from any of the over 1,000 troopers who served in the native police of why they served, of why they were recruited, of why they did what they did.
Because there's no, obviously, primary sources recording there. And everybody's searched, as you say. Hope that answers your question. But actually, just on that, Mina Murray, a fantastic historian, Wiradjuri woman, is writing a book on frontier violence, and she has a great quote in your book about victims.
She spoke to me beautifully about the recruitment process, and she said a line that just knocked me out. She said, "Victims don't make good choices." Phew.
Yeah, it's...
What a woman. Victims
Yeah.
don't make good choices.
It's a great...
I'm looking forward to her book very, very much.
So
I'm
am I.
very grateful that she let me quote her in mine.
So,
Rachel, a little nostalgia. I just love that photo of your father by the late, great South Australian photographer Robert McFarlane.
Yes, what a beautiful man he was.
Things.
Yes. Yeah.
My question, though, is having learned a lot about Ray's family from the front cover of the Bulletin, I would like to ask him why Sebastian Tesoriero isn't on the front cover of his book, like Sylvia is on the front cover of John Lyon's book.
Yes, I noticed that.
Jerusalem.
Yes, I noticed that.
Well, is the dedication, though, is there?
Well, he's here. He can come up and answer.
Yes, come up and answer why you're not on the front cover, Sebastian.
Oh, he's gestured towards me. Look, because the book is mine.
I think he means that not.
I
as a
don't
joke.
mean that in a slighting way at
Yeah.
all, but the words are mine. He fashioned them. He tested me. I mean, I will go to the grave remembering one comment he wrote on an early chapter. David, he said, "If you must show your prejudices, is this the place to do it?"
Wow.
He's a very tough
Scathing.
and wonderful editor. But in the end, the actual writing was mine, and he was the intellectual scaffold for the book. And I think that's how we divided our responsibilities. I'm hoping that when I research the book on his Sicilian pirate ancestors, a joke he still doesn't find funny.
No, he's not laughing. He's the only one not laughing. He says, "I did not work alone. This book is the result of a deep collaboration over 4 years with my partner, Sebastian Tesoriero."
Yeah.
Might not be on the front page, but it's the dedication is right there.
David, you've written books about Garfield Barwick, Patrick White, etc. Now you've moved into the zone of history, which has not been told before, certainly amongst white community. Why do you think people like Manning Clark, Geoffrey Blaney, other historians have never covered this part of our history before, and you're apparently the first one to do so.
I'm not the first one. Yeah. I am not the first one. I mean, apart from anything, there is Rachel's television series last year, which is astonishingly beautiful.
It was based on a lot of historians' books.
Yes,
yeah, but not a huge amount. But not a huge amount.
But she can do what writers can't. She made the landscape weep in a way that is, you sit there watching it and the landscape is mourning what is being told. It's so extraordinarily beautiful. But I'm not the first. I'm absolutely not the first. And I'm not the last either. And this is just one cut through an enormous history. And you know, one of the things that I become more and more curious about is this notion that we just forgot about it. That's bullshit. We constructed a fake history for Australia. And it starts with Captain Cook and goes to Gallipoli and does not mention the Aboriginal people.
Yeah.
And that fake history is an astonishing cultural construct, but it is crumbling. It is absolutely crumbling. It's over, done with. I'm interested that there has not been a whisper from anybody yet. Maybe they're preparing a D-Day landing against the project, but there's not been a whisper from the forces who've previously denied that the frontier was violent.
Well, when you
They're
put
silent.
the evidence, when you put the evidence out like that, it's very hard to dispute. I mean, Geoffrey Blaney did write a number of books on the Indigenous experience, and I suppose we should, credit Henry Reynolds as one of the first writers who wrote The Other Side of the Frontier. I mean, I don't know whether you've read that book.
And Judith Wright.
And Judith Wright, yes.
Judith Wright
Queensland.
in the Cry for the Dead.
Yeah.
This territory has been crossed before. I'm not a pioneer of it, but I hope, and I hope that there will be lots more to come. I have heard from so many people come up to me in signing queues and things saying, yes, my great-grandfather was at, naming a remote Queensland spot, and I said, well, do you know about Trove, the mighty engine designed by the National Library, which allows Australians free of charge to word search newspapers back to 1788. And if you are at all curious about what your family might have been up to west of Barraba, go to Trove and have a look.
Next.
On the southern side of the Parramatta River, there's a point called Urs Point.
Ur.
Is that...
Look, I know the Germans say Ur, but in Australia it became Ur, and by the way, it makes Trove searching incredibly difficult. You have no idea how much German language classified advertising
Okay,
was.
this is one of those moments where I'm going to say, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, okay, that's a part.
Yeah, because he had a part of a...
the question was, that I had was, when you did that trip to Queensland for the Bulletin, was that when you became interested in racial politics, or given that you had what you might describe as a comfortable upbringing, did it occur earlier than that, or was that at the time?
I was interested in that as I don't think you had to have a special upbringing or a special insight. It was just blindingly obvious, important issue in Australian politics. Ewers Point, by the way, is named after an early sheriff of New South Wales who was an uncle of the killers that I write about. Yeah.
Excellent.
And they're very fine people, the descendants of those people. In fact, some of them married into Manning Clark's family. Hey, look, Geoffrey Blaney is a great historian. He really is. And apart from anything, he's an invaluable historian when you're talking about the mining districts of Queensland, where the Ewers were also very active. And he calls my great-great-grandfather, I think he calls him a prophet of the field or something. So,
Yeah. Next.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and also thank you for mentioning Trove, which itself was under attack a couple of years ago in terms of its funding. But I want to ask you about the importance of primary sources in state and public archives. and whether you feel that the maintenance and development of archival resources in this country is central to the telling of the stories.
Yes, of course it is. But one of the great things is that those records are being digitised. And this book is another product of COVID. And when all of the archives and libraries shut down, we were still able to work because of Sebastian's ingenuity as a searcher online. And the more that material becomes digitised, the more access people will have, etc., etc., etc. And yes, archives are crucial to our understanding of who we are as a nation, and they must never, never go short of funds.
But in South Australia, I've got a friend, Jonathan Richards, who's doing some work with me on the Northern Territory. And, of course, all the archives are down here. They're only open...
And he was a great help to me as well.
3 days a week because they don't have enough money to stay open. 3 days a week.
The National
So
Library
you have
in
to make a
Canberra,
booking to go in
can't...
there.
In the National Library in Canberra, you can't order a book at the weekend. You've got to order it earlier in the week. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
The archives need support. Next.
I've slightly
well
touched
made.
on this, but my question's about truth-telling from non-Indigenous people. Often we talk about the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and we talk about truth-telling. People are thinking about Aboriginal people having an opportunity to tell their stories. And I'm just thinking, given what you say about your book and what Kate Grenville has said about all the source material she came across when writing Secret River, whether you think there might be now a big surge in truth-telling by non-Indigenous people, and a lot of us don't have the skills that you have to research and write, but if people were wanting to do that, do you have ideas on how we might build some non-Indigenous truth-telling in this country?
There are websites everywhere only too anxious to receive the results of people whose individual research on Trove and in other ways reveals our past. Don't for a moment underestimate the appetite for those discoveries, and please, my advice is just do it. Do it.
And a lot of the historians that I work with start as amateur historians. They're just doing something for a project, and then they uncover this stuff. Then it leads to another thing, and then they find a subject. And those regional, local histories are so important, because then people like David and I can, draw those it takes those regional, localised histories to patch together the huge thing. So it's very important to work on your own histories and your areas.
Regional historical societies are fabulous.
Now, we're running out of time, so...
Oh, we've got 2 minutes. And
I want to say, so I found the sodomy bit too.
Oh.
See, I just gags in there. No, anyway.
She was not paying any attention to what I was saying.
Okay.
She was inflamed by the pursuit of sodomy.
I won't be the first or the last.
All right.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, David. As you have so much to say that this country needs to hear, those 40 or 50,000 words that were edited out of the book, can we expect a volume 2?
No. Sebastian and I continue to work. I've just had the extraordinary experience of reading the book for an audio book, and as a result I've made a few more changes, and they'll be there in the electronic versions of the book and in the next printing. And my editor, Chris Fike, is lining up psychiatric care for me.
Okay, I want to just deliver you one of these lines that I talked about. So it's this Threlkeld, who was a missionary, who was one of those great voices of truth, wasn't he?
A great voice of truth. A missionary who had wonderful contacts with the Aboriginal people of the Hunter Valley. He would hear rumours, and he then went and investigated them himself and then informed the authorities. As a result, a white officer was charged with murder. He got off, but he was charged.
And he was run out of town and tortured and harassed and dismissed, and still is, actually, today.
That's what?
Threlkeld.
Really?
Yes.
Isn't it?
So he says, I have heard at night shrieks of girls about 8 or 9 years of age taken by force by the vile men of Newcastle. One man came to me with his head broken by the butt end of a musket because he would not give up his wife. There are now 2 government stockmen that are every night annoying the blacks by taking their little girls. My wonder is that more whites are not spared than are considering the gross provocation given. And then you said, and here's the one-liner, which is sort of funny but totally devastating, more sodomy might have meant for a quieter frontier, when he's talking about the abuse of Aboriginal women and girls on the frontier, which was...
It was a bleak joke, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but it was a trigger,
joke.
you know, it was this trigger for war. We forget the role of women on the frontier and how it was just heartbreaking. And my own great-grandmother, who, of course, was raped after she survived a massacre, was chained to a tree, and that's how we survived, because she was a young woman on the frontier. So these things that, seem out of reach, oh, that was such a long time ago, but they're in our families, and the history needs to be dealt with. And can I say that one of the reasons I'm here is to sit on the stage and honour the work that David and Sebastian have done and the publisher has done to bring this work to the public. It is a fantastic contribution. We owe you a great debt. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end. Sorry. Now we can go.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are we? Mani ai. My name is Dominic Guerrera. I'm a Ngarrindjeri in Ghana person, and I know that we've already had a welcome to country this morning and at the beginning of the festival that's played every day. So as a Ghana person, I just want to acknowledge my elders, my ancestors, the spirit of this country. And I also just want to speak to this particular spot because just over the road was and still is a sacred site. And there was giant boulders there that was a men's site for Ghana men. And the early colonists blew them up and used the rocks as well as digging out these hills here to take out clay and rock to build the church down the road, as well as the wall here around Governor's House, as well as other colonial infrastructure. So it's important that we remember these histories and that we know these histories because our stories are being constantly rewritten over by the colony of South Australia. And we are a sharp reminder that the fantasy or the fairy tale of the colony is not true. And that this is Ghana Yata. So, thank you. I want to introduce the other three people with me today on the panel, starting with my we're here today to talk about our beautiful anthology, The Rocks Remain, which was printed through Wakefield Press. And my co-editor is Karen Wild, who's a moody woman, who's also a writer and artist. Brad Darkson, who's a Narungga man, who's a visual artist and a writer as well. And the incredible and newly long-listed Stella Prize poet and visual artist, Ali Colby-Eckerman, who's a Yankandara woman as well. I'm going to hand over to Karen now.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. As a Māori person born and living on Ghana Yata, I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm on Ghana Yata, and I pay my respects to Ghana elders past and present. I also express solidarity with Palestinian people and ask that you all think of the Palestinian poets, writers and journalists who have been murdered and even assassinated by the apartheid state of Israel, not only in the past 5 months, but the past 75 years. I also show respect for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander writers who are being attacked due to their solidarity and friendships with Palestinians.
And I just want to particularly name Evelyn Arulan over at Overland and Amy Maguire, who are two very public and outspoken Aboriginal supporters of Palestine who have been publicly attacked, and they don't deserve it because they're standing up against genocide. But before we jump in, I just want to tell you the story of how this anthology came to be. And it's very important because it weaves so many of the networks that we are a part of. And so Karen and I were attending the First Nation Aboriginal Writers Network Whanaun here at Tandanya, the National Summit. And Karen approached Michael Boland from Wakefield Press, and then we started talking about, why isn't there Karen's always great at creating the spark. And was saying to Michael, why haven't you done an anthology? We need to do an anthology. And he said, well, do you want to edit it? And I was sitting on the other side of the Tandanya Cafe minding my business, and I hear my name called out and Karen going, Dominic, come over here. And so I came over, and within 5 seconds, I had been told that I was co-editing this beautiful anthology with Karen. And then we applied for some funding from Creative Australia, and we were fortunate to win that. So we want to thank Creative Australia for that funding, because it allowed us to do a really comprehensive call out, and also pay our writers, a lot more than what a normal anthology would be able to pay them. And it's about, respecting artists as writers. So then we had the beautiful pleasure of sifting through all these works and providing a lot of writers this new opportunity to not just be published, but also go through, you know, a editing process that they hadn't been through before. So not only was it new for me as an editor of an anthology, which I had never done before, but we're able to echo that through for the writers as well who featured in this. The cover is featuring the work of Ghana artist James Tyler, and the title comes from one of Brad's lines in his work, The Rocks Remain. And we kind of didn't actually talk about the title or the cover for a long time. And we just kind of were reading Brad's piece together, and we looked up at each other when I read that line out loud, and we kind of we knew that this was the title, and everything just fell into line. And so in that, one of the big themes that came through was country, as it does in a lot of Aboriginal writing. And so for Brad, I want to ask you about your piece that you contributed to this anthology, because it is intrinsically tied to your visual artwork. But that work is speaking to a particular part of, you know, country, like Ghana country. And I just wanted to ask you, can you tell us about your relationship to that land and how you established that, and then how that kind of speaks to you as a visual and writing artist?
Yep. Thanks, Dominic and Karen, for the huge amount of work that you both put into this. I was in the car getting a lift with my sister, and on the way in, she was telling me, you know, this is 20 years in the making, really. And so you've done such a great job bringing it all together and working with Wakefield to produce something really, like, that's a huge milestone for community. Also acknowledge Ali for being up on stage with us. I only just got a copy of the anthology in my hands when we were on the way to the stage, so I was quickly trying to read yours, and I didn't get through the whole thing, but I look forward to reading the rest of it. So first, I'll just acknowledge as well that we're meeting here on Ghana Yada, and pay my respects to Ghana elders past and present. And in particular, I wanted to mention one particular elder, Auntie Lynette Crocker, who worked with me on the exhibition that I wrote this artist statement for. And the exhibition is just about to start its first leg of a 3-year tour. So it was over at AUKUS, it was Between Waves, Yalingua exhibition curated by Jess Clark, and I was one of several artists in that group exhibition, and it's about to start that tour in Hobart. So Auntie Lynette is someone that I've worked with on multiple projects. She's incredible, one of the best storytellers, like a lot of our elders, and she's just got so much knowledge and respect for country and community and the arts, and is one of our most staunch activists, especially for Ghana culture. So when I approached her to start talking about the work that I made for Between Waves, the work's title is Waiting for Kikira, the Ghana word for moon. She and I got to talking about, a few ideas I had for producing a work that was responding to country, responding to a site, that highlighted people being intrinsically connected to a site, to that country and to the waters. We started talking about fish traps, and she directed me to a place down south called Kongoratinga, which we kind of now refer to as Warina Cove. And there's a site there, there's a few sites down there, but one in particular that was destroyed during the development of a marina there, which is an old Ghana fish trap. So we started talking about that, and I think just to kind of keep things brief so that we can all talk a bit more, because I could talk about this a lot. She's incredible to work with. She was planning on coming down to Congretinga with me, and we were going to bring community and family down and check out the location of where the fish trap was. And she, like a lot of our community and elders in particular, has to dedicate a large chunk of her life to going to dialysis each week. And so she's got some health issues as well. So underlying health conditions meant that she couldn't actually make it on the day, and she had to go to hospital. So we kind of changed the whole day around, and it was a little bit disappointing for me. It was mainly really disappointing for her, but I still went down there, and the day was incredible. It was a beautiful sunny day, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to send her some images and footage from the location, from Congretinga, where this river winds down and meets the ocean, and I'm just going to try and give her as much from this day as possible. So I did that, and then, we worked on the work from there.
Your turn, Karen.
Okay, thanks, Fred. Ali, firstly, congratulations for your book, She is the Earth, being longlisted for the Stella Prize. Your first novel features your relationship with country. Can you tell us how country influenced your work?
Thanks, Karen. The reality of She is the Earth started on Bunurong country on the Mornington Peninsula, and I had a visit from an old spirit who planted a seed, and I knew it was stronger than a dream, and I carried that for a little while. I also want to then bring it back to South Australia and acknowledge Grenville, where I was born. And recently I've realised this is the place where my placenta and umbilical cord was destroyed. And I always have strong feelings when I am here. My brother, Carl Winder Telfer, when he learnt that I was born on his country, has always been a support for me to sometimes unravel those feelings. But often as a Yankunytjatjara person who met my mother at 34, and my journey often leaves me to live in a quite solo way. Often there aren't Aboriginal people around, and I do spend a lot of time listening because my traditional women in Central Desert taught me how to listen and the importance of it. And slowly, through that isolation and a period of deep sorrow, the book started to emerge. And for me, it's different. It's not a book that I can read readily because it's very deep. It's very soulful. It's a plea for women who are challenged in the beliefs. We mentioned the word fantasy and fable before. You know, I thought by the time I was a grandmother and reached this age that I would get that bit of an Enid Blyton ending, and that the world was going to be a really kind place and my family would be centred around me and I could be proud to be an Australian. And with televised bombing of women and children who were stuck behind gates wouldn't be a reality. And I think that's only how I can answer the question about she is the earth, because it's a plea for hope. If everything is stripped away that you know, then there is poetry, there is culture, and there is listening.
And you and I have been, yeah, please. And you and I, because we work together, we have this conversation about listening to country. And I really feel like you have opened up that to me, for me, in a lot of ways, like that inner ear, I guess. And how that then informs your writing, you know what I mean? And it's not like because the poem or the work is, how do I describe it? It's beyond words in some ways, but like that the story is there, but you've got to listen to the story, and it's got to also be speaking to you at the same time.
Yeah, country talks. And Ancestors' spirit voice isn't limited by native title boundaries. And, Ruby Moonlight was listening. It was written with in collaboration with a river. The benefit of being back on country that knew me as a little girl and as a teenager, and native title, it's not my traditional country. I've been blessed to have spent a lot of time in the desert, but I'm back there on Nadjeri country. I pay respects to Nadjeri people. There's a solace there too. And there's a solace of staying put. Most of my life I was running around looking for, a piece of myself, my belonging place. And the journey keeps bringing me back there. And so when COVID hit, it was so lovely to go back there to that empty house and slowly rebuild. And I'm writing a lot. It's not a secret, I don't think. New and selected collection coming out in August. I think there's something too about arriving to your final chapter, and I say that with pride, not with anything negative. There's something that happens in our bodies when we reach another level of maturity, and sometimes if the future's a little bit uncertain, I think you find a lot of solace in the past, and probably in reverse of that too. Yeah.
It's almost like country holds, even if it's not our country, but we grew up there, it holds our stories there as well, like our childhood stories.
Yeah, and I can spend 4 days a week just totally me and the dog. That's a lot of solitude. That's a lot of being in the moment. That's a lot of listening. That's I'm very influenced by listening and watching and
Karen, you contributed something that's a bit out of the norm for you for this anthology.
Yeah.
You're known as a short story and novelist, and you've now started. I remember when I first met you, you were like, I don't write poetry, and now you're starting to write poetry and putting it out there, which I really love. Can you talk a little bit about that branch, It Hums, which is your poem, and how it, because it's about your writing process, but it's also how country is actually embedded in your writing process as well.
Yes, yeah. So last year, this is a bit of a lead-in. After meeting Susan Abu Hawa here at the festival, she invited me and Ali over to Philadelphia to speak at Palestine Rights. And this is Susan's personal scarf as well. She's just been asked to leave Gaza. She crossed over through the Rafah border a couple of weeks ago to take aid and run story writing workshops with displaced Palestinians in Gaza. So she's just left 2 days ago and currently in Cairo trying to get back into Gaza. So I just want to bring her into this space because she is a writer that puts her body on the line, not just her words. So before, I thought, this is really nice, I'm going over to speak in America, but I felt that I needed to go and spend some time on country before going. I thought that was very important. You know, we've just come out of COVID and all that sort of stuff, and it's like, no, I cannot go overseas unless I've spent some time on country. So I put in for a Nilma Sydney travel grant, which I got to go to Philadelphia, but also to spend 3 weeks driving around in a camper van in WA, sleeping on the side of the road and in near dry creek beds and all sorts of places. You know, it was great. I didn't stay in hotels. Who needs them? And so I spent that time going. I did a hike down to Moore River Aboriginal settlement and walked around there for a day. I spent a day at Nova Scotia. All these sites of violence I went and researched and spent time in as part of research of the novel that I've almost finished writing, and also some new works. One day I was a little bit lost. I love getting lost. I was looking for a ghost town, but instead I found the rabbit-proof fence, which I walked along, and then I spent the night at a camel soak, which was just magic. So I found some really incredible places on that 3 weeks, but I did spend about a week on country, and the day after I'd gone up and visited my grandmother's grave at Chigalong, I was leaving Newman, and a poem popped into my head about writing processes and about connections to country and story. And then I slept in this amazing place that night. It was just amazing. And then that next morning, my poem for Red Room got published, my first ever published poem. And so I stopped my camper van on the way to Port Hedland and wrote another poem, which is in this book.
Listening.
So it's about my process of writing, for sure. Like here in Adelaide, I do daily walks in the scrub and the wetlands and on the beach, and that is my writing process. Like if I can't get out into nature, I can't write. And so being up on country was also part of my writing process. So I've now got a whole lot of work I've got to do. So I was driving away from my country, and that poem just came to me about how both places influence story and how I'm a storyteller. Like, it was just, wow, I'm a storyteller. Yeah.
Before we jump into the next question, I just want to acknowledge some of the writers from the anthology in the audience, including Natalie, Harkin, Noah, Sonia, and Jada.
And please stand.
Please stand. And if there's other writers as well that I've missed, could you please stand up? Oh, Stephen.
Yeah, Noah.
Over here.
Oh, who's up the back there? Rick?
Yes.
Is that you? Hi,
Rick from Kangaroo Island. Stephen Pappen as well. Michael Larkin down the back here.
Michael.
And it's one thing that Karen and I are carrying with this is that this is not our anthology as the editors, but it's our anthology as all the writers who contributed to this. And that this opportunity needs to be shared amongst all of us.
I want to say, as a grandmother, anthologies are really, really exciting because it brings for me an introduction to new and emerging writers that I haven't had the chance to meet, and I really hope tonight that it becomes a level playing field. You know. Please include me and forget about the Stella, and let's all be lateral and in our celebration of this, because sometimes the whiteness of those prizes can isolate a writer, and we are all Aboriginal writers, and please let's build an equal campfire tonight.
Yes, thank you. So before I ask my question, I also want to say that of the 25 writers in the anthology, 19 of them are South Australian. it is very difficult for South Australian writers, especially Aboriginal writers, to get their work out there. So this is mammoth. It's just fantastic. Most have never been published before. Woohoo. It's their first time. There's a few emerging, and there's a couple of established writers. So really encourage you to get the book. The other thing too is that me and Dominic will be growling at anyone that calls it our book in their interviews or reviews. It is not our book. It is all 25 writers' books. So my question to Dominic, you've contributed your most known poem for this anthology. Can you tell us more about your poem, Unwelcome to Country?
Yeah. It actually was born here at Adelaide Writers' Week about 5 years ago. I was asked by a poet called Laniuk to do a Welcome to Country, and I had stopped doing Welcome to Countries because I was just very fed up with the disrespect to elders who were constantly giving culture, constantly giving welcome, and calling for significant change, but nothing was happening. So excuse my language, but I was like, well, fuck you all, and you're not going to be welcomed anymore. And so my frustration often writes the best poetry, or my anger, my poetry. And I wanted to write a poem that spoke to what I think was the abuse towards elders and towards the expectation of being welcomed without doing any work towards Aboriginal rights. So it's one thing to be welcomed, it's another thing for people to be doing work after. So often I would say to people, you've been welcomed, now what? And so I wanted to highlight in the poem the kind of hypocrisy particularly in Adelaide at festival season, where I don't believe in two worlds, and I write that in the poem because I just believe we live in a colonized state. But that colonized state allows a significant number of this population here in SA to live without thinking about the impacts that your lives are having on our lives and our culture and our country. And that's what I'm calling for in this poem, is for people that once, the nice things, the nice way to engage with Aboriginal people gets removed, and you have to be confronted with the truths of what we're actually living with on a daily basis, a lot of you don't want to engage anymore, And so that's why I'm asking is for you to actually start confronting those truths in this poem. And so it's kind of fitting, it's full circle that I waited a long time to publish it. I won a prize and all this stuff. And I think that it's really fitting that it sits in this collection amongst all these other local writers, and that we're now back here launching it here at Adelaide Writers' Week, where that poem was born in a way, or was written for. And it's had many iterations, as good poems do. But I remember when I first read it, I actually read it again the next year, and Ali and Mandy Brown and a few others and Natalie were in the audience because we all read together, and Stephen as well. And afterwards, I felt like the response from these respected writers that I love was very positive, and I felt like they see me as a poet. And it was the strength of that poem. So I'm glad that I have saved it for this anthology and that it gets to sit amongst this. But yeah. Other themes in this anthology included themes of like protests, resistance, and relationships, which I think are very common themes in a lot of Aboriginal storytelling and art. And one of the things that I always love to do is acknowledge the people who, Ali and Karen and Natalie here and Ali Baker, who have come before me and, not just opened doors, but shattered them, kicked them down, because there shouldn't be a door there in the first place. So I wanted to ask everyone on the panel, who are people that Aboriginal people who, Aboriginal artists and storytellers who you have admired, who have been transformative or have maintained Aboriginal storytelling? Who wants to go first?
Who don't you mention in that?
Yeah.
There's so many. There's so many amazing people.
But personally for you, in your work, who has impacted that?
I've had the privilege of working with a lot of artists, installing their work in many galleries around the country over many years. And I think for me, you know, growing up, listening to like strong women in community talking about family and history and culture and you know, first, like, I've got to acknowledge my sister, Natalie Harkin, who's, you know, in here and in many other books, and is so incredible and has worked with so many other incredible people like Ali sitting next to her, and Julie Goff, and Faye Blanche from the Unbound Collective, Simone Ter. You know, these storytellers that really, like Dominic says, are, you know, breaking down barriers for people in community to do great things, to educate. It's hard to kind of narrow it down. Storytellers, when I think about storytellers, I think about elders like Uncle Lewis, you know, who will tell you a story, and you will be sitting there listening to that story for about 40 plus minutes, you know, and it'll be like 50 different stories in one. And Julie Goff's kind of similar in that way, you know, like we'll sit down and you'll talk to her and Nat's smiling because she's been there many times. It's like, you know, like Auntie Lynette's the same, like so many elders in community. You just got to give them the time because they've got so many amazing stories to tell. And it doesn't matter if you're calling up for, you know, because you have a question around one thing in particular. You know, you might never get to that and you might be on the phone for an hour and a half, but you've listened to so many different stories. I think about people like that. Trevor Nichols' artwork was like just incredible to install at Tandanya back in the early days of working there for me. You know, Alex Apodi's prints, incredible from up Torres Straightway. You know, these Ricky Maynard from down Tasmania, you know, like just amazing photography, black and white photography. I mean, John Mundine's work within communities around the top end and over on the East Coast. Like there's, I don't know where to stop with that list. It's just so, like, there's just so many amazing people and so many of them are in this anthology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And outside of the cities and outside of the institutions that were established for white people, for me, the strength of story is in the desert. It was in the desert that I ran to when I was 17, not knowing that 17 years later I would find out that that was my mother's birthplace. Wow, what a story. And then the women in the central deserts, when I went, had a commission as a photographer from Townley College to go out to the APY lands for the first time. And no one speaks about my grandmother because she vanished. She's a missing. And it was only out there that the oldest people recognised my face. And so began the story. Like they started stitching sentences inside me. They started stitching me to my belonging place on my grandmother's country in a way that I couldn't have foreseen. The strength of that storytelling is what influences me to the core. I can't mention their names, and there's no need. They're gone now. But the love that they showed me was the one that built the atoms of my blood together to flow through my veins and brains, and has blessed me with an incredible journey that is not mine. That's why I detract a little bit from fanfare, because it was them. Without them, I am nothing, and still in culture, I'm a child. They taught me how to read country, so it's a wonderful book, because wherever I go, I can see a glimpse of story. Even if I don't ever learn the true story, I know that story is there. And I love that my brother, Gidjiba, is living back out in the mid-north with me, the two adopted, stolen kids from Brinkworth Area School. And we went for a drive the other day to country that we hadn't known, but he's had a similar journey. We both could see stories in country, and that was the thing that directed our, that's where we took the car, just on the fact that over there in that long, long distance, there's a story. So exciting. I like, too, that yesterday I was with a friend who knew me at 22 in Alice Springs. We were both pretty broken young women, damaged by a loss of motherhood, I think. We went to the biennial, had the absolute privilege of being invited to participate in the biennial this year. And we watched as people hurried past my photographs, hurried past my story, and she was like, interesting. And it's like, and then I got to understand the curatorship, because not everyone can see, and not everyone will sit. And it's only when you sit that you can see, and it's only when you see that you can hear. So I'm really happy that so many people are rushing past, because I know the ones that sit have been guided by something strong and valuable.
I love that.
You can go next.
I was going to say before, we are going to start taking questions, and then Karen and I will give our answers. So if you have any questions, just come to the centre. And if they could be questions, not stories, they're all in here. That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. We joked about bringing scorecards, whether it was a bad question or a good question.
I mean, like, my people, like my grandmother, Margaret Brosnahan, who sadly has passed away now, she stood just over 5 foot and had the mouth of a sailor. You remember, Anna-Christine? And she started an Aboriginal writers' poetry writing group in her back shed at Welland. And the group was called Yanampolgi, which means talking house, or place of talking. And I just remember being like a kid in that space, in the shed, and having these poets. I don't even remember who they were now because I was so young, that they were just sitting around sharing their work. And so poetry was always like in our lives as children, because Nana was this poet. She was published at a time when a lot of other, we weren't, it wasn't like now where there's a lot of Aboriginal people getting published. There wasn't that many Aboriginal people being published. And so for her to have her collection out, Raukin, which was published through Magabala, was this very significant, not just for her and the family, but for the wider community, because it created, not a benchmark, but it created a pathway, as well as other Aboriginal writers at that time. But also for me, a lot of the Aboriginal queer storytellers just blow me away. Like people like Destiny Deacon, whose work, I am doing a master's in gender studies, so there is a bit of bias with a work like Destiny Deacon, but through photography, she's able to just capture moments using dolls in childhood. And I think of like Ghana Naranga man Jacob Bowen, who just put together Gurunda that was performed here at the Adelaide Festival. That just yes, please, blew my mind. I was like beaming, and I'm not even Naranga, but this sense of pride that was just in that room, and watching this performance. And that story is not even queer. It's Naranga creation stories, but to see a queer Naranga Ghana artist create that with community, not just by himself, that just speaks the volume of what we as queer Aboriginal people contribute to our culture and to our communities. And yes, it was really powerful to see that. But yeah. Karen, who are your people?
Okay. I want to give a shout out to Guru Lebanese writer and literature scholar, Dr. Michaela Saunders. She's currently under attack by mainstream media for programming a really, really beautiful session for the upcoming Melbourne Writers' Festival, where she's combining Palestinian and Aboriginal writers in solidarity reading poetry. So I want to give a shout out to her, but also just the way that she supports new writers, and is breaking through with Indigenous speculative fiction. She's probably is the leading Aboriginal speculative fiction writer in Australia at the moment. So big shout out for Michaela. Yeah. Oh, her first spec fic collection has just been released. It's called Always Will Be. Always was. So do get a copy. Also, I want to mention my auntie Doris Pilkington, whose semi-biographical trilogy shone a light on stolen generation, domestic servitude, and other policies of harm that has caused great harm to Aboriginal people. And also to acknowledge that she became a published writer in her 50s. And in those days, that was quite common. We're now seeing a lot of young, exciting writers. But even, say, 10 years ago, most writers were in their 50s and 60s, or even older, because of the barriers that they had to break through. And she inspired me as well, because my first novel was published 3 weeks before I turned 50. I decided, well, it's never too late, just do it. And acknowledge my mother, she's one of those people just love yarning. And when you're young, you sort of have a little snoop in your parents' drawers and things. Everyone's done, haven't they? And I remember I used to find notebooks full of poetry and short story that she'd written, but never went anywhere other than her drawer in her bedroom. And I think that's sad. And I think I'm really excited that people are now writing younger and they're not just sitting on their dreams like that. I also want to acknowledge the silent stories of matriarchs in my family. These stories are found when reading archives of violence. And when you sit and read these archives, these stories come out, and they're difficult stories, but we all need to read these stories, and we need to interpret these stories for all of you to read, and for you all to practice truth listening.
Yeah. We've got some questions.
We have.
First one off the bat.
Yes, thank you. Would each one of you please read one of your poems or recite them? I'd really like to hear.
We don't have time.
Well, Brad and Ali have short stories in the collection, and Karen has a poem. Do you want to read your poem, Karen?
But there's other people lining up for questions, and we only have 10 minutes before we're off stage.
Well, we'll get to the questions, and then if we have time at the end, we'll read a poem. Yep.
Hi, my name's Nicola. Thank you for representing all the poets in the Anthology. And my question is, what in particular do you think it is that makes poetry attractive to Indigenous writers? And why are they so good at it?
Because we don't have the time to write novels. No, I'm joking. We do have the time.
Because First Nation language is poetry.
Yeah.
And we've been forced to speak English And then when we get to learn how to listen or find our way with family or without family to that listening, it's only poetry. This country is poetry. This sacred, unceded country is poetry.
Yep. You want to say anything?
I feel like I'm an imposter on this panel, to be honest. I guess, yeah, like to echo what you've just said, Ali, you know, we've got oral traditions that are linked intrinsically to country. And when you think about, like, when I'm talking to people like elders in community and I'm trying to, you know, get some cultural guidance, seek knowledge for something that I'm doing in my life that I want to take forward and pass on to the next generation, you know, everything's centred around people being a part of country. And so when people are a part of country and there's those oral traditions, and like you say, country is poetry, you know, I think that there's that kind of like aspect that, you know, helps. I guess I've been exposed to a lot of like creative writing from people in my family. But yeah, I'm totally an imposter. I like when they asked me to come up here, I was like, you know, or to be in the anthology, I was like, what are you going to use? I haven't written anything, you know, like, so yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But your artist, just the thing is, Brad, your artist statement is poetry, the way you wrote that.
Yes.
And that's the thing about this anthology, is that we wanted to encourage people to think beyond Western ideas of what is poetry, what is short story or microfiction, and to just find the poetry wherever it comes. Yeah. And yours really blew us away because it was something different. And I think because it was linked to that visual art as well. And the other thing about why Aboriginal people connect with poetry is because, and both of you have touched on it a little bit, is that we told our stories through songs. And song and lyric is another form of poetry as well, I believe. So it's just a continuation. Everything in Aboriginal culture today is a continuation of what was in the past, and it's a continuation of the future as well. And that is the same for our storytelling, and that's why poetry is so connected. Yeah.
I want to add to that if you read novels, a lot of novels by Aboriginal writers, there's poetry within that too. I mean, probably not some of the new YA and spec fic, but a lot of the other novels are also poetic. And Brad is not an imposter.
No.
like you inspired the cover title.
Yeah.
But if you look at, when you get a copy of the book, and you must get a copy of the book in the book tent, buy a couple of copies, because this is first print run, and pretty sure this first print run will probably be gone in another week, so you want to get a copy soon. So anyway, if you look at the book, we've opened with Brad's prose, and we've closed with Sister Nat's prose. And both of them are so poetic. They might be prose, but they're really poetic. Yeah.
Cool.
I just think your work is beautiful. Thanks.
Take.
Dominic. My question is to everybody. I'm a non-Aboriginal poet. I'm of Scottish and Irish descent, and I'm very involved with local poetry in Adelaide, especially amongst the younger generation. And my question is, how can poets of non-Aboriginal backgrounds, and that's very diverse these days, how can we respectfully engage with these themes of anti-colonialism and opposition to Australian nationalism, have a lot of similar critiques to yourself, but from a very different non-Aboriginal perspective at times? Is there ways that could be done wrong or in a way that's not respectful or not in fair play? And are there any times where that's been done right, where someone from a background such as myself has decried what's wrong with colonialism and you found yourself agreeing with it or thinking that's a good perspective? So speak to that any way you want. Thank you.
You go.
Me? Okay. As long as you're not telling the Aboriginal story or the Aboriginal experience, and if you're critiquing colonialism from a privileged point of view, then I think that's fine. but it's not about replicating or trying to replicating the Aboriginal experience. Because we do need everyone through storytelling and through activism and writing to be collectively speaking out against these atrocities and things, the evils of the world. But also, I think that you need to sit and do a lot deeper thinking than just putting pen to paper. And I also don't think you can write those things until you've put some of those things you want to write about into action. So if you're wanting to talk about decolonizing or anti-capitalism or, anti-genocidal, you have to be a part of that. Those actions have to be embedded in your life before you can actually write about them as well. Otherwise you're just kind of being a bit of an anthropologist researching with a gaze in, as opposed to doing that work. Does that make sense? Yeah. What else does everyone else think?
I think until you have sobbed your hardest on this country and sobbed ego out of your body, you can't reach that place.
Yeah. Yep. Ali puts it much better than I do.
I think working with community is a really good starting point for a lot of people as well. Approach community and talk to elders and try and funnel money to those people, because people are always expected in community, especially elders, to give culture, like Dominic's already mentioned, to perform culture and welcomes, and to allow people and enable and legitimise people being here, and they're expected to share that, and they're also expected to carry that on to the next generation, and we're all expected to learn that and then carry it on to the next generation after that, but nobody will pay us to do it. So it's about funneling money to those people so that they can practice culture, and if you want to be an ally and be a part of that journey, then approaching community and I think engaging with community in a meaningful way where you're not extracting money, but you're actually trying to funnel money to elders so that they can, bring you along on that journey. Like, there's more help, great.
A good example of that, a friend of mine is in the audience. He brought his mates, there were 72, 75 and 79. They drove from Mansfield in Victoria. They came and donated their time for 5 days and chucked some money towards materials and helped me renovating my house. That's the sort of income exchange that means a lot and actually produces really solid outcomes. So when we say investing can be in many ways.
Absolutely. We've now reached the end of our panel.
We have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll read do you want me to read a poem?
Read Jada's.
I'm not going to read someone else's poem. Oh, that's not right. Unless Jada would like to come up and read their poem, not to put them on the spot. Come on, Jada.
Come on.
You got 3 minutes.
I've got a really short filler Pauline Hanson poem.
Yay!
Sit down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to stand over here.
I'm nervous. The title is called You Cut Off My Native Tongue and Here I Am Sewing It Back On. Slightly bruised, a mouthful of stitches. My words soften in hopes that the tongue you cut off regains, reclaims, and heals. For when speaking my tongue, now reborn, shall these words I speak cut you deep. I do have a language translation in Wirrungul. I'd also, before reading it, I got a lot of help by Celeste over at the mobile language team. So if it wasn't for her, this translation wouldn't be here, I guess. Slightly ngandan, stitches muga, ngajuwanga jula, in hopes that the jarling nubali janigada regains, reclaims, and heals. Ngajuwanga wangaran, idabirna, naladaga wanga, ngajuwanganda, nubali, kaniyara, jagao. Thank you.
That concludes.
Thanks, Jada.
That concludes our panel. I just want to say both Karen and Ali's books are available in the book tent, not just the anthology. And there's also a plethora of other Aboriginal writers in there, including Gary Lonsborough, Ellen Van Neven, Melissa Lukashenko, Michaela Saunders, everyone, Evelyn Rowland, Jazz Money. Please buy and read and share Aboriginal stories. Alexis, right, hello.
Melissa, did you say Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, yeah. And we're also going to be going over there to sign copies. So if the other writers that are here want to join us to sign, please do. That would be lovely. Thank you very much. Nakanda.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session which we have entitled What Goes on Tour, a principle we are about to completely violate. We are meeting today on Ghana land, and we pay our respects to the attachment to their land of those peoples and to their leaders past and present. There has been for some time an ugly feeling about the Adelaide Writers' Festival that, compared to all other writers' festivals in Sydney, in Australia...
Very nice.
It's notoriously discreet. There's been pressure for the last couple of years for more indiscretion, more personal tales of what it is like for people like us to actually go out on the road and labour on your behalf, flogging our books. We've masked some of the unpleasantness. We've swallowed some of our pride. But today is an opportunity for us to speak frankly to Adelaide about the hard lives that we live. And the especially hard lives of the women here to my right, who just keep producing success after success, which only makes life on the road more difficult. I've had about 30 years between books, and I'm not match fit, but they are match fit. At the end of the row, of course, Kate Grenville. And if you haven't read her latest one, read it. And then Una Mannion, from a country of notorious reticence, Ireland. Pip Williams and Susan Johnson. Actually, we're not just going to talk about the hell of literary festivals, but we are also going to talk about the hell of just being on the road, trapped on the road with nothing but celebration after celebration to face further down the track. And Kate, I'd like to begin by asking, where do you find the strength to do it?
Well, you know, a signing line is an enormously restoring thing. So thank you all for the signing line this morning. Where do I find the strength to do it? Look, part of it is I wrote a lot of my books when I had two little children, and I had a husband who, I was very lucky, was prepared to kind of, you know, look after them for a while I went away. So frankly, it was a bit of a sabbatical from being a mum. But please don't tell them that. What goes on tour, etc.
Getting away from your children, if I could put it bluntly.
You want a better answer, don't you?
No, I don't. I mean, we're here for candor, and honestly,
yeah.
Kate,
are we?
you represent candor in our literary culture to an extraordinary degree. Una, what's the worst country to try and flog a book in?
I actually have very little experience touring because my first book came out in 2021. And Ireland, at the start of December 2020, had the lowest incidence of COVID in Europe. And the government, because it's very sentimental about Christmas, decided it was really important to have Christmas, to have a meaningful Christmas, to quote the Taoiseach or the Prime Minister. So everything was opened up. And of course, Ireland Christmas isn't like a day, it's 2 weeks, it's 2 solid weeks. And the pubs were open, and there's actually a little town in Mayo called Belmullet, which had the highest incidence of COVID in the world, 1 in 17 people. People were spilling out of the hotel windows like on Christmas Eve because everyone comes home. And by mid-January, we had the highest incidence of COVID in the world. So the government on Christmas Day declared a lockdown. And my book was coming out in January, but in the States it was coming out on the 6th of January, which was the day the Capitol was stormed. So I had a little anxiety about saying, like, yay, me, my democracy is falling, but like I published a book and then COVID. So my book launch, I was in a field by the sea where at least there was Wi-Fi. I could get Wi-Fi by myself on Zoom. That's...
Yes. Hey, can we all admit as writers what a wonderful time COVID was?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Ugg boots, the Ugg boot book tour.
No obligations, nothing to do but write, which can be quite horrifying. Pip, did you flourish in COVID?
I did really, and my first book tour was a Zoom tour because my first novel, The Dictionary of Lost Words, came out 2 days after we all went into lockdown, when the whole world went into lockdown, just at the end of March 2020. And I just thought it would go quietly to a shelf somewhere and collect dust. But actually what happened was, everyone pivoted to online events. And so I had quite a busy schedule of Zoom events where I would do my hair and my makeup and put on a nice top and have my tracky dacks and my Ugg boots on underneath and hope that, the camera never slipped. And it was really interesting, but I never got signing queues and I never got to, no one picked me up in lifts, which happened this festival.
We'll get to pickups.
I'm calling it a pickup. It might not have been. It just might have been a friendly person. But I did get invited to I got a free ticket on the door at a festival show. But that never happened the first year round. I'm being very transparent. My partner is in the audience today, so I'm just, I said no to the free ticket on the door.
Oh, did you?
So, yeah. Only because actually I was on stage here at the time. I might have gone, actually. I should stop talking now. Because,
I forgot to ask, you were telling us that this little town had the highest rate of COVID in the world. But how were book sales?
So, interestingly, I also thought that the book wouldn't do very well because of COVID, but actually it actually held its own despite the fact that we were in quite heavy lockdown in Ireland and there was no bookstores open. There was news agents open, so most of the buying must have happened online in Ireland anyway.
Well, Susan, how have you coped with the really harsh circumstances in which you've found yourself over the last few years in relation to literature?
Well, you mean vis-a-vis COVID, I was actually one of the Australians who was locked out of my own country.
Beasts.
I was, I couldn't believe, I had a lot of friends who were out of their own countries and their governments were all providing transport back home. But what happened to us is our Prime Minister saw fit to shut the gate, which actually caused an immense grief to many, many families who couldn't get back to see their... I understand we need to protect ourselves from COVID, but I think there should have been some sort of scheme where you could come back in, pay your fees and actually be in quarantine somewhere, personally.
Of course.
So for me, I couldn't get back into the country.
Where were you?
I was in Greece at the time because that was my 2 years of being in Greece, and it was a good place to be in lockdown, I have to say. We had to, pretty where we could go. We had restrictions on where we could go, but we could actually leave home for 12 reasons or 6 reasons, I can't remember what. But we'd have to be... I remember I was walking down this absolutely completed, deserted road from this ancient Venetian castle down to this very small village of 2 people, and a police car stopped and told me to put on my mask.
In the absolute open air. And I see that you are carrying a mask today.
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, it's in case the security people around here, because if they don't tell you to take your notebook off the fence, they might tell you to mask up. But let's get to the bottom of this. Did a lot of people buy books during COVID and sit at home and read? or did they catch up with Netflix? I mean, what does
I think
anybody
they did
know?
Both. I think they did both. I know I had lots of wonderful books delivered to my door by my local bookseller, which was wonderful, and I devoured them because there was nothing else to do. I also watched a lot of Netflix.
Did you get the hint of that, ladies and gentlemen? Nothing else to do but read.
Oh, I know, that sounded terrible, didn't it? Well, my children were older, so I didn't have to homeschool. I have a lot of friends who have smaller children, and so it was a really vile kind of period of time.
Yeah, it must have been just ghastly.
Yeah. And I did get a little writing done as well. Yeah.
I found there was something about COVID that did something to my brain. And
Did
I
you
bought
get
the
it?
books.
Did you get it?
No, I still, touch wood, haven't had it.
That's not wood.
I'm a very small minority. But I bought all the books, and like almost everybody, I set out to read Proust. I, of course, got the Camus, La Peste. Didn't read a word of it. And there's a Dostoevsky book too, I think that... So I did all the usual things. I made the determination that I would learn Chinese. Seemed like a great idea at the time. And I did none of those. I read Agatha Christie when I read. I just... Something in my brain objected to... I think I was frightened. I think that's actually what was happening. My intellect was kind of paralysed by terror of this thing, because before vaccines, and I'm, a card-carrying old person, there was a very real risk of dying.
Oh, yes.
So I think that affected my... So, yeah, I bought the books. I went that far.
Una, you're
I can't
nodding.
say I read
You're
them.
nodding.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And because of Zoom, I didn't... Like, my husband is a musician he plays traditional Irish music, and they tour internationally, and so he was grounded, and the government paid him to be unemployed. But because of Zoom, I was back at work. The country closed on Thursday, and I was back at work on Monday teaching on Zoom. I teach in a third level college. But like Kate was talking about, I found it quite hard to concentrate. Initially, and then Ireland had this incredible, strange spell of 10 weeks of sunshine in April and May of 2020, and I know there was so much suffering in the world, and at the same time, I was in my garden with my kids. All my kids were home, and it was sort of this extraordinary time as well.
I resolved to grow a beard. That was a complete failure, which was embarrassing, even after many, many months. I also resolved to finally finish Volume 3, The Mirror and the Light, and I still haven't been able to finish Volume 3. Volumes 1 and 2 are compelling and wonderful, and I'm scared of Volume 3. But look, what I really want to know about, and I know this is what's brought you under the cover of these trees, is, Susan, the very worst experience you've ever had, either at a literary festival or on the road, promoting books. The worst.
Well, the worst is one that I hope never, ever will ever happen again. I was beginning to tell everybody in the green room about it that...
and I stopped her.
And he did stop me, so he didn't hear the end. I pride myself on my professionalism. I was a journalist. I meet deadlines. I know where to be at the right place at the right time. David was, in fact, my editor when I was the Queensland correspondent for the National Times. And I never, you never miss deadlines. You do your word count. And if you have to go to events like this, you're on time. You go to the green room on time. I've published my first book in 1987, and in fact, this was my first festival in 1987. It was Messages from Chaos, so we're talking like 35 odd years of turning up on time. So what happened was in 2017 at the Brisbane Festival, I had a session in the morning, and I live in Brisbane, so I went home and I timed it. I thought, well, I can go home and have a a little kip, I'm also of that age where I want to have a nana nap before I, go. So I thought, okay, I set my clock. I was scheduled to do a big international panel. It was the guy who wrote Rich Asians. What's that? Crazy Rich Asians. So it was him, and it was a very odd collection of people. It was a very odd panel, and so I had to do a lot of research. And as you know, you prepare things. If you're moderating, you take a lot of time to make sure you know what the questions are, and you don't run out of questions. I'd done all this work. I'd done all the questions to them, emailed them. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I woke up, thought, oh, that's nice, now I'm ready to go. I turned my phone back on, and there was about 25 messages from the festival saying, where are you? You've missed I completely got, somehow it was something to do with, I have no idea to this day what happened. I had a conniption, and then I thought, oh my God, I felt like dropping dead. They were on luckily, because I had prepared so well, I'd sent all the questions ahead to all the members, and they'd given all the, luckily, to 4 of them, and so someone had been able to step in and read my questions. Oh my gosh. And
I'm surprised that you're here today.
Well, I was just going to say...
Further invitations followed.
I was going to say, I had to tell Zoe, Zoe, luckily, was the daughter. I was so old. It was actually the daughter of someone I used to work with at the Sydney Morning Herald, Deborah Jobson's daughter, Zoe.
Oh, yes.
Who was the festival organiser. And I said to her, I am mortified. This has never, ever happened to me in my whole life. How can I ever make it up? And so she put me on a few more sessions. And then when I was at the Byron Bay, she later became the director of the Byron Bay Festival. And all festivals have people that fall out like this, where we've planned another one. So she got me to do 3 extra sessions, and she said, you owe me.
Absolutely fair enough. Okay, Pip.
Well, probably I have 2 stories, and they both happen in Margaret River. And Margaret River was actually the very first festival that I did for the Dictionary of Lost Words. So it was a good sort of 18 months, I think, after the book had been published. But it was the first time I had a face-to-face. And for whatever reason, I was put in the same house as various Australian luminaries and celebrities. And we realised, I was with my partner, and we were told who else was in the house, and we bunkered down in the room for a little while, trying to figure out how we would cope with being in the house with all of these people, which included Bob Brown, Julia Baird, Jane Caro, Jonica Newby from Catalyst and her husband Robin Williams, and us. And I hadn't been to a festival for that book. I don't think I'd even been at a festival before. And we have no idea why we were put in this house. And it was a share house, essentially. It was massive and beautiful and resort-like, but we had to share the kitchen and the living space and so on.
With Bob Brown.
We talked about... No, we didn't have to share the bathroom. We did talk about perhaps just staying in the bedroom and not leaving except for my sessions. But we eventually went out, and I practiced the names because I'm actually really bad with names. And so I was practicing the names, and we went out and we met various people. I was great. I said Bob Brown. I remembered Julia Baird, and then I went, "Oh, hello, Caro," and she just looked at me and she said, "It's Jane," and I know that. And then, as soon as I could, went back to my bedroom, and I'm not sure I came out when there was people in the common area. That was one. And then the other one happened in Margaret River as well. It wasn't a festival. It was pre-Margaret River Festival 2 years later. And we were in our hotel room, and I was getting ready to go out, and I ran to the bathroom and kicked the thing that you put your luggage on, the thing that folds out and you put your luggage on, and my toe wrapped around it and broke. And that was the beginning of quite a lengthy book tour, which for the rest of the book tour I was sort of on crutches. But yeah, so they're the worst things.
Must make you just want to come back and back, back and back. Una, come on.
So when my first book came out, it was nominated for a prize at a festival in Ireland called the Dolly prize. And so we were lining up to go in for the prize announcement, which I did not win, but we were lining up, and it was an area all full of gravel, and someone was coming in a wheelchair, and the wheelchair got stuck in the gravel. And because it's just, I think if something is happening to anybody, it's my responsibility, even though I was queued up to go onto the, into the room. So, and I was wearing a dark green dress, and I got on the ground and I was trying to dig out the stones around the wheels while somebody else was trying to pull the wheelchair back. And then I touched the chair. I know you're not I shouldn't have touched the person's chair. And someone said to me, "Don't touch the chair." And I was like, I know. And then I started to cry, and I look up and I'm splayed in the gravel. And Bono is sitting there, and Sally Rooney is the other side. They're all looking at me like, what? I'm sitting on the ground in the gravel, crying. And so and that night Sally Rooney drove me home, actually, because she's with Faber, and Faber organised a dinner at the festival for for people who'd got Faber writers who'd been nominated. So Sally Rooney and her husband and John Banville were there, but Sally Rooney and her husband are very responsible, and they drove me home back to the hotel because we all had drinks. They didn't.
A little pastoral care.
Yeah.
You all need it.
Kate, I'm hoping you can do better than that. I mean, that is a touching story of very, very good behaviour, which goes a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for something that begins with malice. Can you help us there?
Well, no, I can't oblige with that, but I would like to start. When you asked me, where do you find the strength to keep doing that? It completely threw me, because I expected you to say, what is the worst experience you've had on tour? Easy.
I was holding that up my sleeve.
Which I will, yeah. And so I gave an answer that I very much regret. I didn't really go on tour to get away from my children. In fact, on tour, I wasted my time on tour because I missed them so much. I moped around. I went through the incredible procedure that you had to do in those days to call internationally, and these frighteningly expensive phone calls with my little children, long silences from their end, Anyway, I want to apologise for that and to say that you caught me off guard, and I said something that actually isn't true, which is appropriate for this thing. The real reason, now that I've had a chance to kind of think about it, sorry, did you want to say something?
I'm just mocking you. Yes, go on.
Look, the real reason, I think, is that nothing exceeded my very, very first public reading for sheer mortification. After that, it's actually been fairly easy. I had just written some short stories which were published in a book called Bearded Ladies, and it was published by UQP. And there was a reading outside the UQP offices, which was on campus at UQP. So it was a beautiful green, very green, I should have known, suspiciously green, grassy sward. Now, it was my first reading, and I didn't know that it's kind of cool not to dress up too much. And also I was young and, wanted to look gorgeous. So I wore sort of 4-inch stilettos. And you can probably see where this might be going. And I had a story that probably took 6 or 7 minutes to read. And when I had finally finished it, I could feel something happening in the vicinity of my heels. But by the time I had finished it, I was absolutely pinned to the spot by my stilettos. And I seem to remember David Malouf, what a gentleman, coming forward very nicely and kind of actually dragging me out like something I quick. So it's all been uphill since then, downhill. It's all been good since then.
I don't know whether any of you people know the town of Timaru in New Zealand, but I found myself there in about 1994, 95, something like that. And I was on a tour flogging the letters of Patrick White. Oh. Now, the appetite in New Zealand for the letters of Patrick White wasn't incredibly strong, but everywhere where we had been, there was a nice turnout in a bookshop, and a good time was had by all, and I exercised I enjoyed myself talking and that kind of thing. People were very polite. The bookshop in Timaru, I arrived at, half an hour before the session was to start. And there was a table with about 100 glasses on it. There was a bar with, buckets of ice and bottles in the ice. And there were plates of hors d'oeuvres. It was a big event. And 4 people came. And I thought, what do you do under these circumstances? And I had an inspiration. I said, let's all go and have dinner. And we did. And it was the most fabulous night because 2 of the 4 were lawyers and they knew each other. And most of the conversation that night, and this did relate to Patrick White, who had a fascination with the horribleness of murder in New Zealand. And these guys were criminal lawyers, and they talked, again, they just told story after story of the stupidity of their clients. I mean, he lived on a farm. He should have known you had to slake the body with lime, but did he? No. Or another story I can't get out of my head was drove the body through town without the tarpaulin tied down, and the tarp blew off. It was the most wonderful night, just talking about the sheer stupidity of New Zealand murderers. Heaven, really. That was my worst experience. But what about...
That sounds like a great experience.
It was. But I tell you, there is something about standing there and a couple of people come into the bookshop and you wait for some more people to come into the bookshop and you look at the clock and yes, one more person does come into the bookshop, but there's no sign of a late rush coming into the bookshop. And there was the reproach of those glasses. I can see them still. All of those wine glasses, my God. But, we rescued it, but it was pretty terrible. It was pretty terrible.
Can I just say, for every writer like me who's not a bestseller, I've sat next to Pip at a book signing, and Pip's book signing went mild, and I was there going, and I had about one person who said, I read your book. I can't remember what was that book. And I said, I don't know which one was it, and there was so I think that happens a lot. I mean, all of us would have.
Yes.
I have stories like that because I'm not like you. I don't sell that many, so I've got lots of stories where and I know many friends like me who don't sell that many, who also have been at book signings where really. You might get your, a family friend or something like that.
Well, that's what publicists are for, actually.
Yeah.
A good publicist will stand beside you, and as she sees the line shrinking, it's usually a she sees the line shrinking, she suddenly thinks of some extraordinarily interesting and important thing that she needs to talk to you about. So you get engaged in... So you then spend a very long time with the very last person in the queue, assuming there has been any queue at all. You talk to them about their lives and their greyhounds and all the rest of it. You sign their book at some length very slowly, hoping that someone will turn up. And finally, you and the publicist get lost in those bookshop events. The wonderful thing is that they, unless it's just me not being invited to them, they don't seem to happen anymore. I think booksellers... I had one.
Oh no,
where
they still have them occasionally.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh God, maybe I
think all the bookshops are too small to host you.
Possibly,
is maybe the problem.
No, but
she's a traffic hazard. I mean, Kate, I saw it this morning. There was a poor North American author sitting beside me at the signing table. My cue came back almost to the stage from over there.
Is that true?
He had, as far as I can see, one customer. I mean, what do you do?
Yep.
Do you engage?
Yep.
Oh, do you? Did you come back twice to help him out? All right. No, I didn't know what to do. I mean, do you engage him in conversation? Do you talk about the fickleness of fame? There really aren't subjects for conversation that you can properly raise under those circumstances. I was terribly nervous about the whole thing. He's going to go back home. with a terrible view of Adelaide, talking about the heat and the levels of literacy. What?
She said... Yeah.
Oh, marvellous, marvellous, marvellous. Talk about the other books he's written. Fantastic. No, that's a very good idea.
I just want to say to Susan, I've been very lucky with signing queues, and I think it's partly because of the COVID thing. It sort of created a build-up, a backlog of people who wanted their book signed.
Well, that's very kind, but I know you've sold many, many, many books.
However, it's a very grounding experience to be at an event with Marcus Zuzak. So I think any one of us could be at an event with Marcus, and you're feeling quite confident with the length of your queue, and then it eventually peters out, and you realise that Marcus's queue is going to continue for another 3 hours unless someone intervenes. So it's quite grounding if ever you're starting to think too much of yourself.
When you're doing a session and they say to you, "Are you signing too?" I always say no. And I think that's the best course. Yeah. No, just simply no. Can we talk about a difficult issue, and only difficult issues are truly interesting, and that is alcohol and book festivals, alcohol and promoting books on the road. And Una, perhaps you look suddenly...
Because I'm Irish.
No.
You look like you've drunk a bit
You
of
look
alcohol
suddenly
in your
thoughtful.
time.
Yeah, there's been, like in Ireland, there's been a few really, really high-profile cases in the last few years around this issue where women have spoken out about things that happened at book festivals or book tours, and it's kind of so and alcohol is often part of it, and there's there's a part of me that like people need to be behaved, but also I feel like I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I also think that when there's all adults in the room, and that people also can be responsible for themselves. There's a bit of me that worries that there'll be no more fun at all. But that's not to say, because I think one of the things that the cases have highlighted is sometimes that that when there's huge power differentials, or how that feels for some people. So yeah, I'd personally I so far hopefully maintained my dignity, I think, ish.
I wonder if festivals are they places where sort of elderly literary figures behave badly after they've had about 16 drinks? I suppose it could happen. No one's ever behaved badly with me, but
well, I think you see it all the time, and not just at book festivals. I think that there's a lot of people who behave badly after a few drinks. And I don't want to make it generational, but it does sometimes feel like men of a certain generation still have a different, I don't know, sense of what's appropriate or not. Is that fair?
Present company accepted, of course.
Yeah, but Kate and I briefly talked about how the changes in, in the 80s, everyone drank and smoked. And there was much more. I think there was much worse behaviour, and I think we all remember, being young women in that environment. It was very tricky. It really was. There were. I used to feel very intimidated, but it was much more blokey, and there was just much more alcohol. Around.
It was more blokey, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely more blokey.
And one of the attractions of the Adelaide Festival was that you could smoke.
I don't remember that. Was that
the Writers' Festival? I mean, you could sit there and smoke.
Was that the only one?
No, look, people. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're proud of your town, but I'm here to tell you something. There was a lot of smoking in Adelaide. It went on for a long time. On the drink question, are you as amazed as I am that wherever you go in the world, the white wine served at book dues tastes exactly the same? Is there an explanation for this?
I haven't noticed that. But can I just say, though, about the drinking? I'm just going to turn it slightly. I wasn't around in the 70s and 80s or 90s, or actually the noughties, as far as festivals were concerned. I was around, but not at festivals. But one of the things about socialising at a writers' festival, and this has been my experience, is I wasn't part of a writing network particularly when I wrote my first book. And because my first book came out into COVID, I didn't get to socialise with writers until a good deal of time later. And I'm quite introverted and find the social scene, perhaps, of festivals a little intimidating. But what's been really wonderful is meeting writers who take you under their wing. And I've met a few of those. Kate Mildenhall, who was here, is one of those. She's one of those wonderful extroverted writers. And I think extroverted writers are rarer than introverted writers. And there's a few like that. And they make sure that you're invited to a dinner that might be happening, or you're invited to drinks, or whatever it might be. And that actually makes the festival experience really enjoyable. Otherwise, I would be going back to my hotel room and ordering room service and watching Netflix, because I might not have the confidence to just wander into an already established group. And there's a lot of established groups at writers' festivals.
Yeah, but they're places where we make friends for life.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. And maybe the drinking thing could also be exacerbated by the introversion thing, because alcohol gives you a sense of confidence that you might not already have.
Exactly. My thinking, listening to all this, is I made a big mistake in not getting drunk at these festivals. I would have had a much better time, particularly during some, gruesome, long, serious panel discussions about things. I would have had a far better time if I'd been drunk as a skunk. I'll learn. Is it too late? No, it's not too late.
Have any of you written about literary festivals or written about flogging books on the road in your own work? Has it featured at all?
No, not for me.
No. I mean, wouldn't we be libelled? I mean, wouldn't we be,
I haven't
sued?
either. I don't think... Oh, no, I have reported a few literary festivals, I suppose. But you see, this is an undiscovered subject where a great deal of damage could be done by any of you looking along that line. Yes. Serious damage.
I think one of the nicest things, though, about festivals, and it's again because I missed out on it for a long time, is actually all of you. So meeting, Kate alluded to it earlier, but meeting people in the signing queue who have read and enjoyed your book is such a privilege, and for so many reasons you couldn't necessarily anticipate. I had this, I don't know if he's still here, but I had this beautiful young man come up in the signing queue earlier, and and he actually, I have to admit, I'm not sure he had read the book, but he'd seen the play. and he said
enough.
Seeing the play was a turning point, changed his life, and he's at NIDA, so he's interested in theatre. And then he asked, he didn't have a book with him, so I was curious about why he was in the queue. And then he said, "Do you mind signing my chest?" Did I mention he was absolutely gorgeous? And so then he pulled his shirt open. And I had to say, because I had to steady my hand. So I asked for consent. I said, "Am I allowed to touch?" And oh, yeah. And so I signed his chest. And then I asked him his name, and I'm really bad with names. So I wrote his name on my wrist, and it's faded because I went to the pool this afternoon. His name was Otto. And it was a really lovely moment. Yeah, and it's not the first kind of ink moment I've had with someone who's read my book. Another one was really lovely, actually. Someone on Instagram, I'm not on Instagram, but someone had shown me this. Someone on Instagram had tattooed Esme, who's the main character in my first book, on her wrist, which was just amazing. And then 2 years later, when I published Bookbinder and I was finally allowed to meet audiences, a young woman was the last person in the signing queue, and she arrived and she handed over Bookbinder, and I saw the tattoo on her wrist.
Oh, wow.
And I asked her about it, whether she'd put it on Instagram, and it was the same woman. And and I'm waiting for her to put Peggy on the other side, but, that might not happen. But, that's kind of mind-blowing that something you've written has meant so much to somebody that they're willing to live with it for the rest of their life.
And so you got Otto's phone number.
No, just his name. And also, my name's going to wear off his chest, so...
Not if he takes certain precautions. What do you do in a signing queue when somebody comes up to you with a broad smile on their face and you have no idea what their name is? Just no idea. What do you do? Kate?
Look, I have this whole riff about prosopagnosia, and that shuts them right up. I say, I'm really sorry, I don't recognise, in fact it's kind of true, I know I know you, but I don't know who you are, and that's because I have this medical condition called prosopagnosia. And the shutters kind of come down. In fact, prosopagnosia, as some of you probably know, has anybody in this audience got prosopagnosia? It's, yes, there you go. There's a couple in every crowd. It's face blindness. It's what Oliver Sacks had. You find it very difficult to recognise whether a face is familiar to you. It's not even that you can't put a name to it. So as you can imagine, I have left a trail of offended people through my life when I'll meet somebody at some... I used to think, it was bad that I wasn't able to do the networking that people do because book launches always seem to be at a child-unfriendly time of day. But actually, when I went to them, I knew that I was doing myself more harm than good because I would see somebody, they would come up to me and say, hello, and they'd introduce themselves and I'd say, oh, terribly nice to meet you. And they said, no, but we've met before, many times. Anyway, where did the prosopagnosia story go? I can tell you it's a good way to kind of silence them. But when you were speaking, Pip, I did have a really nice memory. It happened here. And I had done a book about fragrance, which is the case against fragrance, it's called. Now, my publisher didn't want to publish that book. And he tried to talk me out of it by saying, Kate, for you to write a book about fragrance, a sort of scientific book about fragrance, would be like Mozart giving up symphonies and taking up greyhound racing. So I told this story at this very festival. And in the signing line was a woman who said, look, as it happens, I'm a greyhound trainer. And we had a very good correspondence since then about greyhound training. So it can work out.
And what's your secret?
Secret to...
They're coming down the queue. They're 5 or 6 away. You've known this woman for 30 or 40 years. You have no idea what her name is, and she's smiling broadly.
So what happens to me is that I'm always the person that remembers everyone.
Oh, wow.
And often will be like, oh, hi, and they're like, they don't remember me. So I haven't really had that experience, except last week I was on Friday night, I was in Ennis, which is just outside Limerick at the Ennis Book Club Festival, and I had been Facebook messaging with this woman. She's my Facebook friend, and she was coming to the festival, and very rare moment where she was in the signing queue, and she said her full name. I won't say it, but she said her full name, and then I just didn't. I was like, oh, do you want me to sign it? And I'd signed the book, and I was driving up to Dublin then to get the flight here, and I realised while we were driving that I had completely, not only had she given her full name, and it was unlike me, but I Facebook messaged her and all good. And I want to say I've never had any experience like Otto, or that has just never happened to me.
You've got something to look forward to.
In any kind of incarnation in my life. Wow.
So, Pip, what's your specialty?
Well, I think a bit like Kate. I'm dyslexic, so this happens constantly, especially in Adelaide, where I used to work for Adelaide City Council. I've had jobs here. I know a lot of people from the years that I've lived here. And I have always been really terrible with names, and I apologise to anyone who is here whose name I've forgotten over the years. But I think I probably make the mistake of trying to convince people I do remember their name. But because I'm dyslexic, I always say, oh, look, I still need you to write your name down because of, I don't want to misspell it.
Oh.
And so they'll do that, and I'll realise the name was Jan.
Oh, yes.
Or Sue, or something equally easy that even I can spell.
Yes, how do you spell your name?
And it's a dead giveaway.
Tim.
I had no idea what their name was, yeah.
Yes.
But that's what I do too. I get around it by asking how I spell it.
Yeah,
but,
and they say
and
it's
then
Tim.
they say Tim. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work all the time.
Is
but
that the usual spelling with one M or two?
Yeah.
No.
But what publicists do these days, and this must happen
stand
to you
in the
guys
queue.
Now, and they'll stand in the queue and do a forward run and get the names, and then by the time the book comes, it's got a yellow post-it note with the name on it.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
you've got to have a publicist. You've got to have big queues for that. I don't get that.
And you've got to have a publicist who can say, I know you say he's your brother, but still every name has to be on a post-it note, that kind of thing. But it's the sweetness of people who put up with our forgetfulness that I find so incredibly touching. And of course, when you're in another town, suddenly somebody comes up out of the crowd and it's a very familiar face and you think, oh, this is a cousin of mine. What's her name? And families particularly forgiving along those lines. Particularly forgiving. Hey, look, talking about lines, if anybody would like to ask these people a question on any subject, I don't want the questions to be on anything more intellectually taxing than the kinds of things we've been talking about already. Though I think you're astute enough to understand that in our light-hearted banter, a great deal of wisdom has been expressed. Oh, good, there are some questions there. Why don't I hand over to her?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. I'd like to ask people on the panel where they'd like to go for a literary event, whether there's a particular festival they'd like to go to or some site to launch a book. And I just might mention I come from Darwin, and we have a very nice little literary festival in the Northern Territory that alternates between Alice Springs and Darwin.
I have been to the Darwin Festival several times and I've loved it.
Oh.
So invite me again.
Aren't little festivals wonderful? I mean, Darwin, I know, is not tiny, but Sebastian and I were recently at the festival at Tathra, and there on the far south coast of New South Wales, one of those festivals where you're all in it all together for 2 or 3 days, and you're all eating together, and this is writers and crowd, you're all eating together and drinking and having a good time. It's really, really wonderful. But what's the...
This Adelaide, this is for me. I've come across what was my first long-haul flight.
What?
I've never ever been to an event where there's it's so supported. It's so beautiful. Though it's been raining it's been raining since October. Yeah. Thank you so much, Adelaide. Genuinely.
I have to admit, I actually love Adelaide too. So I moved here 20 years ago and I've been coming to this festival every year since I moved here, and I think it is the best festival in the country, particularly among the big festivals because it's free. There's such good access. But
yes.
You mentioned the small festivals. They are really special, and I've been to a lot of small festivals in the last 18 months. And I love them. For all those reasons, you get to spend a lot of time with the other writers. There's not too many of you, and you also get to spend quite a lot of time with the readers. So it's just, it's lovely. And you get to see a part of the country you might not otherwise go to.
Yeah, I think that's right. And small country towns, that don't get a lot of things, they're really, really grateful. And so it's wonderful that you can get to mix with local people. I've been to one in Queensland that, it was in Dolby, which is a long way out. And there was a far western one as well. And Mudgee's really great. All the small festivals are just really delightful.
Scone is lovely. Scone is terrific.
Yeah,
You bet.
yeah, yeah.
Well, it's Patrick White territory, of course.
Yes, of
You'd
course.
understand
Yes,
that.
yes.
Do you know I spent about 2 years when I was working on Patrick White's life? I spent about 2 years trying to prove that his family killed blacks. I really wanted to prove that the White family killed blacks. And from beyond the grave, I can hear Patrick White's raucous laughter that it was his biographer's family that was killing blacks. Another question.
Hello, thank you for your session. This question goes to moral standards. Now, I've been coming to Writers' Weeks for many, many years, and in the days before mobile phones or the internet or any of that, maybe the 80s, I do recall reading in one of the local papers a small advertisement at the beginning of Writers' Week that more or less said that a really good writer was looking for sexual favours for a week. No kidding.
What?
I did not answer it. I thought, how amazing. I don't know if anyone here did answer this advertisement, but I definitely saw it in the Adelaide paper.
Are you asking if it was one of us?
No, what I'm asking is, does this still go on?
Who was it? Faye Weldon.
It was
Was it an ad by Faye
It was a
Weldon?
man looking for a woman, I've got to tell you.
But look, once again, it goes to the power of classified advertising. It was the way in which newspapers were once kept afloat. Now there's probably an app somewhere which says Fest Sex.
Well, that does sound like something that Faye Weldon would do. It does sound like something. But we were actually talking before about, as well, the numbers of sexual relationships and liaisons and the, people who've left their marriages for other people. We all know stories like that, and we've just said, obviously we can't name any names,
No.
but there are many, many stories of, both inappropriate advances. Louise Adler was telling about, there's a very famous person who shall go nameless, who was absolutely renowned for being a sexual pest, a male in this case, absolute sexual pest. And, that did used to happen, but, you can't name any names, but I know people who've, I do know one person who left a marriage because there was another person. I mean, they started an affair here and then they ended up living together. So there are lots of things that go on behind that, but you can't.
But Hobart. His name was Richard. He was actually a publicist. He was my publicist, actually. But he didn't leave a marriage, but he was straight when he flew into Hobart. And we were together for a few years, that sort of thing. Yes, question.
Thank you. I wanted to just perhaps draw a parallel from this great cultural event to that other great cultural event, the Matildas versus Uzbekistan in Melbourne last week. And just wondering whether there is some way in which the person with the American writer with only one person in his queue could take heart in the way that Uzbekistan could take heart in being beaten 10-0 but having a great learning experience, and that on your trajectory into international fame you have to actually go through these sort of drubbings. Thoughts?
My son is a coach of an under-12 soccer team, and over the years there's been times when his soccer team or the other soccer team has been beaten 10-0. And really, it could have been 11-0 and a writer could have sold no books. So it's kind of, there's not a lot more you can say.
Well, I mean, Uzbekistan had what Peter Dutton would call a moral victory. It's where you lose. But sorry, you were about to speak.
No, I can't. No. Can we just say how? No, I'm not going to say anything.
Question.
Hi.
I am actually someone who has not read Dictionary of Lost Words but has seen the play and loved the play, and I wanted to ask... I will definitely go, I will read it, I promise.
You're not Otto, are you? No.
I could be. It's like
I can see from here he's not Otto.
Thank you. I have so many names, but who knows? Look, I just wanted to ask, what was the relationship like with Verity Lawton? Because I watched it as a complete work. I'm like, wow, this is a wonderful world to be in. It's like some of the best work I've seen Verity do, and like Tilly was wonderful. My friend Rachel, brilliant, right? So watching that, I wanted to ask you, where was that line without knowing where the novel was?
Yeah. Actually, it's lovely speaking to people who haven't read the book but have seen the play, because the play, what it tells me is that the play is, it's a product all of its own, because people have really engaged with the play without knowing the book. There was always a fear that it would be just filled with book club goers who've loved the book and, want to see it just transformed on stage. But it's nice to know that it has translated into a story in and of itself. And the relationship between me and Verity, that is Verity's creative piece, not mine. Of course, she read the book and we talked, but really I had nothing to do with the play in any way in terms of its creative content. She really managed somehow to put a 100-year time span into 2.5 hours and to make all of those time transitions. And what was wonderful is that writing, as we all know, is such an isolated... And Kate could talk about this as well. It's such a solitary act. And I don't collaborate until the editing process, and then it's only with one person. And it's in the safety of no one else listening. Putting a play on is quite different. It's very collaborative. It's very challenging, I think, for the playwright, because the play is workshopped with actors and so on, and everyone's criticising it and putting their 2 bits in. But it also only comes together if the director and the stage designer and the music and the lighting are all working in the same space. And yeah, I am so happy with the outcome of that play. I feel very proud to be attached to it, but I feel very grateful to Verity and Jessica Arthur. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming into the shade and having a quiet time with us while we have a bit of a gossip and a chat and a reflection with these fine writers, Susan Johnson, Pip Williams, Una Mannion and Kate Grenville.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Swim.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session with Susan Johnson. Firstly, our acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge this land that we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you, Anne.
And congratulations on this terrific memoir, Aphrodite's Breath. It's
Thank
so
you.
good to be with you, and I so enjoyed reading it. I think we'll get straight into it. Susan, why did you want to move to the tiny Greek island of Kythera? You gave up your job and all the attendant security of remunerated employment. Why? What prompted this? And why did you ask your 85-year-old mother, Barbara, to go with you?
All excellent questions. And I know that Louise Adler said to me, I can understand you going by yourself, but why did you take your mother? A long, complicated answer was I was a single parent, the sole financial provider for my two sons, Casper and Elliot, and I had been for 10 years. I had, prior to that, been a full-time writer of fiction. But I think I've said this once, and I'm sorry if you've heard it before, but Australian authors earn about $20,000 a year, average Australian author, except Trent Dalton, who I worked with at the Courier Mail. Actually, I was on the Q Weekend magazine, which is the colour magazine for the Courier Mail, under Matthew Condon, another wonderful Australian writer. And Trent at the time was writing his first book, and both Matt and I, being seasoned novelists, and we're giving him all this advice. It's hard out there, Trent. $20,000 a year. Anyway, so that's it. The buy story was that I'm actually a $20,000 a year Australian author. I haven't won a big prize. I haven't. My biggest selling book was The Broken Book, which came out in 2002. No, I can't remember. 2006, I think. So the question is, I wanted to go back to writing, but how do I do it? What happened? A whole lot of things happened. My sons both left home. They're very similar in age. They were going to be leaving home at the same time. Print newspapers are dying, and so redundancies were being offered. So I thought, well, this is a way, if the boys were going back to London, I'm a dual citizen of UK and Australia, if they're going back to live with their dad, I won't have any financial, commitment, and maybe living in Greece, because I have got a lot of friends in Greece, is a cheaper way for someone like me to survive as a writer. However, then there is the question of mum. My dad had died 10 years before, and I'm the only daughter, and I'm the first child. And I'm sure I said this before. Many women in the audience will know that you become, if you're the daughter, that it still often falls on the daughter to be the carer for the remaining parent. So I had kind of become mum's significant other. So I really did give it a lot of thought, obviously, but then I just sort of said to Mum, on the spur of the moment, "What do you think about moving to Greece with me?" And to my astonishment, she said yes. So that's how it happened.
Well, Susan, you say in the memoir that you had a romantic fantasy about life on this island. Your words, romantic fantasy. And that you imagined it as an earthly paradise. Again, your words. Tell us about that first visit to the island when you were a young woman, and whether that informed this decision to try and go again to live there 40 years later.
Well, I'm not Greek, and no one in my family, I'm not of Greek heritage. But I did have the great good fortune. Are there any Greek Australians here in the audience, or anyone from Yassas? And from I had the great good fortune to go to school with a bunch of girls from Kythera, Kythera, we all know that most Greek Australians ended up in Melbourne, because we've got Athens, Thessaloniki, and then Melbourne as the third largest Greek city in the world. But the ones that went to Brisbane tended to be from Kythera. And Kythera is an island below the Peloponnesus, but above Crete, but it's not very well known. It's not on the tourist trail, which is a good thing. But I just basically fell in love with this family called the Komnenos family, Komenos, and it was an ordinary suburban school that we went to, so it was suburban Brisbane. They lived across the road, but they had in their backyard a kippo, like a garden, and a goat, right across the road from, and their dad had a shotgun, and it was like they were the most extraordinary family. Gregoria made wonderful food, so I fell in love with them first, and then the year after I left school, I went to University of Queensland part-time, and I was working as a journalist. I saved up enough to go to Greece for the first time, and I was telling this story to the ABC before. I'm not sure. I hope no one's heard this, but it was the year that Maggie Thatcher was newly in. There was garbage. There was a garbage strike. There was a sort of a services strike in the UK. So we're talking 1976, I think. It's a famously cold winter. Piles of garbage in the street in London. I'd saved up enough to go to Europe. It was pretty miserable in London. Absolutely freezing in Paris, snowing. But we travelled south. We went right down through Italy towards the sun. Even in Italy, it was cold. Then we got on the ferry, for those of you who remember going on the Brindisi ferry across to Greece. And then when we got to Greece, we emerged, it was like we emerged into light. It was an exceptionally beautiful period of pre-carnival. So carnival is part of the Greek Orthodox religious calendar, and it was just absolutely glorious. And so I fell in love with Greece itself and the Greek culture, but then we went to the island, and I absolutely, it was just amazing to someone like me who was, pretty, white Anglo-Saxon. My father had worked for an American company, but I hadn't been overseas at that stage. So a couple of years after that, I went to live in Greece as a young woman when I was about 21, and I lived on the island for about 7 months. So the question about whether I had this romanticised idea, only afterwards did I ask myself, is it because I was young? Everybody looks back on their youth at some period of, they went around Australia, or they did whatever that period of shining youth is, when you've got nothing, no obligations, no responsibilities. The whole of life is before you. Whether it was that mixed up with it, I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Thank you. So, Susan, in contrast, I think, with your rapturous rediscovery of the island and its history and people, your mother found very little that delighted her. How did the two of you initially cope with your different feelings, your different reactions to being on the island? How did that go?
Mum was quite well travelled, but when I was talking about Dad was originally a Queenslander who'd gone to Sydney, and Mum was from Sydney, so it was a mixed marriage. Queenslanders in those days, and he was a Methodist, and Mum was sort of Irish working class. They weren't very religious. So she kind of felt like she married up because Dad went to a private school in Brisbane, but he went on to become, he was also a journalist when he was young, then he went on to become a businessman. So he worked for 3M, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing. And only when I saw Mad Men, the series years later, did I realise that's what was my childhood. My mum was always cooking dinners for visiting Americans, like she was the hostess. Dad used to go to America on business a lot. We'd always be taking Americans to look at koalas at the zoo, all that sort of stuff. Mum was travelled, but then I realised she was travelled on business class, like Dad was, like they'd go. So she wasn't really, it wasn't the same kind of travel as, backpacking through Europe as we did when we were, some of you might have done when you were young, Ural Pass and things like that. So she'd been to Greece, but when she went to Athens, she stayed at the Grand Britannia. Do you know where it's the hotel in Athens. She had been to some islands, but I think they'd always stayed in, pretty nice places. I did try and tell her as much as I could about the place, and of course I looked very, very diligently to try and get a place. The island is not very touristy still, but there's small villages. I wanted to get a village where she could walk to have a coffee and or go to the shops. I took a great deal of care in trying to find the place, but as soon as she walked into that house, she hated it. And, when I think back on it, I think there was all kinds of things. Mum used to drive in Australia. She was, very, very, astute, quick on her feet, would drive everywhere. I was doing the driving in Greece. She decided not to get an international driver's license. I'd chosen the house. I'd done, suddenly she felt I was in charge. And before that, she was very much in charge. So I didn't tell the publisher, I didn't tell my agent, I didn't tell anybody, but within a month of arriving, she'd have booked her ticket back. She really didn't like it. It was really cold as well. She was really, it was really, really upsetting. It was quite clear to me very, very soon that, it was going to go pear-shaped.
Susan, I wonder if you'd like to read something that might tell us something about what it was like at the beginning on the island and what was going on for the two of you.
Yeah.
What it was like living with each other again, mother-daughter, after so many years.
So I think I'd always... I found a lot of things about our relationship during this period, but Mum chose a second house, so she kind of took a bit more control by choosing this second house. But it turned out that the first house, I'd signed a contract, and I felt really bad about giving up this house. Really bad, because this woman, we'd gone to a lot of trouble doing it because it was on Airbnb, and I don't know if anybody's tried to get around the Airbnb what do you call it? The algorithm of trying to actually ask if you can rent a house long term. It's really hard. So I'd finally got this house, and then Mum wanted this other house. But when we spoke to Fortini about giving up the house, it turned out that, of course, she'd missed out on summer rentals because she'd given it to us, for the year. So I'm just reading from this part, after I'd found out from Fortini that she'd declined several opportunities to rent the house over summer, and now she would be left with a vacant house. She said, because of our early departure, she was out of pocket to the tune of some €4,000, and we would need to find a way to cover this amount. That's ridiculous, said Mum. There's no way I'm paying another cent. Well, we did sign a contract, I said, and most contracts have penalties for breaking them. Most rental agreements have penalties for breaking them. Where? She said. Let me see. I went to my bedroom, found the contract, and quickly read it. There was no mention of any break clause. There's nothing here, Mum said. She read it. Yes, OK, I said, but that doesn't mean we aren't ethically obliged to offer some sort of compensation. You want to give them money when we don't have to? I said no more. I may have shrugged. Perhaps I even looked miserable. However I looked, further enraged my mother. Why are you worried about hurting the feelings of someone you've never met? We are perfectly within our rights to leave. This house is not fit to live in, which is not true. It was fit to live in. And then the vast dam of words inside me burst open, and I was shouting.
Of course it's fit to live in. Why am I worried about hurting the feelings of someone I've never met? I worry about hurting everyone's feelings. I worry about hurting yours. I spend my life trying to please you, trying to please everyone. Because I had controlling parents, I spend my whole life trying to appease. There was silence. The room turned cold. And I thought I heard the far-off sound of ice creaking in the glacier which had formed in the corner. Uh-oh.
Thank you. Susan, one of the other differences that comes out, and there are many between you and your mother, and it is quite hilarious in the memoir, is that you enjoy joking about sex and she does not. And the comic writing, I think, in the memoir is delicious, it's impressive. Did you have to work at this? And are there authors that you read who inspired you to write comic writing? Or, dare I say, does it come naturally to you?
Well, I'm a huge fan of writers who can somehow be profound, but also be aware of the kind of absurdities of life. When you talk about, I joke about sex. I don't actually talk about sex that much, actually, and I think that's partly to do with my mother. But I did make a joke because partly to do with her getting Greek citizenship. Because I'm a UK citizen, this is pre-Brexit. I didn't have to apply for Greek citizenship, but Mum had to go through this vast rigmarole of getting police checks, a syphilis test. And I thought her doctor would say, oh, just, you don't have to do that, I'll just write it off. But no, she had to go and have a syphilis test. So while she's in having a syphilis test, I'm thinking, oh my God, this is just all these things I'm asking her to do. I mean, this is really bad. But she was quite, okay about it. And when she came out and I said, well, and of course it was negative. Then I just said, well, now you can have safe sex with a Greek fisherman. And then she sort of looked at me and if you can't make a joke about an 85-year-old having a syphilis test, I knew, but so I enjoy, I'll name some writers that I really like. Sigrid Nunez. If no one's read Sigrid Nunez, go quickly to I don't know, she's not here now, but there's a book called The Friend. She won the was it Pulitzer or the Book Award? National Book Award, I think, in America. She's a New Yorker. She's also was briefly Susan Sontag's daughter-in-law. She is, so it's called The Friend, and there's another book called, does anyone know the second one after that? She's absolutely wonderful. So she writes, in the second book, she writes about nothing less than nursing her friend who's dying of cancer. And yet somehow, even within that, she manages to have a great deal of fun with the notion of, they make jokes. I hope that's what I try to do in my work. I think my favourite writers are like that. Trying to think of some other. Charlotte Wood, I think, is wonderful. Charlotte Wood is terrific. The Weekend is a wonderful example of humour in the midst of despair, and also I think there's a human capacity for levity in dying. I mean, I've got a very dear friend who's just nursed her sister, who's dying, and I know that they had some very light moments and made a lot of jokes, and I think that's humour is part of life, I think.
Thank you. Susan, a memoir is always an act of autobiographical performance. And you point this out in your earlier terrific memoir, A Better Woman, Memoir of Motherhood, written when you were younger. And you also point to the necessity of invention and refashioning in memoir. How do you balance privacy, the telling of other people's stories, and the quest for self-definition and truth-telling in your memoir and your autobiographical writing?
That is the big question, isn't it? That is really the big question. If I thought this was going to be, a jolly lark sing of us going off, it was quickly proved that it wasn't. But also, Mum, how it happened, after I did take my redundancy, my voluntary redundancy, I was speaking to my publisher, my long-term publisher at Allen & Unwin, Annette Barlow, about it, and she said, well, that would be a great book. I hadn't even thought of writing a book at that stage. But then I thought, well, if I've got a modest advance, that will help as well. So I had that advance. And so Mum knew right from the get-go that I was writing. She knew, right away. And she'd also known, it's not that I'm, I've had this incredibly amazing life. The reason it's kind of accidental how I ended up with 2 memoirs. The first was originally going to be commissioned to be a sort of more like a Kaz Cook book, like menopause. Kaz Cook does those menopause books, more or women's, girls and women's books. It was going to be about more of a workbook about new motherhood. But events derailed me, and in fact what happened was I ended up with an extremely rare birth trauma disorder. It was because of a birth trauma. So I ended up doing something else. And then I had to protect my then husband, during that period. So with this book, I got derailed majorly, both by the circumstances of Mum wanting to go back. And at one stage I said to her, screamed at her, well, just go back whenever you want, if you're going to be miserable, just go. And she said, oh, well, I can't go back because you've got to write the bloody book. So, really, big issue. But then what happened was we got derailed even more because Mum pretty much stayed the best part of a year in the end. It was about 10 months, and my brother was coming, so my brother Stephen basically took Mum home. They went home, travelled home together, and then I got stuck by COVID, so I was there for another year, because I couldn't get home because Australia, the government shut the doors. But then what happened was, because I was away for a year, by the time Mum left and when I got back in January 2021, when I finally got back, when she picked me up, when Stephen and Mum picked me up, I was so shocked. She had aged incredibly. She had a fall. She had anything to do with older people. Once they fall, we all know that, that's the kind of, it can be the beginning of the end. So she tripped over a box in Stephen's pantry and broken her pelvic bone. So she'd been in hospital and she'd had a lot of physiotherapy. She'd cut her hair. And Mum was a great beauty, and she was also, very, very conscious of how she looked. She had this big sweep of silver hair which she wore up in a French roll. And so when she met me at the airport, she was much more stooped over. She'd shrunk and she had cut her hair. And so that was the biggest shock. So that was... I don't think I'm giving... I don't know. I'm going to tell the whole end of the story.
No, it's all
and
right.
Also, yeah. So basically, Mum passed away. And then I was diagnosed with cancer. So major derailing of everything, right? At that stage, I thought, well, I can't write this at all now. So I did all my sums. I added up the publisher's advance money. I had $17,000 advance from the Australia Council. Thank you to the Australia Council, because it supports people like me who do earn $20,000 a year. I added all this up, and I realised I couldn't afford to give the money back. I just could not afford to give the money back. So I had to write it. So I told my publisher that I wouldn't be able to meet the deadline, but could I have an extension? And she very kindly, Annette, gave me an extension. And then I had to work out a way to write it. And so all those ethical problems that you're talking about were a millionfold then, because the one thing I didn't want to do is betray my mother.
No.
She's not there to defend herself. She would have so enjoyed being up here talking about everything. And like we did one ABC interview before we left, and I said to Mum, it was live, I said, oh, you don't have to do it, Mum, you like, because I'm used to it now, even though I can speak underwater now, but when I first published, I had to do a public speaking course. I was so terrified. I just thought, I can write the book, but I cannot speak. So I had learnt to do it, but I thought Mum mightn't be comfortable. She was amazing. Live, and I'm going, oh my God, we did this amazing interview, live, ABC. She was absolutely nerveless. She was fine. So she would have loved all this. And it was a real question for me to, how do I depict her without, I'm the one, like right in the beginning I talked about me being the violator and she being the violated in some ways because, it's a real moral issue.
Yeah.
It was helped by the fact that I found something she wrote. And I won't give too much away, but I did find something.
Yeah. I wonder if we could just stick with this for a minute. You know, Susan, that George Orwell famously remarked that, quote, autobiography is only to be trusted when it reveals something disgraceful. And this is autobiography because this is also about your life and your earlier life, your whole life. He went on, he said, a man who gives a good account of himself is probably lying, since any life, when viewed from the inside, is simply a series of defeats. Does that comment about life as a series of defeats resonate with you as a writer of memoir?
Absolutely, absolutely. I interviewed Devorah Baum from London earlier in the week, and she's written this wonderful book called On Marriage, and she was talking about the histories of marriage, and it's a fascinating book. And I said to her, I admitted that I had this feeling because I'm twice divorced, that I failed in some way. So, and I have children. And when I said that, the audience went, because like 1 in 4 people are divorced now, 1 in 3 people are divorced. So it's a really, really common thing. But I'm I tend to be quite self-critical. So it doesn't take much for me to identify with that quote, because I do think, it's good for writing because it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you humble, and it keeps you from thinking like there's a lot of egocentricity involved in writing, because I just taught a memoir class for writers South Australia, and the very act, I quote Winnicott, the very act of saying I am is an aggressive one, and the very act of writing I am and controlling a story is an aggressive one. But I am also conscious that people often think and also in my novels as well as my books, that I just sort of write down my diaries. And I've had a lot of conversations with Helen Garner and people like that people think that, like even a novel such as The Spare Room, which is very much created from an event in her life, is still a crafted work. And that's what I would say, that it takes away the work involved in making a book. It really is work. And so I think having that notion of failure, I think a lot of writers have that.
And defeats. It's such an interesting choice of word.
Yeah. And defeat.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, I was just reading an article I subscribe to the New York Review of Books, and there was an article about, also here actually with Adam Phillips on giving up. Did anyone see that? Fabulous, yeah. So he's a psychoanalyst from London, and the whole notion of it's actually quite important to say something like 99.9% of humanity is extinct, or all of species on the earth, 99.9 species on the earth at any time have been are now extinct from the time of life on earth, right? Human life is one brief flicker between two nothingness. And in fact, the whole notion of success, our notion of success is about refusing to face the fact that it's all about small ways of saying, I am here, I'm alive, I'm not dead. I'm very conscious, I've always been quite conscious of the kind of briefness of life and my own smallness, I suppose. I mean,
Yeah, and on that, you've lived for many years abroad. You've lived in the UK, you've lived in France. I wonder if you could say something about living away and writing about exile, which you have written about a bit, and also about language, because, secondarily language, because you didn't have Greek when you were living on the island. What's it like to be trying to write when you don't speak the language about those people?
Look, yeah, that's...
And living away, that other bigger question that's been a huge one for you in your work.
Well, not having Greek language it still feels quite shameful to me. See, that's a defeat. To me, that feels like a defeat. I don't think I'm terribly good with Greek, with languages, with any languages, I don't think. I think I learnt, I was too old by the time, I think I was about 16 when my parents moved from Sydney to Queensland, and I had to be enrolled in fourth form French. And we'd done Indonesian at Sadive's. We had a smoking room, and we had, Sadive's High was, the height of the Vietnam moratorium, and so we learnt Indonesian. And so learning French, it was quite hard. I think the whole notion, I was very conscious, I didn't want to write, be a rich Western person coming to a country and writing about the jolly locals. I was really conscious of that, and I was conscious of not explaining their own culture to them or saying, how wonderful, here I am to tell you about your life. One of the great things to me is that I've become very, very dear friends with Catherians, and no one has said to me, they all love, many of them have very, very sad stories, and this book was actually twice as thick because I put a lot of the stories of exile and migration. For some reason, it's always been a very powerful thing to me, and they feel I've honoured them, which is one thing that's been really important to me. But exile, I mean, I know with your book about Australian writers who were in exile that you wrote with Bruce, Australian writers have long had a relationship with exile because early in white Australia's history, culture was elsewhere. And so there was a long period where people, if you wanted to have culture, I've just done a big piece on David Malouf for the Monthly, and he was exactly the same age as my mum, and he said for him, he grew up with the idea of elsewhere, just absolutely elsewhere. He left as soon as he could, and that generation often did. Christina Stead, David Malouf. By the time it came to my generation, it was a sort of inverse version of the cultural cringe. It was like you were ratting out on your country. If you did leave, you're supposed to stay and contribute to Australian culture. And I still think there's a bit of that now, that, why do you want to go and leave? But for me, for whatever reason, I am interested in being elsewhere. I've lived in Hong Kong, I've lived in France, I've lived in the UK for 10 years. I think it's an interesting thing for an author to actually look back at your country when you're not in that place.
Yes, thank you. Susan, one of the other very interesting elements of this memoir is that the stories of other people that you interweave with your own and with your mother's. and you spent a lot of time exploring the life of Rosa Casamati. I wonder if you could tell us just a little bit about this woman, this extraordinary woman, and why you were working on her and her significance.
Well, when I first gave my the book to both my agent and my publisher, I had so much more history in it. And I think I told you that that they both, in their own ways, my agent was much blunter. He said, "It's what did he say? When you say something's got promise, or it's sort of like it's got like not potential. It wasn't quite potential, something like that." And he just said, I got to all the history part, and I was just going, I want to find out about you and your mother. So, and then my publisher, who's much more diplomatic. Basically, she said the same thing. But I fought to hold on to Rosa Casamati's because I thought there was a connection there. Kitha is a place where people often just walked out of their house and left their houses behind. Like they walked out of the kitchens. You'd find clothes in the cupboard. You would find there's abandoned houses all over, as there are in other parts of Greece as well, but specifically Kythera, because they really suffered after the Second World War, huge poverty crisis. And I came across the story of Rosa Casamati's. How did I first come across? No, because we came across her house, and there's a plaque which says, "This is the house of Rosa Casamati's, who wasn't anybody in her own right. She's the mother of Lefkadio Hearn." Now, some of you may know of Lefkadio Hearn's work. He was the sort of the person who introduced Japanese literature to the West, essentially. His mother was Greek. His father was Irish, because the English were on the island for 250 years, and as part of the English army, there were Irish people in the English army, and so he basically was an Irish, bit of a philanderer who seduced this local village girl, Rosa Casamati's, and of course it was a huge scandal. They left, went to Corfu. She had the baby there, fell pregnant very soon with a second baby, which was Lefkadio. The husband was sent off to the West Indies. She was alone on Corfu, not in her own, on her own island. She had lost a baby. She had a new baby. She had no family support. Her family disowned her. And then basically she was rescued by someone from the British Army and sent back to Ireland. She had no English. She was sent back to Dublin in the middle of winter to his family, and basically promptly went mad. I think the notion of exile, I don't think we quite understand being deprived of your language for a start. So I bow down to all the wonderful Kytherian migrants who've come up to me afterwards when I do a lot of events in the Greek community, because I just love the stories of these people, and also in the Kytherian community, and the stories they tell of how awful the experience was of coming to this country with no language. Many of them, I must say, they went to the country areas, were befriended by Indigenous people. They are very, very close to many Greeks, to Indigenous communities, because Indigenous communities welcomed them. White Australia didn't. They're very, very. I know many Greeks that are very close to Indigenous communities and feel very grateful for that. So I became really interested in Lefkadio's story, Rosa's story. Rosa eventually was rescued from Ireland. She came back to the island of Kythera. She was basically forced into a second marriage. She had 3 children in quick succession. She tried to go back and see her 2 children. She'd also had another child after Lefkadio. She tried to get back to Dublin to see her children. They wouldn't let her inside the door. So she was not only lost one child, she couldn't see her 2 original children that she'd left and had with this Irishman. So she basically came back broken to Kithira, and then was forced into a second marriage. Had 3 children, basically went mad. So she was put in the asylum in Corfu, where she lived for 23 years and died on Corfu, and she's buried in an unmarked grave in Corfu. You know, so that is one exile story that really, really spoke to me. And in fact, if you want to read about it, there's an American writer, American Vietnamese writer called, it's going to escape me, Sweet Fruits, I think the name is, Sweet Fruits, who's written the stories of the women in Lefkadio Hearn's life. Rose's story, his second wife, because he went off. He went down to South America. He was in Louisiana. He was kind of friendly with Mark Twain and all that. Fascinating life. And then he went to Japan, and then he became a Japanese, learnt Japanese and married a Japanese woman and had a child in Japan. And so now there's this amazing link between Kithira and Japan. The Japanese come all the time too, because Lefkadio Hearn is a big influential figure in Japan. So Lefkadio, I used it a lot as a jumping off point.
Thank you. Susan, I wonder if you could just tell us, we will open up for questions in a few minutes, but I'd love to hear you talk about Easter and the church, and then the dancing and the transformations of spring and summer on the island and for you and your mother.
Yeah, it really it was even transformative for Mum. Even Mum, you know, as soon as the sun started to come out, her experience was very different then. It was joyous. I mean, Carnival, Kithira follows the religious Greek Orthodox calendar quite closely, and there's name days for the saints, for the Greeks. You have name days. There's many celebrations throughout the Greek calendar year, but Easter is an absolutely wonderful time of year where every community will have its own roast spit lamb on the. They'll do the lamb. They have dancing. They'll have big community tables. And the second house we went to, we were very, very fortunate. It belonged to Maria and Manolis. Not Casimatis, but they were related to the Casimatis, and they basically invited us to Easter lunch before we moved to the house. And Maria greeted us with this armful of roses from the garden and springfuls of mint. Manoli, I'm so lucky that I met them. Manoli grows all his own produce. He collects salt, sea salt. So he's never got idle hands, ever. He will crack nuts. They will do they live by the seasons, completely by the seasons. And the other thing is they've both been to Brisbanica, as they call it. There's a lot of Anika villages in Kithira, and so it became Brisbanica. And they know Brisbanica, and they said to me that they also think that they're quite like Aboriginals. You know, they know every nook and cranny. They know everything about their land and their place. And in fact, all publishers now have sensitivity readers. And I was asked whether that was would that be offensive to Indigenous people. And I don't think it. I don't think so, because they were the ones who said it, and they know about Indigenous life and how, the wonderful welcome to country that was given here at the opening by an Indigenous man here. He spoke about, this is my hair, this is my hand. I don't say this is my place, because I belong. This place doesn't belong to me, I belong to it. And that's what Kithirians are like. They understand that they owe the earth its bounty, and we were very, very lucky to now be friends, to be considered friends.
Thank you. I'm going to ask just one more question and then we will open up. I found the last section, Susan, really moving and very hard to read because of the emotional intensity of it. And I just want to ask you about what it was like writing that and how long you waited to write that section about what happened to your mother and what happened to you with the serious illness.
It really is a question of like holding my nose and just trying to write it as fast as I could. That's what happened. That was the answer. Was everything else was really, really structured, and thank God I'd had 10,000 words before Mum died. I already had 10,000 words, so all the beginning was already done. So I already had a voice. Like I'm sure there are people here who write themselves, and we talk about voice. Like what's your voice? And luckily that was already done. So, but towards the end, and as I said to you, my ethical problem about wanting to honour Mum, I've now asked 2 of her best friends, and I've asked family if they think Mum would be upset about it, because that's what I really didn't want to. And they both think that, well, her 2 best friends, they both thought that she wouldn't be upset. So that was the main thing. So I just had to just get it done. So I wrote it really fast, the answer is, really fast, and then I realised afterwards I'd actually put off my grieving. So because I got sick, at Mum's funeral I couldn't eat, I could drink water because I was having a colonoscopy the next day, and I was diagnosed like at the colonoscopy basically, like 2 days after Mum's funeral. So I suddenly went into cancer mode straight, and I realised that it delayed the grieving, and so therefore writing this and writing all that, it basically meant I just put off. I just covered up everything, and so the last year has been really, really hard, much, much harder than writing it.
I think we will open up for questions now. I can see someone there. Please make your questions a question. Please be respectful. There is a microphone. Are you ready? Yes.
I give a thanks first. Thank you, Susan and Anne, for a wonderful interview.
Thank you. And thank you, Anne. Thank you.
So my question, maybe it's an idea in the future to send my parents off to a Greek island. It sounds like a great idea. Writing a book, do you think you could write a memoir that was ostensibly a memoir but was really a historical account? So, like you said that your publishers didn't really like the history bit. Do you think you could write a memoir but it really was just the history of the island?
That's a really good question. I think you probably could. The Catherians have got something called the Catherian World Heritage Organisation, in which they have, because there's been a lot of Catherians who've made very good money in Australia. George Miller is Catherian. Miller, he comes from Milopotamos. George Miller, the director, so the Catherian Association's got a lot of money, and they want to publish the unexpurgated version of this. I think you'd have to do more of it. If it was going to be a memoir, you'd have to somehow bring people to life throughout history, I think, possibly. I think that would be the way to do it. You could still, like I've done with Rosa, maybe you would do that with other people throughout history. I got some really amazing stories of people during the Second World War, because the Germans were on Kythera, as they were in many of the Greek islands. The Germans occupied Greece. And some of those stories of those children, like one old lady told me her mother taught her to cry to German soldiers so she could get more food for the family. And so she was a little actor. She was about 6, and she was taught, all these stories of memories that they were told. I'm sure you could use those memories and kind of inhabit those memories in terms of a memoir. I think you could. So if you want to do it, I would do that. I think that sounds like a great idea.
Hi, Susan. Thanks for that. It was a terrific book. I really enjoyed it. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit about, like, to me, I wondered how long was it since you lived with your mother? And, you know, it just strikes me as being like, am I allowed to say, like a shitstorm of, like, issues to sort of not only decide to live with your mother, but to take her away to a Greek island and you know, play it all out in this kind of slightly hostile environment, if you like.
Yeah. No, that's a really good question. And in fact, the answer is, I think I was 62, because I was 62 when I went. I was 62 and I hadn't separated from my mother properly. And it wasn't till I went there and I realised that I mean, I like, it's really embarrassingly old, isn't it? But, you know, you'd be amazed how many women come up to me. In fact, I had a Greek woman came up at the library at Logan in Queensland, and she was 78, and she was talking about her mother, who was 98 or something, at home, completely compos mentis, and she still couldn't say no to a mother. So I don't think it's unusual, you know. I really don't. I think that I was really... My mother was a very powerful figure. And in fact, getting back to the thing about writing, that I think I'm a writer because I had really powerful parents. It's the only way I could get any power. I think that's really true. You know, I mean, I think that's my version. So I think that's a really interesting question. And I think that probably only by doing something that's so far removed from your normal circumstances that it's all become clear, and it sort of plays out. It's almost like accelerated psychodrama, accelerated psychoanalysis, you know, by putting yourself in that situation, and you realise all those issues that are there. My brother, I've got two younger brothers. My middle brother has got a completely different relationship with Mum, and she would say to me, "Why do you let her get away? Why do you let her do this?" And I said, "Well, she doesn't do it to you. She didn't do it to him." You know, so I think there's a lot of women who have relationships with their mothers like that. Thank you. That was a great question.
We don't seem to have any more questions, so I would like to congratulate you, Susan. This is a superb memoir. I hope everybody who hasn't yet read it will buy a book and read the book, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. It's resonant for mothers and daughters everywhere, but parents and children. It's really powerful, and it's a really great read. Thank you, Susan, and congratulations.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.